This is the UFO Reporting Center in Seattle, Washington.
Yes.
And your wife was telling us this morning that you had quite an experience.
Yes.
I wonder if we could get your rundown on it right from the beginning.
Well, went hunting alone in New Mexico, which you're not supposed to do.
Uh-huh.
And went down into the canyon. And I stayed too long in the canyon. This is the first trip to New Mexico.
I see.
And when I came out of the canyon, I didn't go far enough. And as dark as it got so quickly, I more or less got turned around and I went in the opposite direction. And I kept walking, and I figured I'd cross a fence line or a road. And, well, I didn't. And I kept firing warning shots, pretty rapid fire.
Right.
Somebody either going to hear you and fire one shot to home you in. Well, I seen some lights. It flashed. It flashed about, 15, 20 seconds apart, and I figured, well, it was bright enough to be a beacon for airport.
Yes.
Okay, but I was a heck of a long way from it. But I started going to it because I was lost and I was scared as hell. And I kept going and kept going and kept going. And naturally the light, kept coming up on the light. And when I got up there, a little ways, before I got to where I finally stopped at, I kept thinking in my mind, they ain't no damn airport here. Not where I'm at. But maybe it's a ranger anyway, or a game warden.
Yes.
Heard me shooting. So I went on, and I got to this little knoll, and this big light looked like a beacon that was coming across, and there were several other lights in the area. And I heard this Jeep coming, and the Jeep was running full speed across this mesa. This mesa is about 3 miles in diameter. Well, I fired my gun, and they shined the spotlight on me, and they was flashing the spotlight all over the area, but they wouldn't stop. And I kept shooting and screaming at them, and they wouldn't stop. But the Jeep, evidently, they had seen them too, and they were just getting out of there. Well, anyway.
About what time was this, do you recall?
Oh, this was about 11.
Okay.
10:30, 11. Well, yeah, maybe about 10:30, 11. It could have been around 9. Well, anyway, I was trying to see where the Jeep went. Thought maybe he went to a road. I could follow the road back. And I went back the way the Jeep went. He passed behind me, and I went back the other way where the Jeep was going. And I stopped because he was just definitely gone. He wouldn't have stopped for nobody. And then a light come on. I guess it was he must have been, I'd say half a mile from me. And I didn't even know he was there. And he turned this light on. And so I didn't know what it was, but I knew it wasn't anything that I've ever seen before because the light was a big rectangular light. I did not look directly in the light. And it put out a glow like a fog.
Uh-huh.
It wasn't a sharp light like a headlight.
Was it quite bright?
Yeah, but it was a soft light.
Uh-huh.
But it was, it looked like a big fog. If you chopped off a big rectangular section of fog, that's the way it looked. He was shining the light through it.
Yes.
Okay. So I started looking at the other objects that was around. I counted 8 on the ground, the first one I counted. And the light would pass and sound like, when it would hit the bushes, it sounded like wind. When this light would hit the brush.
Yes.
But it didn't affect the brush like wind affects it.
Well, now, could I stop for a minute?
Yeah.
You say that when the light was going around, was there some kind of a shaft of light being shined around?
Yes, this was something like a searchlight. If it, if you seen these searchlights they use for advertising.
Right.
Yeah. Well, that was a type of light, but it was a rectangular light.
I see.
And I just guesstimated it was as far away as it was. It could have been a 4x8. It was that big.
Uh-huh.
Well, when the light come around the first time, I got down. I don't know why I got down, but I got down. And I still had my rifle with me, but I used the rifle. And I figured, well, hell, if he's going to move this light around, I might be able to spot me a deer out there. And that's when I seen the bushes shake. It's when the light was on. I did not look directly in the light.
Yes.
And I looked through the scope. Now, it would take this brush, and it would just shake it. And when the light would pass by, the bush would stop. And it would do the grass the same way. It would just take it and just shake it. Not blow it down like the wind does. It just shake the grass and shake the bush. And when I was watching them, I watched the other one across the mesa. There was one that had a revolving light right on the porch. And I looked at it, and the light was rolling in a counterclockwise direction. I can actually make out that. And I've got a good scope on my gun. I got a Leopold. And I could see every detail at all on that light. And it would flash blue, red, and green. And the light, all you could see on it was 180 degree slaughter.
Uh-huh.
You couldn't see the full 360 degree like you look at a regular light bulb. And it would roll in that counterclockwise direction.
And that was on the ground also?
It was on the ground also.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So I was confused. I was damn scared. And in the meantime, this other light kept moving back and forth. And I noticed he was only moving 180 degrees. And I didn't know which way to run. And I built me a fire right there. And when I built the fire, I looked up, and in the sky, they could make like a little antenna that'll appear in mid-space. I'd say it's a rectangular antenna. Now, there's no wires attached. It's just projected in mid-space. It has blue, green, and little red lights in it. It looked like a grid. And they just, right there, just twinkling. I never seen nothing like this before in my whole life. It's just suspended in midair, nothing. It just appeared.
Do you have any estimate of altitude on that?
Oh, that damn thing wasn't over 30 feet from me.
Okay.
And, it was probably 25, 40 feet in the air.
Uh-huh.
And this thing was just right over the top of it. If you had a rectangular board, and you could take the board, and you could just turn it any position you want to, that's the way they did it. And the one that drove me was just looking straight down. It was flat. And I didn't know what the hell it was. I was talking. I was so scared I was talking to him. I told him to leave me alone. I wouldn't want to do him no harm. And I just thought I'd look at it with the scope on my rifle. And I looked at this thing, and you couldn't see these little flickering lights, blue, red, and green little lights in it. When you put the scope on it, you could look right through it, and what I had seen was amazed the hell out of me.
Uh-huh.
It looked like a road flare. A road flare burning with two wings on it. It just sat there, and you take the scope away, and the little grid would stay right there. But you put the scope on, you'd come up with a road flare. Real weird. But it was just, you couldn't see the road flare with your naked eye.
Right.
But the scope would look right through it, and in the center of that thing, it looked like a road flare. And it would disappear, and then it would reappear at a different location. And at times, it'd have 2 or 3 at different places, as if they were watching. The only thing I could figure out, it might have been a closed-circuit TV, and maybe sound transmitter. I don't know what it was. But I figured it was an antenna. And I was burning a fire at this time. And I watched these things all night long. But one time of the night, they'd flash a picture like a face in the sky. And I could draw that face. And it would appear, and it would appear in white-colored light. And then it would flash another one. Now, what I mean by flashing, it would disappear in the sky.
Just as though it was being projected right into the atmosphere?
Right.
Uh-huh.
And it looked like like these little lights they had put, say, several in a motel. Lights, that blink.
Right.
Yeah, looked like a burnout neon. That's what it looked like. And it just projected right there. It had a face on it. And then it would disappear, and then another one would come up, and it was a W. But it had a border around it, plus some other markings in it. And they appeared at several different times during the night. Twice, I know if I can remember real clearly. And then, the only time I've seen actual landing lights on the craft is when one was coming in, and it was on the circular on the bottom. They were lights on the bottom. But after we touched down, he'd turn them off. That's the only time I've ever seen that I could see. No landing gear or nothing on it. Also, on this one big craft, I could see colors on it.
Uh-huh.
Okay. It looks basically like a band going around the middle of it. Now, this band must have been at least as far away as I was, 8 foot wide. And the band had something like a picket fence going through it. And these, not like a picket fence. You've seen a diagonal type fence, like a Z-bar type?
Right.
And these panels were red with a white background. And these Z-bars all the way around this craft.
Now, this was moving around on the horizontal?
No, this was stationary. This dude was stopped.
Uh-huh. But what I mean is the band was around on the horizontal, not on the vertical.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Okay. Now, I never thought I'd ever believe, but when these things took off, I watched these things all night till sunrise. They would lay on their edge, and they'd go up about 300 feet, and then they'd lay horizontal with the ground.
Right.
Then he'd start this panel up. The panel would turn white first. Then it would go to a pastel blue, to a pastel green. And then the longer he stayed there, it started to come to a pastel white, but a false white. And the longer he sat there and run that thing, it would, this white would engulf the craft. You could just watch it spread from top to bottom.
Uh-huh.
And then he'd just move off, and he didn't make a bit of sound or anything on leaving or anything like that. They'd run one sound pattern while I was there, two sound patterns. And one was a great big whooping, and the other one was just a plain sound, straight path. And they was running that to another ship over there. They was running them back and forth, different sound patterns. But that's the only noise they ever made that I've seen. Let's see, what else? Well, each one of these crafts took off on their edge, one at a time.
This was daylight when they started doing this?
No, it was, they started probably pulling out around 3:30.
Uh-huh.
3 to 3:30. And the last one, most likely, I guess it must have been 4 to 5. But he pulled out, and he sat up there, I guess he was about a half mile or a mile up. And he sat there with the dawn coming in. And he just sat there, and I just watched the heck out of him.
Could you see a solid surface on this?
Sir?
Could you see a solid surface on the last one?
Oh, yeah, right. He was just sitting there, like suspended in space.
Uh-huh.
There was no cloud or nothing around him. He was just there, just stopped, wasn't making a bit of noise. Okay, he was the last one to leave. Before he left, he must have been a control ship over this, or something, because there's one in the sky, and he looked like a bright star. But there's only one thing that was different. There was a light beam going up and a light beam coming down. And it just more or less like you could see two light beams. And it was going right to the star. It was not going past the star. And they were coming right down to this ship, the last one to leave.
Now, was the star in the sky, the star-like thing in the sky, was that quite large?
Well, it was bright.
Uh-huh.
I couldn't tell how big it was. But there was a light beam coming down, I assume, and one going up, because there was two light beams. And they looked like a beam as if you would take one of these advertising signs and shine one up and shine one down. And that's how bright they were. They appeared at, about halfway through this mess. I'd say probably around 1 o'clock.
Uh-huh.
And then they were just gone. The beams were gone.
Okay, were those beams through this whole thing only directed onto the one craft?
Only on that one craft.
Right, okay.
I didn't see it directed on any other craft.
Okay.
And if I told you how I got out of there, you wouldn't believe me.
I'd like to hear about it anyway.
These little, you probably think I'm nuts. these little, I call them antennas.
Uh-huh.
At dawn, when this ship picked up and moved up and just stopped, there was another antenna appeared approximately 60 feet from me. And I still looked at it with my scope. And the flare, remember, it's got two wings on the flare. It's not like wings of a bird. This is like a regular road flare that you light up.
Right.
And they can move these in any direction, these little old wings. They can be pointing, say, north. And what I'm talking about, the point is the base of the flare. You know what I mean?
Right.
The burning substance.
Yes.
It was pointing to about southwest. I'd say southwest. And another one was behind me. It was pointing southwest. And being lost, I said, to hell with it, and I went the way the thing pointed, and I come in within 50 yards of my truck. And I didn't get back to the truck till 10:30 to 11 o'clock. And I'm in very good physical condition. That's going down to canyons and across mountains. And that's not hunting, that's moving out. And I was totally exhausted when I got to that truck. I couldn't have went another 2 miles without resting.
Okay, now was that 11 o'clock a.m. or p.m.?
A.M.
Okay.
And now I don't know how far away I was, but I figured I was going at least 3 miles an hour.
Uh-huh.
And I guesstimate anywhere from 10 to 12 miles. I was past my truck.
And do you feel yourself that they were actually directing you in which direction to go?
Yeah, I did. Because
Okay.
at one time, when I seen them, when I started to see them pictures on the sky, one of these antennas was there, and I explained to him. I said, I don't know who the hell you are, but you sure got your shit together. You know what the hell you doing. That's what I told him.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if they could hear me or not. I told them I was lost and leave me the hell alone. You can do your thing. But I didn't want nothing to do with you. And that night I burnt 2 logs. Oh, I'd say about 15 foot long, 20 foot long.
Uh-huh.
All night long. I was afraid to go to sleep where the coyotes would get me up there. I could hear them holler, yelling, you go to sleep up there in that mesa, they will get you.
Okay, then you are sure that you did not sleep or lose any time at all?
I'm sure of that.
Okay.
I had to stay awake all night.
Uh-huh.
Now, there's a couple times that I almost fell in the fire. Now, about falling, though, you know, I stepped into the fire a couple of times, but I'm not crazy enough that I wasn't aware. But I'll tell you, I could close my eyes or look in a different direction or forget about them and turn around, and they'd still be there.
Okay.
You know, I thought maybe you're seeing things, you know. So, you know, the best way to do if you think you're seeing things is just don't look at it anymore.
Right.
Think about something else.
Right.
And so I looked at it, went back there and started singing and whistling and yelling and screaming, hollering help and everything else. And turned around, they're still there.
Okay, now, the last object to leave, you got a good look at that. Was it partial daylight then?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's fully visible.
Okay, now, in your opinion, would that object be metallic?
Yeah, but it was, well, you wouldn't believe the engineering in on that thing, though. Anything can lay on its edge as big as it was. and move off without a sign or sound.
Okay, now in your opinion, just how big, excuse me, how big was?
Well, I'll tell you, it was as big as, I'd say it was at least as big as my house. And I got a 1,200 square foot house, 1,400, with a 2-car garage on it. It was at least that big.
Okay. Did you notice any openings of any kind?
No, I couldn't see no portholes or anything like an aircraft fuselage in it, or any kind of a tower that would suggest that, you know, people could look out. I couldn't see no people or nothing.
Okay. Now, could you describe that last one, the exact shape as you saw it?
I'll tell you what, well, okay, then, if you took 2 paper plates, you know, the type that's got the ribs in it?
Right.
Okay. You take them and you reverse them. The ribs would go one way on the top and one way on the bottom, but the opposite direction. Okay, then you pull them apart. I'd say that size, I'd pull them apart about an inch. And then you put this panel in the middle of it with the red bars in it. Looks like a Z fan.
Okay.
But it didn't really Z. It was more like an N fence. Like it was N.
Uh-huh.
It wasn't a Z. It wasn't it wasn't an M-type fence. It was I guess it'd be a Z-type. Lay a Z on its side.
Okay. Now,
that Z that was laying in there was red. And the background on it was white.
okay. Now, how many did you actually see land?
I seen 4 land, but I could observe about 4 more that was already there before I came.
Before, okay. In other words, after you got to the area, there were 4 more came down.
Right.
Okay. And did they seem to be in one particular area, or did they more or less surround the area that you were in?
They was more or less surrounding that mesa. They was in more or less a circular, and I'd say they was, half a mile apart.
Okay. Those projections that came into the midair of the faces, were there any face that you recognized?
Looked like a man's face.
Uh-huh.
It was a triangular type face.
Okay.
The point of a triangular would be at the bottom, and say the head would be at the top.
Okay.
And with kind of slashes down.
Okay.
4 or 5 slashes down. Looked like a face. And the other one looked like a W with a border around the W, like a box border.
Box border? Okay.
And these were all, I would say, white-orange lines in both pictures.
Wagon Mountain. Which direction would that be from the Tucumcari?
Northwest.
Northwest, okay.
Okay, that would be, actually, it's about a mile from White Point. That was the area I was hunting in.
Okay.
Wagon Mountain was 35 miles from where my truck was parked at White Point.
And did you see anything else before that day was over? After you had found your truck or was walking out to your truck,
During
the daylight period, did you see anything
I didn't
else?
go towards that one ship that was shooting up. It was too far away. I was tired, hungry, and cold, man. I just blasted out of there.
Okay.
They could have the whole top of the mountain as far as I could say. I wouldn't want to go over and go digging around there.
Okay, what was your opinion of the UFOs prior to this?
Bad. I didn't believe in them, really.
Uh-huh.
But I certainly believe in them now.
Okay, have you discussed this with anyone else?
Yes.
Any officials or just friends?
All just friends.
Uh-huh.
They
Okay.
thought I was all nuts. So I'm going to let them pass it off.
Okay.
But what was really crazy about the whole damn thing is when I got ready to leave, and those two cameras, those little two antennas, and I followed that. I wouldn't have believed that on a stack of Bibles if I hadn't experienced it.
Uh-huh.
Now I couldn't believe what I did. It was just go. To the hell with it, go. You're bound to run into somebody or something. And it cut 50 yards from my truck.
Okay, when this happened with those antennas, did you get any kind of mental impression that that's the direction you were supposed to go in?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you feel that possibly they were actually projecting this to you?
Well, I asked them for help. I
Uh-huh.
just went for the hell of it. And I said, well, I ain't got nothing to lose. I'm lost. That was my opinion at the time.
Uh-huh.
And I said, well, heck, both of them point in the same direction. That's where I'm going. Now, I've never been so, I'd say, fly off the handle and go do something for that like that my whole life. You know? But the way the terrain up there was, it's just out of, when you start down off the ridge, it's just out of one little mesa into thicker woods, and out of one into another one, into a small canyon, then out of the canyon to another mesa, little patch of woods, and you really couldn't get high enough to see where you were, so you really had no choice to do what you did.
Right, right, okay. Now, it's been quite some time since this happened. Have you seen anything in the sky since then?
No.
Okay, have you had any strange mental or physical experiences of any kind?
No. It took me about 3 days to get back to normal. I'm in business myself, and I don't know, it felt like I was driving in a daze when I was driving home. I just couldn't believe what I'd seen.
Uh-huh.
I was really afraid to tell my wife.
Have you had any dreams about this?
No.
Okay. All right, sir, if we could get somebody in there to talk to you, would you give them the time to discuss this and make up some diagrams of these various things?
I'd be happy to have, if they'd be willing to put that on a black background, I could just about tell them just about what it was I've seen. And,
uh-huh.
And I got an artist that was going to draw that for me, but he hadn't got around to it. But I could actually draw those antennas the way you'd see them with your eye, and then actually the way you'd see them with your scope.
Uh-huh.
And I paid $100 for that scope. And I've got the best scope money can buy. And I know my scope wasn't wrong. But the weirdest thing, when you looked at that big, bright light, I wouldn't dare look at that direct, because I think it would blind you.
Yes.
But even looking at it at a glance, you couldn't look at it no more than 10 seconds.
Now, was that with or without the scope?
With the scope.
With the scope, okay.
With the scope.
Okay.
If you looked at it, your eyes started spotting. Once I looked at that and seen what it is, what it was doing, even though there was a spot, and I took another look to make sure I seen what I seen. And I quit looking at that damn light. It would actually mess your eyes up.
Okay. How close do you feel that the closest object was?
Well, I'd say the closest one was the one that turned that big light on behind me. And he couldn't have been no more than a quarter of a mile behind me, but I didn't want to go looking for him.
Okay, now while they were all on the ground during the night, were they all maintaining about the same color and same intensity of light at all times?
No. No, they'd run this big scanning light. Each one would run that scanning light. But they'd only run that scanning light for about 2 or 3 hours. And then they would turn that thing off. And sometimes you wouldn't even see the other ship. Or maybe just one little light on the ship.
Yes.
And the light was on the outside. I could not see nothing on it. I wouldn't even see the landing lights unless that man turned them on, or whoever he was.
Yes.
But the best one I got to look at was the one that shot the beam top in the sky. Evidently, the other beam come down. Now that's the best one I got to look at because he was directly in front of me.
Okay, now that beam that came down from that light, is that the one that came right to the ground?
No, it went in, it stopped on top of the ship.
At the object, okay. And in other words, there was 2 running from that vehicle up to the one in the sky.
Yeah.
Right, okay. Now, these objects that were sitting on the ground, were they all sitting up on or standing, or parked, or whatever, on their side?
No, they was laying on their belly.
They were flat?
Flat,
okay.
Yeah. I could not see no landing gear on them.
Now, when they took off, did they rise off of the ground a little bit before they turned up on edge?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then they laid on their side. He was totally suspended in the air when he was on his side. And the edge almost went on the ground. He laid right on his edge, and then he just moved up.
Okay.
Real slow.
Did they go slow all the way?
And he went slow until he laid it back down, vertical with the ground. I mean, horizontal with the ground.
Uh-huh.
And then only thing what got me is that I just started calling it a gyro. Now, I started calling that center section a gyro. The one with the red panel in it.
Yes.
And with the white background. Now, I call that a gyro. Now, that's about the only thing I know it could be. Sophisticated enough, but it's got to be something far superior than that.
And while all this takeoff was going on, you didn't hear any sound?
No sound at all.
No sound at all. But all of them eventually were engulfed with this corona of light. You couldn't see the vehicle itself.
Right. All it looked like was looked like a comet.
Right. Now, when they moved away, did they go straight up?
No. They went off at a diagonal.
Did they all go in the same direction?
Basically, yeah.
Okay.
But then they turned and they headed out towards this other one.
That bright light in the sky?
Yeah.
Okay.
They headed towards it, but boy, it didn't take them long.
Did you actually see them go to that light?
No, not exactly to it, because they were moving so damn fast.
Yeah.
Now, it was a clear night. But you could still see them moving, then after you get out a little ways, it just looked like a star moving through the sky.
Right.
And they just gone.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Masterson, well, we sure appreciate your talking to us, and if we can get someone in there, why, we'll have them call you ahead of time to make an appointment and give them a chance to get some diagrams.
Well, I would be more than happy to cooperate with it and give them as much information as I possibly know of what I've seen.
Okay. Now, do you want your name held absolutely confidential in this?
Oh, I don't care. Everybody knows I'm crazy anyway, I guess. You gotta be crazy to be in business for yourself. No, it didn't make no difference. I don't care one way or the other.
Uh-huh.
But what I tell you is going to be the truth. Exactly what I see.
Uh-huh.
It ain't going to be nothing that somebody dreamed up, because I actually seen it.
Well, that's what we want. We're in search of good scientific data.
But I tell you something. I sure in the hell wouldn't want to fight an army with this damn thing. I've always said, if I ever seen anything, I'd shoot it down, you know, with my rifle, you know. When I was up there, I fired my last round trying to stop that Jeep. And I didn't have a round at all, not one shell in my gun, and that's foolish. That's foolish. I had an empty gun. And I don't think a loaded gun did anything good. If they got that kind of ammunition, they sure in hell know a lot about us, too.
Yes, I guess they do.
I'm sure they've got a protective force or some kind of Mickey Mouse deal that could prevent rifle fire at them.
Okay.
I'm not going to sit around and let somebody shoot them up.
Okay.
That's bad odds 9 against 1. That's what everybody says. It's better to sit by the fire and watch them.
Yes. Is your first name E-M-O-R-Y or E-R-Y?
Yes.
O-R-Y?
O-R-Y.
O-R-Y, okay. All right, sir, thanks again for taking the time to talk to us.
You're welcome.
Thanks a lot. Right. Bye.
Yeah, I was given this number to report some UFOs I saw tonight.
Okay, I'd like to hear about it.
Okay. I was inbound El Monte in a 210, I'm sorry. And I spotted 3. I guess they were UFOs. I've never seen anything like it before in my life. And they were flying approximately, eastbound approximately, about 070 degrees. And at my altitude, I would say that they were probably around 20,000 in formation flight, 3 of them. One in front, 2 in the rear, 1 on each side. And at the speed, they were traveling at a pretty good speed. I would say probably somewhere around 6,000-7,000 miles an hour. And the first thing I saw when I saw them was that they kind of turned blue and then emitted kind of a red streaks, and it trailed off for a second or two, and then all of a sudden it burst back in again, and then they were off and disappeared over the horizon.
Okay, about what time was that?
This was about, I would say, about 35 minutes ago.
Okay. Any estimate on distance or altitude?
Well, altitude, I would say, it was hard to judge, not knowing the size or anything like that. Looking at the stars and as to where they were, I would say they were probably 17 to 20,000.
Okay. Clear sky?
Oh, clear sky, perfectly clear sky.
Okay.
And like I say, they were in formation flight. All 3 did the same thing at the same time, as if they were cutting in an afterburner or something.
I see, okay. Can you compare those with anything that you know of for size?
Well, there was other airplanes in the area. I could see them all around me.
I see.
As far as size goes, they were pretty, well, being the altitude, they were not exactly small. I would say the size of a light bulb.
Okay. About how long did you have those in view?
Oh, for approximately 45 seconds.
Okay.
They gave out 2 bursts of light, and that was all I could say.
Okay. Did they have any defined shape at all?
Just a elongated shape. I would say kind of an arrow, like an arrowhead shape.
Okay. Were there other witnesses?
No, I was in the airplane alone.
Okay. Did you hear any sound at all?
No sound, absolutely no sound at all.
Okay. And where did you get this number?
From the Ontario Tower. Yes, sir. I'm calling from the News Register in McMinnville, Oregon.
Yes.
To see if there's any kind of UFO sighting report out of this area from last night.
No, sir.
None whatsoever.
In fact, we didn't even have a call last night.
Okay. We had one in here, which was involved with someone classified as a UFO because it was two soundless lights, which were followed by 45 minutes to an hour and a half of military jet aircraft.
I see.
Circling and maneuvering and the object apparently taking evasive action for about a 45-minute period, and then another 45 minutes of just military jet aircraft flying over and circling.
Very interesting. Do you have the party's name to call it in?
Yes, I do. We were completely fogged in this area. The only reason that he saw us, it was well outside of town, 8 miles out, clear up in the boondoggles.
I see.
And where he lives, and he was up above the fog. There's he's a good source and was in control of his faculties at the time. I've been unable to locate any. I was going to call McCord, but there were no jet aircraft out of Portland last night. They were fogged in. So I've been unable to locate any source of the 4 military jet aircraft, which he said were up there for an hour and a half last night.
Okay. Well, we'll see if we can come up with some information. If we do, we'll get back to you.
Okay.
Who am I talking to?
My name is Jeb Bladine. So if anything might come up, I think I'll probably still make a call to. Or would you normally make calls to the McCord and Whitby and so forth on something like this?
To check on aircraft?
Check on aircraft?
We probably would, yes.
Well, I might just wait and contact you again. What is your name?
Robert Gribble, Gribble.
Okay. Okay, well, I'll if I don't hear back from you, I'll give a call back this afternoon.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Bye. UFO Reporting Center.
Yes, could I speak to Mr. Gibble, please?
This is he.
Yeah, this is Bill. You called earlier?
Yes, sir. We're interested in the objects that you saw in the sky the other night.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if we could get a description of that.
They were fairly high altitude, so it was basically all it was just a very, very bright light and more of a circular, shape to it. Seemed like when I saw it cross, I could see a little bit of a light, whether it might just have been a light, from trailing from the speed it was traveling at. It looked like there was a smaller light towards the back of it, but it was at a fairly high altitude, and it was a very bright light. It looked like almost like a landing light or something. When you're at a close distance to it, so it was that bright. So it was be very difficult to estimate, like how high it was or anything, because it was so bright. But I did see aircraft like jet aircraft in the area at the time, and I could make out. I don't know how close they were to it, but I could make out all the running lights on the aircraft. But it was, like I say, I can't really judge how large it was, or how high it was, just because I didn't know how big it was in the first place. So.
Yeah. But what time did you spot that?
Just almost exactly 8 o'clock.
That was Monday night?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And was the object on the move?
Yes, definitely. It was circling. It kept doing it was coming from northwest and circling. I first saw it coming out of the northwest, but it was doing a definite circle pattern.
As it was moving?
At a very high rate of speed.
Uh-huh.
It made 4 passes, and just as near as I could tell, the exact same course. It didn't seem to vary at all, but it was going out at quite a distance to the east, to the northeast, and then coming back through. I could not hear any sound from it. That after I first saw it, then the aircraft came in. Then I saw them. I don't know if it was there before or not. I don't know how long it had been up there.
Yes.
Because I just noticed it. By coincidence, I happened to go upstairs and look out the window and see it. So I don't know how long that it was visible. But after I did see it the first time, then I could start to see the aircraft, which seemed to be like they were pursuing it or at least shadowing it. And then I could start to hear the jet engines from them. But when I first saw it, there was no aircraft in the area. My first sighting of it was just 30 seconds or a minute. But I could not hear any sound from it. After a point, then there were a number of aircraft in the area, and I could hear them. So I don't know, they were making so much noise, I couldn't tell whether it was making any noise or not.
Right. Did the object itself seem to be evading the aircraft?
It seemed to be sticking to pretty much of a course. It did seem like that it would accelerate and go away from them. What I saw in my first reaction when I saw it was that it did try to move away from them, and that they were definitely in pursuit of it.
I see.
Our checking around yesterday said everybody's claiming that there were no military aircraft up that night, which is kind of interesting.
Uh-huh. Did the object maintain the same color at all times?
Yes, it did. It was just a brilliant light, brilliant white light.
Uh-huh. Did you see it until it moved away?
Yes, it went out, did its circle pattern, went off towards the east, like almost due east, right towards Mount Hood.
Uh-huh.
And that was the last I saw of it.
Okay.
The aircraft came back, and after I'd lost sight of the object, the aircraft continued to go back and forth in and what looked like they were patrolling the area.
Search pattern or something.
Search pattern.
Uh-huh.
The aircraft seemed to be doing like a crisscross thing at one point. But I lost sight of it at about 8:30 or 8:45. I finally completely lost sight of the object, and then from then on, all I saw was the aircraft.
Uh-huh. Okay. About how long did you watch that?
I watched from 8 till 8:45. I saw the object, but then I stayed and watched for until well after 9 o'clock, and continued to watch the airplanes. And then everything quieted down. But at one point, I counted what I thought there were a lot of stars out that night. I live up at a fairly high elevation. It was quite foggy, but it was extremely clear, and there were a lot of stars out. But at one point, it looked like a light show going on. So
Yes.
with so many aircraft going. But I counted what I think was 4 jets at one time. So, do you have an 800 number there by any chance?
No, we don't, unfortunately.
I was thinking that somebody around did have, but I think there's one in the southwest that has.
There's one in Illinois, but it's confined to police use only. It's not available to the public. We're the only public center of its kind in the country.
Yeah, this is the first time I'd ever seen anything like that. I've never I've flown a lot. That's the first time I'd ever seen it, and I don't think it would even have interested me. I would have passed it off as a meteor or something if I had not seen the aircraft, which I felt to be in pursuit of it.
Okay, now, was this object, you saw it come out of the northwest, it was maintaining this circular pattern as it was moving through the sky? I mean, was it circling as it was moving, or did it just maintain a constant?
It maintained a pretty much of a constant pattern.
Yeah.
I first thought it was very, very foggy that night. I thought that somebody was trying to find a place to put down or something.
Right.
And there's a fairly good-sized airport here in McMinnville, and that was my first thought. And then when I saw the other aircraft moving around it, and I started to get my interest up a little bit.
Right.
They definitely stayed around for a while.
Okay, well, we sure appreciate this information, and if we come up with anything regarding the object's identification, we'll get back to you and let you know.
Okay, if I happen to... Is this a Is your number a 24-hour number?
Yes, it is.
Okay. If I happen to check it again, then I will alert you then.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
I would like to report a UFO.
Okay.
I live in St. Mary's, Idaho,
Yes.
and we were on our way home from Spokane last night. It was about 6:15 when we saw it. You think I'm dumb?
No, ma'am.
Anyway, it scared us to death, but it was me and my 4 kids, and we were right between Rockford and Worley, if you know where that's at.
Yes, I do.
And I don't remember exact location, but we seen this light. It was coming from the way we were headed. And at first I thought it was like a light from a radio, station or something.
Yes.
One of those deals. And only it wasn't red. It was a bright light. And the kids thought it was an airplane. I said it was too bright for that. And the closer we got and it came towards us, the brighter it got. And it was getting kind of interesting, and I thought, well, I'm going to pull over there beside the road and see if I can't, we can't get a better look at it. And when we pulled over, the thing came hoovering down right above us. And I never believed in UFOs before, but that thing scared me to death. It just was a great, great big light, a great big dome light on the top of it. And then you could tell it was shaped like, like people describe a flying saucer. Because,
like a disc?
Huh?
Disc-shaped?
Well, it was, I don't know what disc shape is. I mean, it had like a great, a dome on top and then like a saucer thing on the bottom, and there was 2 lights blinking on both ends of it. And I just was petrified, I didn't know, and we just sit there staring at it, and I started to take off down that road. It scared me so bad, and then I thought, no, I'm not going to do that. I mean, what if it was something from outer space and trying to get us or something? So I backed out onto the highway. And when I started to go on down the road then, it started heading like over towards Spokane. And there was other cars, and I don't know if they seen it or reported it. They surely must have seen it. And I was going to report it when I first got home last night and call down the local station, but my husband said, no, he wasn't with us. He says, people think I was crazy, and not to report it. And then I just couldn't stop thinking about it all night. And the funny thing was, I was even imagining. But anyway, we watched that thing when we pulled off down the highway, and it went over towards Spokane. And then I stopped after there was no cars behind me. I wanted to stop and see if I could see it, And I got out of the car, and it looked like it was headed back over towards us. And then it started over alongside the mountains and just went until we couldn't see it anymore on the other side of the mountains. And then I was scared to death driving all the rest of the way home. I kept thinking every light I seen, I was seeing something, And then when we got into town, there was a light. It looked like it was a ways off, but right over, not too far from where we live. I could see a bright light, and it was there for about an hour, and then I looked out later, and it was gone.
Okay. About what time did that happen?
6:15, because I asked my kids if they looked at the watch, and about 6:30, I thought about what time it was, that it happened, and then said he did look at his watch, and it was 6:15.
Okay, which highway were you driving on?
I think that's Highway 95. I don't know. Oh. I'm not very good. I just know my way over there.
That. Okay, now when you first saw this light, did it appear to be over the highway at a distance?
Over the highway?
Yes, I mean, was it, were you driving directly towards it?
Well, we were driving, no, not really, but then our road's kind of curvy.
Yes.
From there to here, and really what it looked like, it could have been off the side. I don't think so. I really don't think so.
And the object, or the light stopped directly overhead?
Yes, because we could see it, and either it was big or it was close to us.
Okay.
One or the other.
Okay, now.
But it was bright.
Do you have any estimate of how big? Can you compare it with anything?
Oh, we were so scared. Can you compare that with anything about how big it was? All I know is that it had to be pretty big to be able to even... I don't know. I really don't.
Okay. Was it as big as your car?
I'd say it was as big as my car.
Okay. Okay, now, do you have any estimate as
How
above
high
you?
it was from the ground? More like that, because I just don't...
Okay, now, could you hear any sound?
No, we couldn't. It was no sound. I mean, we couldn't hear anything at all.
Did it maintain its brilliance, the same brilliance at all times?
Yeah, but the closer it got, it was really bright, you know.
Okay. Then you could definitely...
Oh, I know one other thing. But then we got into Whirly. Now, I didn't know whether I was just scared or what, but we got into Whirly, and I was going to stop there and report it at a place, but there was no, nothing open.
Yes.
But there was something right above the town that looked like might have been the base of that thing, but the dome light wasn't shining. You know, it was just like, how many lights were on that thing? 4, 5, 6 or something, and they were all different colors, and it was just like right up in the sky, but there was no big dome light, and I couldn't have told what the object was or anything. It was
Yes.
some big bright, not big lights, just like, they were colored lights, and they were up in the sky.
Okay. Did those lights remain stationary
Those
on
colored
the
lights?
object? Yes. They weren't
Yeah, they were it was just standing still.
Okay. And about how long would you say that it remained directly over you until you started pulling away?
Yes. Oh, I was scared. Oh.
Did this give off a glow which lit up the ground area?
I didn't look at the ground. I didn't look at the ground. I didn't,
Okay. Did you have any unusual physical or mental feelings while it was hovering overhead?
Just scared, just like I was wanting to take right off and go down that road, and then I didn't do it.
Okay.
But I prayed before I went to Spokane and asked the Lord to watch over us and give us traveling mercy. That sounds dumb, but I don't care. I thought it scared me to death. I thought, what if that could have been somebody that we went down that road and they could have, who knows?
Okay, did you have any problems with your car while this was close by?
No. No.
Okay. Were you playing the radio at the time?
No, because I don't like to listen to it.
Okay. And then this just moved away, just out of sight.
Yeah, but it was like behind us going, and I was driving, so I couldn't really watch it.
Right. Okay.
But it took quite a ways before it got out of sight, because I went quite a ways down the road until the cars behind me weren't behind me anymore, and then I stopped the car on the highway and got out and looked myself, and it looked like it was headed back over towards where we were, and then it went and headed back the other way, and we watched it until, then I could see it out my window as I was driving. We watched it until it just disappeared on the other side of those mountains.
Okay, but when it was hovering over you, you didn't get out of the car, did you?
No, oh my goodness, I was so scared. We were so scared we couldn't. I mean, it was just...
Okay, then you were looking, had you rolled down the window?
No, it was right, we could look right out our front window, and it was just like right out, right up there. I mean, it might have been pretty close, because otherwise we wouldn't have been able to see it so well, could we?
Okay, were the children in the back seat?
2 of my oldest ones are in the front with me, and my 2 little ones are in the back.
Okay, could the little ones in the back see it when they looked out the window?
Did you see it when you looked out the front window or the side window when we were stopped? You couldn't see it out the front window when we were stopped there. He had to look out the side window, but could you see it good out the side window? Yeah, he said he could see it good out.
Okay, then it was either real close or awful big then.
Yeah.
Okay, and were there 4 children with you?
Yes.
What were their ages?
13 and a half, one's almost 12,
Okay.
and then one that's 8 and a half, and then my little one's 3 today.
Okay. This happened at 6:15 last night.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, has there been was there anybody else that's reported that? Because there was other cars. In fact, when we got into town, this truck pulled over in Whirly, pulled over at this cafe, and I was almost tempted to stop and ask him if he's seen anything, But nobody else reported anything last night?
No, ma'am. Now, when you were sitting there watching that, and it was directly overhead, was there any other traffic coming by?
There was a car in front of us a few times because I wanted to pull over quite a few times, and I couldn't find, before we stopped, I wanted to pull over a lot of times, but I couldn't because of the traffic was behind me or in front of me. And so there was a lot of other people on the road, and that's the reason I was curious. I even sat up and watched the news last night thinking that it was going to be something on there that somebody reported, you know, because I really thought that somebody would report it.
Okay, now, but do you remember when you were stopped and the thing was directly overhead, if the other traffic was going by you?
No, we were to the back of the highway.
Uh-huh.
I mean, you know, I pulled off like it was another road going out the other way.
Oh, I see.
But the kids, when we were pulled off the side of the road looking at that thing, do you know if there was any other cars going behind us? Then? No, when we pulled off the side of the road, and, you know, and that thing was right over the top of us, was there any, did you notice, or was you too scared? Was there any cars going along the highway behind us? When we were parked there looking at that thing, you noticed a car behind us? But that thing wasn't real close to us when we first stopped. I don't know.
Okay, that's okay. And where did you get our number?
Well, we called the information, and they gave us a number, and nobody answered, and then we called, they gave us another number in Spokane at a weather place, and then he looked up a number and gave us this number.
Okay. Okay, we'll get on this right away, and if we come up with any information, we'll get back to you and let you know.
Oh, I appreciate that, because I just really want to know if I was crazy or if we really seen something that wasn't supposed to be.
Okay, and if we're able to get somebody in to talk to you, would you willing to discuss this with them?
Yes.
So we would really like to get some diagrams.
Yeah, I think the kids, you know, and all of us together, because after it left, you know, we were trying to describe it, and we all three described it just exactly how we seen it.
Okay.
It was really scary.
Well, it's still fresh in your mind. It might be a good idea to draw a sketch of what you did see, so you don't forget any of the details.
Well, my little one is trying to tell me the thing, and the one we seen in Worley. The one we seen in Worley, he says, was in the shape of a cross. Now, I don't remember seeing that in the shape of a cross. It was just like some lights up there. I don't even know if that was that thing or not, you know.
Right.
Oh, I don't know. But could that have been the same thing without the big light on top?
Well, that would be hard to tell.
Oh, it just seemed like the thing was following us.
Okay, well, thank you very much for the report.
Mm-hmm.
Bye-bye. UFO Reporting Center?
Who can I talk to about this?
You're speaking to the man.
I suppose you won't believe me either, will you?
Well, no, that's what they all say, but that's what we're here for.
Well, does it matter how long ago it happened or what?
Not really.
Not really? Okay, this has been bothering us, me and my friend, for, Christ, about a year and a half, almost 2 years. Okay, you're in Seattle, right?
Right.
Okay, about a year and a half, 2 years ago, there was something out at Pyramid Lake. See, me and my friend was out there, you know, and we was driving, and then we took this road to the right, you know, going to these cliffs, you know.
Yes.
And we stopped up there and parked, you know, went to the bathroom, and it come down like a falling star, you know, just like a shooting star, come down real fast, you know, bright star. Then it stopped, but it was still bright, and it kept getting brighter, and then it started turning different colors, you know, like a ball, you know, purple and green and all this shit, and it come right over the top of us, you know, and I checked the time, you know, and it was 11 o'clock, almost exactly 11 o'clock, and then I found myself scrunched down in the seat of the car, and when I woke up, it was 2 o'clock. And a friend of mine said, stick a compass at the back of the car, and if radiation was there or something, it'll go haywire, the compass. And so I did it, and just went spinning all, shit like that.
Right.
And it's been bugging us for a long time, and
How many were involved?
2.
Okay, do you remember the date on that?
Oh, crap. Hold on. What was the date? Was it? I don't know. It was around in August sometime, or June or August.
1976, 75?
75 or 74, one of the two. But then the next day in the Reno papers, it said UFOs seen over Sparks.
Uh-huh.
That's what it said. But the thing is that we lost 2 hours, and we wasn't drinking or nothing. It was just like a flash, and 2 hours was gone by like that, like nothing.
You were both?
In the car. It was a Corvair. It was a convertible.
Okay, now you were both, what I mean is you both finally came to later, you were both there through this whole thing.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
But it was like, it come down like a shooting star, and it stopped, and it started flashing these green, this green and purple and orange and yellow colors,
Right.
And it was right over the top of the car. And I'm sitting here, oh, shit, I was scared to death, man. I was down at the bottom of the car as far as I could get, inside. And we locked up the car, and everything. But when we woke up, the doors was unlocked, and it was 2 hours later. And shit, this has been about a year and a half, 2 years ago, and it's really been bothering me.
Okay, what prompted you to report it now?
Huh? I don't know, something just hit me. I don't know what it was, but it just hit me. Report this, something's funny here, something like, I don't know what the hell it was, but it's really freaky. I don't know what the hell to say.
What physical characteristics or problems did you have after this?
We each got a rash, kinda. Bumps and stuff on our arms.
Uh-huh.
Was that a rash, kind of bumpy? Wasn't like, it's like goosebumps. Like goosebumps when you get cold, all those
right.
bumps, It's like, but it stayed, and it was real bumpy on our arms and stuff afterwards. Like that.
Okay.
And it was the freakiest thing I've ever seen in my life. I couldn't believe it. This is 30 miles out of town, at Pyramid Lake.
Pyramid Lake?
Yeah. And the next day in the paper it said UFOs seen over Sparks,
Uh-huh.
And the thing, when we started leaving, afterwards, after we woke up, it was going alongside of the mountains. A great big bright thing, We thought it was a helicopter or something, afterwards, because when we woke up, we thought, oh, it was a helicopter or airplane, but it wasn't, because it was dodging the mountains and going right over them, real fast, like. It was really weird.
Okay, now what time did you wake up on that?
About 1:30, 2 o'clock, something like that. And we seen it at about 11.
Okay. Would you be willing to talk to an investigator on this?
Yes, I would.
Okay. Have you any knowledge of the subject of UFOs?
The what?
Do you have any knowledge of the subject of UFOs?
Just that they supposed to come from outer space. That's about it. I don't have anything else to say about it. I don't know anything, I don't know anything about it.
Yeah.
I see movies, but I guess that ain't too realistic.
Okay, where did you get our number?
Huh?
Where did you get our number?
First, it's a long story. I called the Atmosphere and Planetarium here in Reno. Then they gave me the Reno Airport. The Reno Airport gave me somewhere else. and the operator gave me Seattle, Washington. So then I called there, and I guess I got you.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll see if we can't follow up on this thing.
I suppose they're all a bunch of hoaxes, huh?
Well, it all depends.
But, you know, it was the funniest thing. It was 11 o'clock, and then it was like nothing ever happened, and we woke up at 2 o'clock, or 1:30, 2 o'clock, or something around there, and it was just like it was before, just like nothing ever happened. But they stayed there, like, and they dried out, like, it was really funny.
How long did that last?
Oh, about 2 weeks. It was, I don't know, it was just kind of funny, you know. We seen that, and then we got back, you know, it was like, we just went to sleep, and we woke up. That's what, you know, that's what it was like. Then we woke up, and we took off real fast, you know. And this great big bright light was falling over the mountains, you know. And we was driving down the road, you know. And, but, you know, on the way out there, we lost the road we were supposed to take. It was so funny. He was sure he was on the right road, but then it went to some other road or something. I don't know what it was. But it was just tripped out. I couldn't believe it. But it was funny as hell. And we didn't know where in the hell we was at. And we never had nothing to drink at all either. Yeah, believe me, we got something to drink afterwards, though, I'll tell you that. Jesus.
How many other people have you told this story to?
About 2, but they laughed and said, oh, yeah, you was drinking and drunk and all this stuff. But we told them, no, we had nothing to drink, you know, and they go, oh, yeah, sure, and all this shit. You know, they just laugh about it. I think it's so funny, you know. I think it's make-believe in our dreams. But, you know, we both had the same dream, of course, you know.
How often have you dreamt about it?
How long?
How often?
About 6 times since then. I've dreamed about you know, I've seen that movie too about that woman, that man getting taken by the flames. I've seen that once, you know, but I've never dreamt nothing about that. But I've dreamed about like in the car there, you know, on the desert. It was in the desert, you know, and the thing was, it was stopped over the top of us. It was just standing in midair, you know, and they come down and they opened the door. And, but our doors was locked. But they opened the door, and, I don't know how they could have, because it was locked. I don't know, it was just freaked out or something, I don't know. But I never had nothing to drink or anything. You know, not one of those heads that smokes dope either.
Right.
Right. No, but seriously, I couldn't believe this. But it's been bothering me for a long, long time. It has really been bothering me. I dream about one night. I dreamt about somebody showing, like on that movie about a map, you know. But except I seen in my dream about the planets and where they was, you know, and all this stuff. And I dreamt I knew right where it was at, and then I woke up and I couldn't find it. You know. Like on one of our maps, or star maps or something, you know. And I dreamed I knew right where they was living at, but then I couldn't find it when I was woke up. I guess just unconsciously I could find it or something. I don't know. I don't know, Christ.
Okay, what do you want us to do about it?
I don't really know. I just wanted to tell you about it. Christ, it was so weird.
You want to get yourself hypnotized?
Do I?
You want to be hypnotized?
I've never been hypnotized. Huh?
That's one way of bringing out all the facts, find out what happened.
You think that'll work?
Well, it's worked for others.
I don't know anything that'll bring it out, because it's bothering me. It keeps coming in my head for some reason. I keep seeing me holding the compass against the back end of the car, you know, and it's spinning, you know, like wild, you know.
Right.
Really spinning and stuff. I don't know. It just, I don't know. It's just something else. I can't believe it myself. And one time, I was in the backyard all by myself one night. about 3 o'clock in the morning, and I seen this thing shoot up in the sky really super fast. It looked like a banana going straight up, in the air.
Mm-hmm.
Christ. But then I figured out, because I've been reading these books about it, if you would have turned it on its flat side, it would have been like a flying saucer. It looked like a chicken brooder. That's what it looks like. That's how one looked like that we seen that night. When it was hovering over the top of us,
Yeah.
it looked like a chicken brooder, kind of. Those 3 little things on the bottom of it.
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't believe it. It was just something else. It wasn't that big, though. It was kind of small. It was really kind of small.
Okay. Well, I got all the information.
Yeah.
You want somebody to come down there and talk to you?
Do you?
Well, it's up to you.
Do you think it's worth it?
Well, if you've had an experience, I think it's worth digging into it and find out what happened.
Yes, I have had, and I do think it's worth digging into. I'd like to get it out because sometimes I can't sleep. I dream about it, and it's really weird. It is really weird.
Well, do you want me to refer somebody to you to talk to?
Yes, I would like that.
Okay, we'll do that.
You think they'll come down and see me or something, or what?
Oh, I'm sure that they'll get in contact with you.
Well, I hope. Do you
Then you
have
can
my
decide.
address? Do you have my address? Okay.
Okay, I'll notify one of the people and they'll contact you.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you for calling.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. UFO Reporting Center?
Yes, I was coming back from Dallas, Texas to Tyler, Texas, and I was on Highway 64,
Yes.
and a UFO passed over my car.
Okay, would you like to describe it?
I sure would. It was a triangle shape, and it had a white light on the front on one side of the triangle,
Uh-huh.
and it had a blue light and a red light on either side. And my wife and I were driving along, and we saw it. It's like up in the sky, just hovering, about 100 feet up, and we kept driving toward it. We thought it was some sort of plane or something, because the red light's blinking and the white light just stays on all the time.
Right.
And the closer we got to it, it just stayed there, and then finally I slowed down my truck, and I looked out the window, and I unrolled my window and looked out, and it passed right over us, and it had a hole in the center of it. It's almost like it's transparent in the center. You can almost see through it.
Yes.
I went straight home to Tyler, and I got my brother and another friend, and we went back out there, and we saw it again.
Okay, now, do you have any estimate on the size of this thing?
Well, that's hard to say. First time I saw it, I thought it was real small.
Uh-huh.
The second time, it looked like it could be from anywhere from 10 feet to maybe 15.
Okay, was this object hovering over the roadway?
Yes, and there were no other cars around, when it came over us, both times. Because I wanted to stop, because I've been looking for one, all my life.
Uh-huh.
And, but I couldn't, I slowed down, and I just got scared, and we left.
Okay, now, can you give me an estimate on the altitude of that object?
It looked to be maybe 150 feet.
Okay, did you hear any sound?
There's not one sound at all.
Okay. Do you travel this roadway quite often?
Well, not often. We just moved up to Tyler.
Oh, I see, okay. Is it unusual for lack of traffic on the highway?
Well, it seemed it would be. It's kind of a country road.
Uh-huh.
And the thing is, it waits until it gets you isolated in the road where there's no other cars, and then it comes out. The second time, we went out there and didn't see it, and we turned around and came back in, and it kind of came over the trees, real low. It looked like a plane taking off.
Uh-huh.
And it took off and went across the highway in front of us, and I said, that's it. And I pointed it out to him, and it stopped on the left-hand side of the road, and it came back directly in the middle of the road and just hovered over us. And we slowed down, and it passed right over us again. And then, this time, we went by and we stopped, and two of us got out. I tried to look at it, but it just kept going, as it passed over it.
Did it just go out of sight?
Hello. And we turned around and chased it and flashed on our lights, you know, trying to stop it.
Yes.
But then it just did.
It is now the end of the initial period. Please signal for overtime.
Okay. Then it stayed ahead of us, and it just took off.
Okay. What time did you first spot that?
Must be about 2 hours ago.
Okay. And how many witnesses on that?
We've got my wife and my brother and another guy. There's 3 witnesses besides me.
Okay. Does your brother have a phone?
No, we're living in the same house right now.
Oh, okay. And this is in Tyler.
Yeah. Where are you located?
We're in Washington.
Oh. Well, I called the sheriff, and he gave me this number. I didn't know
great.
where I was calling.
This thing startled you quite badly, did it?
Yeah, it did.
Uh-huh.
You know, and I've been looking for him, you know. And down here right now, the sky is perfectly clear. It's a beautiful night, you know.
Okay.
It was just a perfectly clear night. And
Okay, which direction was this going when you finally watched it leave?
it was heading back toward Dallas, so that would be a west.
Okay.
West. But it looks like to me that it's out there right now. I mean, it's going up and down the road.
Uh-huh.
And it's passed over cars. It won't.
Was the second time you saw it, was it just as low?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just as low. About 150 feet.
Okay. What highway were you driving at the time?
That's Highway 64.
Okay.
It was about 12 to 15 miles outside of Tyler, Texas, headed toward Canton, Texas.
Okay. All right, sir, would you talk to a representative if we could get one in there?
Yeah, I sure would. And, I don't know. I mean, we're thinking about going back out there tonight
Uh-huh.
and taking pictures
There's a good idea.
if I can find a camera. But, you know, nobody around here is interested. I can't, you know, I talked to a guy at the airport here, and, you know, he just hung up on me.
Uh-huh.
But, you know, can't get anybody else to go out there with us.
Okay, we sure appreciate this call, and we'll see if we can't get somebody in there to talk to you, and if we come up with any more information on it, why, we'll get back to you and let you know.
All right, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Where are you? I called the police in Fort Worth, Texas. Now, they gave me this number to call.
Yes, we're in Washington.
We just experienced the most peculiar sighting, and I called the police to see, you know, if they had any calls.
Yes, I'd like to hear about it.
Well, I couldn't sleep, and I was just sitting here watching TV, and all of a sudden everything just got haywire on the television.
Uh-huh.
And our west window faces right the couch where I was sitting, and the whole, all of a sudden, the whole window pane became illuminated with just a brilliant orange, you know, and I thought, gee, that moon's bright, you know, and it just the screen kept rolling, and then the sound disappeared from the television and the whole thing, and I kept thinking, well, they'll get that straightened out on TV, you know, and then I just kept becoming so aware of this brilliance of this. It was really very, very orange. So I thought, well, this must be what you call a harvest moon. So I got up and I looked through the drapes, and I noticed kind of an aqua green rim at the very bottom, then a red rim, and then this brilliant orange, and then kind of a flat look. And so I, started to awaken my head. I thought, no, this is ridiculous. This is the moon, you know.
Uh-huh.
And then I kept looking at it, and it was flat on top, you know, just kind of like a cloud kind of hanging right over the top of it. So I opened the door, and it's very cold tonight right here, and I stepped outside, and I thought, well, that's unreal, because now it can't be that I'm looking through maybe a dirty pane on a window or something, because I'm very definitely seeing kind of a turquoise or a light blue at the bottom, then definite red rim in the middle, and this brilliant orange again. And I mean, it's it's kind of a burst, but yet a little bit brighter. So I finally went in and got my husband, and by this time it's down below almost the house across the street from us, and I thought, golly, that moon's sinking fast.
Could you hold for one moment, please?
Yes. So anyway, I said, honey, you're going to think I'm crazy,
would you mind getting dressed? Because slipping on your robe and house shoes, because I don't want to walk out in the street by myself at this time of night, because it's 2 o'clock here in the morning.
Right.
And he said yes, he would. And when he saw it, it was now almost below the house, the house level across the street from us, the roof line.
Right.
So we had to walk further out in the street, and he caught, a whole glimpse of it and everything, and then he said, well, that's flat on top. And he said, yes, he could, I said, what do you see? And he said, I see a little, looks like kind of turquoise, and then a red, and then this gray and orange. And then within 30 seconds, there wasn't anything there. It was just gone to the west and disappeared completely away from the horizon. Completely. Moons don't go that fast.
No, ma'am.
It was unbelievable. I'm just so mad that I didn't awaken him when I first saw the whole thing in the window, in the top of our living room window, because I thought, gee, that moon is so brilliant, I can't believe it.
Okay, now, did you hear any sound?
I wouldn't be aware, except we didn't have any sound on our television.
Right.
It just got the funniest, there wasn't any sound on the television, and yet it didn't start a roll pattern exactly. It didn't start a horizontal pattern. It was more kind of a zigzag, I don't know, kind of, I don't know how to describe it.
Okay, now do you...
It's kind of like this ba-ba-ba-boom sort of, marks when they're doing this.
Yes.
It's kind of like a dagger sort of thing.
Right. Okay, now, do you have any estimate as to how close that was to you?
It was right over my neighbor's roof. I mean, it was just like it was just laying there, and this is what but now see, how could it move that quickly?
Uh-huh.
There it was, and I stood there and I guess watched it through the window probably, 3 or 4 minutes, and I kept thinking, gee, the moon is moving. Once I became aware of it, our whole living room just took on a peculiar aura, and this is when the television started. I think that's what made me aware, because I looked away from the television because it was making me so dizzy, watching it.
Right.
So then I became aware of the living room looking lit up.
Okay, could you give us an estimate of how big you think this thing was?
Oh, my gosh.
Or could you compare it with something?
I'd say it was... No, I couldn't, because I thought it was the moon, and I thought how low that moon is. I've never seen anything, as low, and it looked like it was just laying on the top of the roof, of somebody's house, which it wouldn't be. But I don't mean laying. I mean in almost a circular. It was I would say cylindrical circle with the tip like it was laying on the roof, which it was not. It was an optical illusion, I'm sure, of that. But then when I noticed the kind of flatness on the top, that's when I decided to step outside to see if there was a cloud, that was covering part of the moon.
Right.
And then I thought of looking at the calendar to see if we were going through a quarter moon or whatever, And then I thought, well, no, I'm going to call my husband. And now he said, gee, I wish you'd called me sooner, because by the time he saw it, and then we couldn't believe how fast it was gone completely from the horizon. So he saw it at about half the size that I saw it, and then it just was gone,
Right.
So he's standing here, too, with his mouth open, saying, I don't know what we really saw, but a moon doesn't move like that,
Right. What time did you spot that?
Well, it was about, I guess, 1:30.
Okay.
Was when I first, became aware of the glow in the living room.
Okay, when you were outdoors, did you hear any dogs barking or any...
No, it was exceedingly quiet.
Real quiet, okay. Did you have any problem with the house lighting?
I don't have any lights on in the house.
Oh, okay.
It's just the television that just became exceedingly erratic. I'm still shaking. Isn't that awful? sorry to have bothered you, but I've just never seen anything like that.
Well, we're sure glad that you called.
It was, like I said, I called the police because I kept thinking, well, you know, the television, that maybe they'd say something if the moon were extra bright or something like this, but they didn't. And then when I called the police, they said no, they hadn't had any reportings, but they then were gone quite a while and came back and said, I think you better call this number.
Okay.
So they gave me your number.
Okay, if we come up with any answers regarding this, why, we'll get back to you and let you know.
I sure wish you would, because I find it extremely, you know, it disappeared so quickly. I still can't believe that anything could have moved away that quickly.
Okay, if we could get a representative to into your area, would you discuss the matter with them?
Oh, I'd be delighted to.
Great.
And I don't mean for news reaction. I just mean I've never seen anything like that in my life. And I'm not a believer. I'm not a disbeliever, but I've heard of people saying they see things, and I have never seen anything that lit up our room like this did. And just made me... I can say one thing, which sounds very peculiar. I was standing there watching it, and I was extremely tranquil. Just, you know, mesmerized,
yes,
more or less, when I walked out on the porch.
Did you have a feeling you were being watched?
I don't think so.
Uh-huh.
No, I wouldn't say that at all. I was just, I just felt very quiet inside.
Yes.
You know, just, it was, I don't know how to describe it. It was just a very tranquil sort of feeling.
Right.
I stood there and felt it, you know, looking at it, and I was on the porch, and then as it started disappearing so quickly, that's when I came back in and got my husband to come out and walk out in the street to see if a moon could be disappearing as rapidly as that was disappearing. And this is when, you know, we had to keep walking on down the street because it was moving so rapidly that, and then when it went, it just went. I mean, it was just unbelievable.
Well, we thank you again. If we come up with anything on it, we'll get back to you and let you know.
I wish you would. I'd like to know.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I enjoyed talking with
you. Bye-bye. UFO Reporting Center?
Yes, this is the Pershing County Sheriff's Department in Lovelock, Nevada.
Yes, sir.
We had a report of a UFO that was in the area of Emily, Nevada.
Okay.
And it was reported to have hovered over the highway at about 500 feet for 10 to 12 minutes, then went over into a mountain range and exploded.
Okay.
We have one person that has stopped and will give a witness report, and we have about 4 or 5 other people that were talking about it on the CV and several phone calls to this effect. They said they did see debris falling.
Okay, do you have the party's name?
No, we do not. NHP is handling the party. They are in Winnemucca. They are quite a ways away from us, so we couldn't get the statement from them.
Okay. Do they have an officer we could contact?
I do not know his name, but you might be able to get it from Elko NHP.
Okay.
He should be handling it in Winnemucca.
All right, sir. We sure appreciate the tip.
Uh-huh.
Thank you very much.
Right.
Bye.
Bye.
Patrol, may I help you?
Yes, ma'am. This is the UFO Reporting Center in Washington. We understand that you have had something seen or seen to explode in the sky down your way.
Yeah.
Could you give us any information on that?
Okay, hold on. Here for it. Well, most of the reports came to our trooper on CB. He was in the Winnemucca area. It's supposed to be about, let's see, 29 miles west of Winnemucca, Nevada.
Uh-huh.
And it went towards the Star Peak Range, which is south of Interstate 80. The highway patrolman and the Emily deputy rolled out that way and hasn't seen anything, but he does have witnesses, and he's going to take statements from the truck drivers that seen it, but they haven't found anything. All his report said was that there was an object
7233.
hovering over the interstate about 500 feet, and then it zipped off towards the south and seemed to explode in the sky. He didn't see it himself.
I see.
These were just the reports given to him on CB radio.
I see. Okay. Now, is he operating out of your office?
Yes,
When will he be in? Do you have any idea?
Hold on.
7229, Uncle.
7229, about 10 miles south on the Indianville Road.
What's your ETA back to the station?
7188. Should be there 30 to 45.
W1
The 28 got clear, please.
He should be back into town in about 30 or 45 minutes. Who should I have him call?
UFO Reporting Center?
Could you hold the line just a minute?
Yes.
7256.
Honest Ranch, the Green Ford pickup, North Dakota, 171869. 171869.
Okay, Mr. Bibble, as soon as he comes in, I'll have him online you, okay?
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye. UFO Reporting Center, good evening.
Yes, this is House from Highway Patrol.
Oh, yes, sir.
Nevada.
Right.
Supposed to return your calls. Is this Mr. Gribble?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, we're interested in what happened down there tonight.
Well, I'll let you know what I have so far. I got a citizens band report from several truck drivers, and I was talking with one specifically. And this incident occurred, I haven't been able to pinpoint it exactly, in the general area. But supposedly several truck drivers going both east and west observed a bright light hovering above the freeway, approximately, the guy told me about 500 feet.
Okay.
And this bright light was stationary for, approximately 10 to 15 seconds. And then it took off horizontally toward the mountain range, ascended above the mountain range, and then exploded. Now, the gentleman told me he's been in the military, familiar with flares, aircraft, helicopters, and things of that nature. He says it was nothing like that. He couldn't see the object because of the intensity of the light, but he didn't know what it was. And when I got the call, I had just come back from lunch, or just come on the air from lunch, and he was hollering like a Ubangi to some base station here in Winnemucca. And by the time I could get in, he had already gone through town, and I talked to him as long as I could, and then was relaying from the base station back and forth. And of course, I went right out to the area and was talking to other people all the way out who witnessed some of them had witnessed the aircraft or whatever it was going toward the mountain, and then the explosion. Some of them did witness just the explosion itself.
Did this man give any estimate as to the altitude that this thing was hovering off of the highway?
He said approximately 500 feet.
Okay.
Now, I've contacted Fallon Naval Air Station in Nevada here. They've reported no aircraft in the area, no aircraft overdue, and we contacted Mountain Home Air Force Base. They have a flight pattern which crosses the area where this sighting was. They have low-flying aircraft in this area at all times, both day and night.
Yes.
And they reported no overdue aircraft at all.
Okay. Did you get the names of any witnesses?
I've got two witness statements here. I've got a witness statement from a truck driver who just witnessed a flash. Now, I jotted it down for him. He signed it. I'll read you what he says here.
Okay.
On 11/30/76 at approximately 6:50 p.m. Oh, wait, excuse me, I got the wrong statement there. Okay, here we go. On 09/30/76 at approximately 7 o'clock p.m. I was eastbound out of Lovelock, Nevada, approximately 1 mile south to southeast of Star Peak observed a bright flash of light that lit up the whole top of the mountain. The first flash was followed by 2 more flashes of the same intensity. As soon as I was in radio range, I contacted Highway Patrol. Now, he said they weren't 3 separate flashes. It was like one big giant flash. It kind of died down, and then 2 more. I also obtained a statement from a resident here in Winnemucca who said at approximately 6:50 p.m., a low-flying jet aircraft passed close to his home here in Winnemucca, when his direction of travel would have taken him close to this UFO sighting, if that's of any help.
Okay.
Now, the driver that did witness this UFO hovering over the freeway, taking off and exploding, I got the company he works for and a CB handle. He advised me and the Winnemucca base station that was relaying for us that he would be back through Winnemucca sometime next week. He would contact this office and give a complete statement.
Okay, beautiful. Now, is there any chance of our getting hold of a copy of those statements?
Yes, I'll have them here at the office. I can mail them to you or however you'd like. Now, the one question I'd like to ask you is, anyone going to come down and check this out, or what, since the military won't own up to any missing aircraft? The sheriff's office in Lovelock is supposedly going to mount a search in the morning to check for aircraft, probably an aerial search, I assume, because it's a pretty rugged mountain there.
Well, right now, of course, as far as inspection or investigation is concerned, we're kind of up in the air until we find out if anything actually hit the mountain. And, of course, we would have to wait and see what the other agencies picked up on that.
Well, what I might suggest is tomorrow afternoon you contact Pershing County Sheriff's Office in Lovelock, Nevada, and they might be able to furnish you with some results of their search or whatever.
They're going to handle that then.
Yeah, according to the deputy I talked to down there, they would probably be going out, or I don't know for sure. You might double check. These small agencies are notorious for shelving things.
Right. Okay. Well, we sure appreciate this information.
Okay.
And if we come up with anything regarding its identification, why, we'll get back to you and let you know.
Okay, sure appreciate it.
Well, we sure thank you for the cooperation.
Okay. And I'll get these 2 statements I have mailed out to you right away. And when I'm in contact with the other gentleman, obtain his statement, I'll mail that out to you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right, have a good evening.
You bet. Bye.
Bye.
Yes, the local police department gave me this number to call about UFO sightings.
Fine.
And I was wondering if you got any reports about any sightings over the Alamogordo, New Mexico area.
No, sir. Did you see something?
Okay, I'd like to make an official report then.
Very good.
Okay, last night, I and several other persons and a few other people were in the Alamogordo area, and we did see these unusual lights, I guess you'd call them, in the sky. And they couldn't have been airplane lights, no warning flashing lights, nothing, just 2 bright, solid lights. One of them came down close to the ground, the other one went over the city and over by the mountains and stayed there for a while and left. I've been trying to file reports with the police and the Holloman Air Force Base and everybody I can around here, and nobody, they're all turning me off. They're all skeptical about it. And I just can't file a report. I tried to last night. They kind of shut me out too. And several other people, including myself, did make this sighting. And there are balloon reports in the area this morning, but they didn't have any last night.
Yes.
And no clouds in the sky. We've had clear weather. I checked with all the local radio stations and everything. It's been good weather. And what more can I say?
Okay, now, these lights, what color were they?
Okay, they were bright, very bright white with a blue hue to them.
Okay. Now, did they move in any particular flight path?
Yes. When they were over the city, one of them did drop down low, out of sight. The other one stayed up above it for a little while, then came right over the top of us. There was no sound, no engine noise, nothing. We thought maybe it was the emergency helicopters here in the city, but when it came over, there was no engine noise, and there were no trailers, no warning lights, no nothing on this thing. It just went right over, and it stayed over the mountain for, I guess, about 5-6 minutes, and this other one never did come
while. It blinked a couple of times. It was gone. That was about it.
Okay, did they have any particular shape?
No, it was just the bright light. That's all there was to it.
Okay. When that object came overhead, directly over you, did it pause or slow down at all?
No, it was over the city, and it stayed there. It was to the south of the city, and it hovered there, or it stayed there for a few moments when the other one dropped down. And then the other one proceeded northerly until it did get over our mountains. I guess it's about a 7-mile trek across the city there.
Okay. Any estimate of size on these? Can you compare them with anything?
Hard to tell. They were pretty low. First thoughts were an airplane. They could have been around the same size as an airplane, but it was hard to tell. Like I said, it was just that bright light. It's hard to tell, like distance and all.
Right. Okay.
Brightness of the light.
And the one that was over the mountain, did you watch that leave after it hovered there for a while?
Well, like I said, we sat and watched it, and it stayed there for a while, and we were trying to find out where it was going to go or what it was up to or anything. Like I said, it stayed there right above the mountain, blinked a couple of times, and the light went out or something.
Okay.
It didn't reappear.
And how many witnesses were there?
Okay, in my party alone, there was 2 of us. There was me and my date the last night. And while I was there was another man I drove up in an automobile, and we talked about it for a while and looked at it, and it was, we talked about it, whatever. But anyway, it was a busy street there in Alamogordo, and there were several other cars parked along the street there with people outside of the car looking too.
Okay.
And after I saw this thing last night, I got on my CB radio, and first thing I did, I tried to get hold of a local boy there, and I had someone on there. He said he was local, and I told him about the incident, and he says we're checking into it, that's all. And then all this morning I've been trying to check with the department. They haven't told me anything. They haven't even said they even gotten a report.
Okay. Get on this thing, and if in our investigation, if we come up with any answers, we'll get back to you and let you know.
Okay, I'll tell you what. I work at a radio station. I'm trying real hard to get a story or something out on it here. And you can call anyone down here, and they'll be more than happy to take the information.
Okay, will do.
Thank you much.
You bet.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
I live in Fort Worth, Texas.
Yes.
And I would like to ask if there was an extremely now, brilliant, bright orange moon Friday morning between 4 and 4:30. It was so glowing around it. It was across the street from my house when I looked out the window. I've never seen the moon that brilliant or that large and that orange with that brilliance around it.
Are you talking about a full moon?
Well, yes, but I've been looking at the moon before and after that day, and I have never seen the moon.
No, there's no full moon.
Ever looked like that?
No. Did you see this in your area?
Yes, I did. It was right across the street from me.
Okay.
I guess you would say, hanging above my neighbor's house. I can't imagine the size of it. I know that I can put my arms up and make it look huge, but no telling how big it would have been in the sky. I just know that it was big.
This was like a full moon?
Yes,
round?
just extremely brilliant.
Okay.
And I watched, to begin with, while I watched it, we have a dog, and she barked. And I assumed that she had woke me up, and I assumed that she had heard a cat, and I let her out our back door. And while I was waiting for her to come back in, I walked through our den, and I noticed the light coming in through my front window.
Yes.
And I went to the door, and I thought, my goodness, I've never seen the moon so bright. So I went into my living room and pulled my drapes, and I was just amazed at the brilliance of this color and all. And so I stood and I watched it. And my eyes started to bother me. And so I left the room. I thought, well, maybe it's just so bright, and I shouldn't be staring at it. And so I went into the other room, and when I came back, it was still there, but it had started to move. And it had moved further into the west. And I guess it would be about the size of what I would say, what I call a regular moon, which is small. It was red, just at the top. And then as it started to move between the houses, I went outside and I got up on top of the bumper part of our car and I watched it because it looked like it had taken an uneven shape from the top, like it was dark. And I looked down to the ground because I was afraid I might lose my balance. And when I looked up, it was gone.
Okay. Now you say this was right across the street?
Yes.
Hovering over the house?
Yes. I mean, it wasn't just right on top of it,
right.
But, I mean, it was over it because it was just right in front of my front window, right above the house across the street.
Any estimate on how far off of the roof?
Oh, goodness. We live up on a hill, and it's kind of hard to, the houses across the street are higher than my house.
Oh, I see.
I would say 4 or 5 feet, maybe more.
Okay.
But it was probably more, but I would say at least that much.
Okay, now while you were watching this, did the color and brightness remain about the same as it was hovering over the house?
Yes, until the brilliance around the object changed.
Uh-huh.
And when I looked out, as I was in the house and started to go through, we live right off of I-20, and we have an overpass, and the trucks go back and forth, make a strange sound when they go over the bridge.
Right.
I heard that. Yet when I went to the window and looked out, there was no sound. I couldn't hear anything. I was just taken by this, by the glowing of it, the brilliance and the size of it all. It was just so terribly, terribly quiet. And I looked up and down our street because it was so bright. We do have a few homes with gas lanterns, out in the front yards. And I thought, well, maybe it's between them and the moon that makes this look so brilliant. But when my eyes started to kind of burn and I started to have a headache, is when I left and went into the other room because I thought, well, maybe I shouldn't be staring at it like this with the naked eye. And when I came back, the glowing around it was not as bright, and it just dimmed away, and then it seemed like the outside came back into perspective, like just regular night, regular lights from the neon signs that are up, and house lights and what have you.
But at this brightness or the glow from the object, did that block all of that out while you were looking at it? In other words, was it so bright that these other lighted fixtures and so forth could not be seen?
Well, I didn't notice them.
Okay.
I know they're there because I see them every day, but I guess I was so amazed at it. It's so hard to explain it because it was as if they didn't exist to a certain extent because I was not concentrating, on anything else. I was just so amazed by the size and all of what I thought was the moon.
Now, would you say that this object in diameter was bigger than the house itself? It just seemed to overlap the sides of the house.
Well, it seemed to cover. I wouldn't say that it overlapped the whole house, but I would say it took probably the whole middle section of it.
Okay.
I mean, it was that big round.
And this was Friday morning?
Yes, because when I got up, when our dog barked, I looked at a clock. I have a big clock on my wall, and it said 4 o'clock. When after I came back into the house after it was gone, I looked at the clock again because I have to look at it as I come into the house. It said 4:30.
Okay.
And then I heard our dog scratching to be let back in.
Okay. Did you hear any other dogs barking outdoors?
No, and we have many, many dogs on our area. No, I just heard our one. The only thing that I think that unless she didn't hear a cat was that she was sleeping in the front bedroom on our son's bed, and either the bright light, she may have thought it was a car coming through the window, she may have thought it was a car, and she barked.
Uh-huh.
But she only barked one time.
Okay. And this whole event took about 30 minutes?
Yes, sir.
From 4 to 4:30, okay.
Yes. And when it went away, it was, I don't know, it seemed like it just got smaller, like it was kind of lopsided on top. I don't know if that was the night, if it was going away, getting smaller, or what it was. It would just seem like it appeared to get dark from the top down.
Okay. Do you know the people in the house that it was hovering over?
Yes, sir.
Have you talked to them?
No, I haven't even told my husband.
Okay.
For one thing, he doesn't like me to go out at night because he doesn't want me outside.
Right. Okay. Have you had any additional trouble with your eyes?
Well, that is true. I had some eye surgery performed on it in October. And so when I first was looking at it, it's just that I had muscle surgery done to bring the eye back into focus.
Yes.
I thought, well, maybe that's why it's burning. It's because I had some eye surgery.
But have you had any trouble since this event?
No, sir.
Okay. How about the headaches?
No.
No problem. Okay. Have you
I just figured it was because it was so bright and that I had eye surgery.
Did you have any other unusual physical sensations while all this was going on?
No, just that it was, well, as I said, when I went in there and I heard a truck, but after everything else seemed to just not be there, I guess you would say. I never heard the trucks going on the overpass. I live only a mile and a half from Carswell Air Force Base, approximately a mile and a half from Carswell Air Force Base. I heard no planes, and yet I know that they fly back and forth all the time. I just didn't hear anything.
Okay.
It was just kind of peaceful and tranquil.
Seemed to be watched by this thing.
Well, gosh, I don't know if you'd say watched. It was just over it.
Right.
He is a captain in the Air Force.
Okay.
Is this, I mean, am I seeing things?
No, ma'am. As a matter of fact, I was on duty during the early AM hours about a week ago, and we got a call from another lady in Fort Worth who has described the identical thing that you have described.
Oh, I see.
Only this object was hovering over the home just next door to them.
I see.
So something is going on down there.
Well, I haven't said anything to anyone because, people have a tendency to kind of laugh at you.
Okay, would you be willing to talk to someone if we could get them into that area?
Yes.
We'd like to get a complete picture of exactly what went on.
All right.
Okay, where did you get our number?
Well, I had called the Fort Worth Police Department.
Okay. Well, we appreciate this report, and if we come up with any additional information on this, why, we'll be more than happy to get back to you and let you know.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much for calling.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Trooper Abrams, please.
Just a minute. Hello?
Yes, sir. This is the UFO Reporting Center in Seattle.
Yes, sir.
We're very interested to hear about your UFO experience.
Uh-huh. Well, I don't know what I can tell you that I haven't told everybody else about 50,000 times. What would you like to know first of all?
Just a description of what happened right from the beginning.
Okay. Well, I just finished arresting the subject and left the Caribou County Courthouse, which is in Soda Springs, and I pulled out onto the highway, which is US 30, and I went east. And I was still within the city limits, and I observed an object in the sky, which was bright, and what it reminded me of at the time was a landing light for an aircraft.
Yes.
Well, I got thinking that there was an airport right on the edge of town, but it was coming in at the wrong direction. So I proceeded on out of town, and about that time it started to flash on and off, and then as I got to the edge of town, it dropped. Went, well, not straight down, but it kind of at an angle, going into the foothills.
Yes.
And at that time, I thought that I'd had an aircraft that was going down. And I advised my office in Soda Springs that
there was possibly an aircraft going down. And just as soon as I finished that transmission, there was a bright flash, like an explosion, which, more or less confirmed that that's what I did have going down. So I proceeded on up the area which is called Wood Canyon. I contacted my office in Pocatello and advised them to contact the FAA and see if they had any distress signals, which they reported that there wasn't any. I contacted the sheriff's office to call out the sheriff's posse and the sheriff. They sent out the sheriff. Well, he's a deputy sheriff at the time. They came up with a four-wheel drive, and we proceeded on up to the area. Roads were kind of snow-covered, a little bit slick. And we proceeded up to the top of the Wood Canyon area, where you can get at the top and you can turn around, more or less look over the whole area. And we figured we'd go up there and look for some kind of fire or smoke or something. And we got to the top and didn't observe anything. And he said that he would continue on up the road. And I told him, well, I'd have to turn around because my car couldn't make it in the snow. And I turned around and had gone back, approximately, I guess it'd be about a half mile, 3/4 of a mile back down the road, going down a grade. And this is all a recreational area, and it's dirt-type roads, where you only have one lane and it's kind of narrow. And I was going down the grade, and I observed this object behind the trees. The trees are the Quakey-type trees, kind of thick, or they stand kind of close together, kind of thick, I guess you'd say. And the object appeared to be behind them on the ground, and it just like it turned on light switch, and it just, when we passed, evidently we had to go past it the first time, but it wasn't lit up like it was this time.
Yes.
And it's kind of a luminous green color, like these luminous keychains, these plastic or polypropylene keychains.
Right.
And it sat there for a few minutes, and during this time I'm locking my brakes trying to get stopped. It's slick. And I got to the bottom of the hill, and the object came above the trees, and I called to one of the other officers and advised him that this object was at my location. And about this, well, the whole thing took, I imagine it was in its presence for pretty close to a minute.
Uh-huh.
And during this time the object moved away from me, going up the hillside. It wasn't wobbling, didn't make any noise, didn't hum. No apparent windows or seams for doors or anything. The object rose to the top of the hill, and then it sat there for a second. I called the officer. There was another officer that came up to assist. He'd gone up Trail Canyon. He was just on the other side of the hill. And I told him, I said, it's on your side, or coming your way, and you can't miss it, as big as a boxcar. Exaggeration, maybe. It wasn't quite as big as a boxcar, but it was 3 or 4 times the size of my patrol car.
Yes.
And the object moved down the side of the hill. It didn't lean or tilt in any way like, say, an aircraft would, to make a turn or bank. It just, just moved in a steady pattern. It moved down into a saddle, and, a saddle in between 2 hills, and then went over onto the Trail Canyon side. And the deputy sheriff came down to my location, and together we both went down to the base of Wood Canyon Road and then went over to Trail Canyon to see if we could see where the object had gone. And we didn't see anything. Another state police officer was coming up to assist me, and he was 8 or 9 miles away, and he observed an object headed north, which has been in the general direction of the object we saw.
Yes.
The object was, kind of appeared to be like a football, with the ends weren't so pointed like a football. They were kind of more or less rounded.
Yes.
It didn't interfere with my radio communications or anything. I don't know what it was. I know I've never seen something like that before.
Okay. What time did you see that start?
Well, I'm trying to recall. It had to be around midnight, maybe a little bit later.
Okay.
I'd have to look at my notes. Remember, it's been a while back.
Okay. Now, the color, did it have a predominant color over the whole object?
Well, what it reminded me of, it kind of had a, it didn't put out light, but it was lighted. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It kind of had a halo, or not a halo, I'd say, just kind of like you take a diamond ring or something and kind of hold it in the sunlight, how it sparkles.
Right.
Well, shot out those little white spears of light, I guess you'd say.
Was that over the entire surface?
Right. It was all the way around it.
Okay. Did you or anyone else investigate the site where this thing appeared to be on the ground?
The same night, we couldn't get in that close because it's pretty rough going, crawling in the trees and what have you. We didn't see anything where something had sit down.
Right.
And the following day we went up there and no evidence of anything had sit down. Evidently, it just sitting there above the ground. But we didn't have any equipment where we could measure any radiation or anything to tell if there had been something in the area that touched down.
Okay. Did you have any unusual physical sensations while this was taking place?
No, none whatsoever, other than being scared to death.
Have you ever seen one of these before?
Well, I was in the service. I saw objects that, well, didn't look like this, but objects moving in the sky, you know, when I was in the Navy.
Yes.
On ship, we'd see objects. We had one object followed our ship for considerable distance when we were down around Panama. And we never did find out what that was.
Well, then you felt that you were aware of the reality of these then before you saw this?
Oh, yeah. I definitely believe there's something out there, but I don't know exactly what.
Okay, now, when you saw that flash, which you interpreted as being an aircraft in trouble, did you hear any aerial concussions at the time?
No, none whatsoever.
Okay. Was that flash bright enough to actually light up the sky?
No, just like a star, you know, well, I guess you could say it's like a star, you know, all of a sudden the star gets brighter.
Right.
You know, maybe some cloud in front of it or something. And that was the appearance, but it was quite bright.
Okay, then do you feel that you were actually seeing this or observing this object coming in, the same one that you saw apparently on the ground? Okay. How was the weather conditions or the sky conditions that night?
It had clear skies, maybe a few patchy clouds. Very cold. I imagine it was below zero.
Okay. Have you had any other strange experiences since this happened to you?
Well, no, I haven't had any at all. But we had a lot of sightings after I saw it.
Did the publicity seem to generate
well,
more?
No. This is including myself one night. And myself and two other officers. And this was in the general vicinity of the one that we'd seen before. But we never did get close to it.
Did it appear?
We went back up in the area. We saw the light and it was moving back and forth. And went back up in there, and it seemed like it just turned itself off. You know, like a light, you know, just flipped off. And we turned around, came back out of the area, and got back into Soda Springs, looked back up there, and it was back again, flashing on and off.
I see.
And, well, there's been, I imagine 4 or 5 other reports of people calling into the sheriff's office that there was objects in the sky.
Okay, have you had quite a few calls from other organizations on this?
Oh, this place, other news media, it was kind of quiet for a while, and then all of a sudden, some newspaper picked up on the story in Pocatello, and they started the ball rolling, and I tell you, everybody in the world had to call me and talk to me.
I see.
Salt Lake City, San Francisco, local newspapers and radios,
Right.
and the Capitol called down wanting information. It about drove me crazy. UFO Central in Chicago, Illinois, contacted me. They contacted me about 4 or 5 times, for that matter.
And they put you right on the map then.
Yeah.
Well, sir, we sure appreciate your talking to us, and I hope you keep our card handy in the event we see anything.
I've got it.
Good.
I just hope I never see another one of them. You know, I don't know. You know, a lot of things ran through my head when I got out. I was out of the car looking at it, and I thought to myself, you know, I could shoot it. I had all kinds of weapons with me. Had guns and shotguns, and had a camera hanging on the doorknob, and I never once touched anything. I had a feeling that, you know, I wasn't terrified or felt like I should run, that I was being in danger.
Reporting center?
Yeah, I'd like to report a possible UFO.
Okay, like to hear about it.
I know that you get a lot of these calls, but it's not a prank. It scared the hell out of me. I don't mind telling you.
Okay.
We're out here in Texas, and we're out in the country, and we're sitting down in a little small range of mountains. And up above one of these mountains, it was too high for a hunter's light or anything like this. It was way too low for any kind of aircraft. It was not moving. It was standing still. And it was like it was pulsating, more or less. It'd get large and small, large and small.
Yes.
It lasted about 5 minutes, and I don't know where it went, whether it went up or down or what. And there was the damnedest racket I have ever heard. And when I describe it, don't laugh. But you know how the TV series, they sound like how the sound is with these flying saucer space bits?
Yes.
That's just exactly the way it sounded. It lasted about 5, 6, 7 minutes. I wasn't the only one that saw it or the only one that heard it. And it really scared us, and I've called everybody that I could call pertinent to this, and Houston gave me your number.
Okay.
I don't know what y'all do in a case like this or how you handle it, but like I said, it scared the heck out of us.
Okay, what time did that happen?
About, how long ago was that, Merle? No, from when now to then, about 20 minutes ago? It's about, okay, about 20, I'll say 20 minutes ago.
Okay. Now, getting back to this light, did that have any definite shape to it?
There was nothing but a light, is all I saw.
Just a round light.
Well, it wasn't even a round light. It was...
very diffused.
Like a... Well, it would be shaped more like it would be on fire, but it wasn't fire, you understand?
Okay.
I mean, it wasn't orange or anything.
Right.
It was just a light, but
okay.
It had no shape. But it was light enough that I could see the top ridge of this mountain about, you know... it kind of outlined the top edge of the mountain that it was over.
It was, in other words, it was reflecting the light from this thing.
Yeah, and I walked from my house trailer, my brother's house trailer to mine to get my husband's binoculars.
Yes.
And by the time I got back, the light was gone, and the racket, it was so weird, it scared me. I sat down and shook for 10 minutes. It was the weirdest sound I have ever heard in my life, and I'm 42 years old, and I've never reported a UFO. I've never seen one. I don't know what this was. I don't know what it was.
Uh-huh. Now, this sound didn't go on after the object was gone, did it?
Yes, that's when I heard it, was after the light was gone.
I see. Well, okay, now how long did that sound continue after you watched the light?
Oh, Lord, about 10 minutes.
I see. Okay. Did it seem to be coming from the same direction?
No, it was kind of an all-around sound. It was like you couldn't pinpoint where the sound was coming from.
Feel like it was coming from everywhere?
Yeah, just kind of like all around you.
Okay. About how far away was that mountain? Do you have any idea?
About how far is that mountain from us? Not very far. Is it 5 miles? He said it's about 5 miles.
Okay, now which direction are you looking when you're looking at that mountain?
Okay, I'd be looking southwest and more to the west.
Okay.
About southwest, more to the west.
Do you have any estimate as to how high above the ridge the light was?
Okay, just standing like you're standing on the ground looking at something.
Right.
And say, can you picture it being 5 miles away?
Uh-huh.
It'd be about as high as two-story building.
Okay, fine.
Can I tell you anything?
No.
That'd be the only way I can tell you.
Okay, now can you compare it with anything for size?
The size of the light?
Right.
Let me think a minute what would be in the air that I've ever seen. Okay, if you're standing in your own yard and looking at a guard light,
right,
it'd be like that, except this was a way off.
Okay.
So it would have to be much, much larger to appear that way to me.
Right, right.
I'm trying to tell you the only way I know how to describe it. And
I know, you're doing just fine.
It just really shook me something serious, and I don't scare that easy.
Okay, now this sound, are there any pets around?
Oh, yeah, we have dogs.
Did that disturb the dogs at all?
Nothing. Nothing bothered.
Didn't bother them?
No, nothing.
Okay. And where did you get our number?
Through Goodfellow Air... Well, no, wait. No, Houston gave me your number. Goodfellow Air Force Base I called because my husband is military. And that's the only people I knew to call.
Is this Houston police?
No, San Angelo.
Okay.
And they gave me Houston's number, and Houston gave me your number.
Okay.
And like I said, it's not a prank. I'm not trying, it's serious. I don't know what it was, or I have no idea. But it's something that I don't know what it was, and that's what scares me.
Okay, we'll get on this right away, and if we come up with any answers, why, we'll get back to you and let you know.
Well, would you please?
Yes, ma'am.
Let us know, because like I said, we do live out here, and it really scared me. And I've not talked to any neighbors or asked them anything, because I just got right on the phone immediately to Goodfellow, and then immediately to y'all, you know.
Right.
And if you do, I would really appreciate you letting me know.
We sure will.
Thank you very much.
Right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Reporting center.
Hi. I just got through talking to the county sheriff's department in Coopville, and they told me that I had better call you people. Tonight at approximately 6:15, I was on my way back into Oak Harbor with my girlfriend, and we had seen something very strange looking. Now, I know it wasn't a plane because it was close enough to where we could look at it. It wasn't a plane, it was not a helo, and it wasn't a flare. This thing, it had all kinds of little blue lights all over it, and it had like a circle of red lights underneath with blue lights in the middle.
Uh-huh.
And like I say, it was very, very strange looking, and, you know, we could see it turning. And every time it would turn, it would get very bright looking. And we watched that thing for as far as we could watch it, and all of a sudden it just disappeared.
Okay, now, getting directly to the object, could you see an object?
I could see what it was, yeah.
Okay, what shape did the object have?
It was like, it was circular looking.
Okay.
Okay? And it had, like, it just had like a small dome on the top of it was all.
Was that dome lighted?
Yes, it was.
What color?
It was blue.
Okay.
And the circular part was done in red. And then just underneath it was, you know, more little blue lights, but not as many as there was all over the top.
Okay, now, were the lights around the perimeter, were they flashing or pulsating at all?
Yes, they were.
Okay, did they seem to be moving? As though the whole object or
yeah, like the whole object was moving.
Uh-huh.
You know, just like in a circle.
Did that get fairly close to you?
Yeah, it sure did.
And you heard no sound?
I don't know, because you know, like I say, my windows were rolled up, and it nearly ran us off the road.
Oh, really came that low?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, could you estimate the altitude?
Oh, I say about 300, 400 feet.
Well, did this swoop down on you?
It just, all right, now see, there's an open field, and it just came from the top of the trees down into this open field and right across the road and back on up again.
Okay, now was this, when it did this, was this passing in front of you?
Yes, it was.
Okay, which roadway were you traveling at the time?
I was on Highway 20. I was coming back into Oak Harbor.
Okay, were you headed north or south?
Wait a minute.
Let's see.
I gotta remember which way is north and which way is south. All right, if I'm going up towards Mount Vernon on 20, I'm going north. Okay, I was heading north.
Okay. Back into Oak Harbor.
Back into Oak Harbor.
Okay. About how long would you say that you observed that?
Oh, I say for a good 15, 20 minutes.
It just remained in the same area?
Uh-huh.
Did it just come down low towards you just the one time?
Just the one time, and then all of a sudden, like I say, you know, after that, we saw it leaving, and then it disappeared completely.
Uh-huh. Okay, do you have any estimate of size of this thing?
No, I sure don't.
Could you compare it with anything?
It was bigger than my car.
Okay.
If that's any help. You know, I didn't know whether to report this or not, you know, so we had gone to a meeting tonight, and I asked the Cub Master there, I said, what should I do? And he said, report it. But I thought somebody might laugh.
No, you won't get any laughter from this office. Right. How many were in the car?
Just myself and my girlfriend.
Okay. Okay, now these lights, did they stay the same while you were observing the object?
No, like I say, when the whole thing would turn, and then as it was turning, it would get very bright, and then it would get a real pretty pale blue looking again.
That's the whole object you're talking about?
The whole object, except for the red lights, they would get more brilliant.
Would you say, in your opinion, that the object was surrounded by a corona of light?
Yes.
Okay, and this was a bluish?
A bluish color, yeah.
And it fluctuated in intensity then? Okay. Which direction was it heading?
Let's see. East.
Would that be west to east?
West to east, right.
Okay. You got our number from the sheriff?
Yes, I do.
Okay, we'll get on this thing, and if we come up with any answers, why, we'll get back to you and let you know.
Okay, fine then. Now, if this is any help to you at all, there was a lady, I don't know her name at all, and she said that, her husband told her not to get involved, but they saw something similar to what we saw today. They had seen it this afternoon at approximately 12 noon. It was coming over the naval base. She had gone out to pick her husband out at the hangar.
Uh-huh.
And she had seen something to what I was describing.
In broad daylight?
In broad daylight.
Oh, very good. We'll check into that.
But I don't know her name, and her husband told her not to get involved.
Uh-huh.
But this was approximately at 12 noon today.
Okay. Say, while you were driving, was your car radio on by any chance?
Yes.
Do you have any problems, any interference?
Yes, I did.
In what way?
It was a whole bunch of static. You couldn't hear anything.
Very heavy static?
Yes.
Did this clear up when the object left?
Yeah.
Had you had problems with that before you sighted the object?
No, not really, no. I had a little bit of static, but not much.
Uh-huh. Is even a little bit unusual over there?
Just a little, not a whole bunch.
Okay.
Usually I have a good clear station. I get several clear stations.
But the static you got, did it just shove the broadcasting reception off?
Yes, it did.
Completely? Okay. Did you have any problem with your car engine or anything? Car lights, ignition system?
No, the car, not really. Because like I say, the thing, I put my foot on the brake in a hurry because I was going off the side of the road.
Uh-huh.
And we stopped, and once the thing went back up over the top of the trees, I beelined it around the corner and then stopped the car so where we could see it, over the water and everything.
Right. Okay, did you feel any heat of any kind?
I really couldn't tell you because I had my car heater on.
Oh, okay. Did you pick up any strange odors in the air?
Not that I can remember.
Okay, very good.
Not that I can remember.
Okay, we sure appreciate this, and like I said before, if I get anything else on it, I'll get back to you and let you know.
Okay, fine. I'd appreciate it.
Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Reporting center?
Hi. I called last night reporting a UFO. I don't know whether you're the gentleman I spoke to.
Okay.
And my girlfriend had just called me, and she wanted to know that if you people could contact her. There were some more incidences that had happened last night after I dropped her off at her home. And she has a farm and everything, and she wanted to know if you could contact her.
Okay, you have any idea what this entails?
Well, okay, like I say, last night we had sighted a UFO,
right,
and we had gone to a meeting and everything, and while we were gone, her son had seen the same thing. Well, when she got home, she turned on her television set. It was clear as a bell, and she said it was about 15 to 20 minutes later, and all of a sudden there was nothing but snow, a bunch of static. There was no picture at all. And she said that lasted for about maybe 20, 25 minutes. She said then it cleared up, and she heard her geese acting up like something was, after them,
yes,
or they were really frightened about something,
right,
and she said they were just going berserky. So she went outside, and she said she smelled something real funny, and I said, "You sure?" I said, "It wasn't your farm or something?" She said, "No." And her dog is usually the first one out the door, but she had to keep calling her dog and calling her dog. to come outside there with her, and the dog wasn't going to come. Something was frightening, you know, the animals as well.
Right.
So, you know, but she can tell you more about it than I can.
Right, okay.
But, you know, she didn't know whether this might be related to the same thing or not.
Okay, well, we'll contact her.
Okay, fine. I'd appreciate it.
Thanks so much for calling.
Bye-bye.
Bye. UFO Reporting Center in Seattle.
Yes, sir.
We talked to your friend about her UFO experience.
Yes, sir.
And she said that you had something to tell us of certain events that occurred that same evening in your area.
The same day. Well, we went to play bingo. And going down the hill right by the surface sands, which is about, 2 miles from my house, approximately, she and I both saw this object up in the sky.
Right.
And it just, like, 2 seconds, and boy, it shot right across over the trees. So on one side of the road went right over the top. And it had a light powder blue lights on it and kind of an egg oval shape, and then over the top of this was sort of some red lights. So it's pretty well lit up.
Uh-huh.
And I saw the thing, and somehow it turned enough to where it looked like a 4-pointed star to me. And so anyway, went on down. I kind of watched, because as you come from on Highway 20 from Coopville on into Oak Harbor, you kind of turn around to where you Surf and Sands kind of sits right in this horseshoe curve type thing.
Yes.
And I looked behind me, going back. I didn't see nothing. So anyway, got down to the Fleet Reserve. Some gal said she wouldn't get involved. But got down to the Fleet Reserve that night, sat across the table from some woman, and I said, it's the weirdest thing I ever saw in my life, you know. It's something that leaves an impression in your head. So anyway, turned around. A gal sitting right across from me. She said, well, I'm not going to say anything. She says that I saw the same similar thing over the base earlier that morning. And so we went and talked to a guy that's with security that was working at Fleet Reserve that night. And he said, well, I saw the same thing about 9 months ago. Well, anyway, I got home. I have an 11-year-old boy that babysits my other two kids. And we have a great big picture window that overlooks the whole San Difuca area, if you know this at all out here. Do you know this area at all?
No, ma'am.
All right, well, anyway, we kind of sit up on the hill, and it overlooks the whole bay.
Is that looking west?
Yes.
Okay.
And the thing was, I got home that night, and Lee was, my oldest, kind of a little bit shook. I said, what's the matter with you? And he turned around, and he says, I saw the funniest thing tonight. And I had not mentioned this at all to him. In fact, I just walked to the door, and I said, what was it? He said, well, I looked out the window, and he said, I saw this thing. He said, it was real bright. I said, can you describe it to me? He said, well, it was kind of, he gave the same description as what I had given. And I said, where was it? He said, well, just over, well, we have 11 acres out here. And about 6 of our acres goes down the hill, which is towards the bay.
Yes.
And he said, well, it's just right out here in the middle of the field. I said, was it high or was it low? And he said, well, it's just even with my window. You know, he said, you didn't really have to look up too high for it. Well, anyway, I turned around, and I was kind of nervous at this time anyway, a little bit. And so anyway, turned around, and about 10:30, quarter to 11, I have geese. I have about 200 animals out here. Geese, ducks, you know.
Right.
And the thing is that about 10:30, quarter to 11, my geese out here act like they're going to kill something. They just started raising holy Ned. My TV went fuzzy. And I looked out the back window. Well, these geese had their necks stretched out. My cows are kind of mooing. My chickens are raising Ned. And I looked out there, and these geese, so I have about 75 feet from my house, a garage. And these geese had their necks stretched out towards that garage, just like a dog had come at them or something, and it's the sound they were giving. But there's nothing there. They were fighting something. It just looked like they were in a great big fight, but it was real funny because there was just nothing that they could be attacking. So anyway, I turned around, and I do have a fireplace in here, and I thought, well, I'm going to have to get wood for that, get a fire bill. So anyway, I decided I have a dog I've had for 8 years that's been very protective towards all of us. In fact, if one of my kids even has a friend of theirs that decides to play too rough, my dog will grab hold of their foot or something and hold on. Other than that, it's pretty friendly, you know, other than that.
Yes.
So anyway, it was in the house, it was in the living room. And It kind of looks like an Australian sheepdog, but it's not. It's nothing more than a Heinz type dog. And so anyway, I turned around. I told Panda we have to go out our back door, and then there's about 13 steps to go down. That's how high our house is sitting up. You go through this little closed back porch and down the steps. The other side's open. So anyway, I turned around and I told Panda, I said, let's go get some wood, because I had to go down these steps. I had to get it from down behind, underneath. And I told Panda, I said, come on. It was the first time I have seen my dog that I've had to call her twice to go with me. And it's the first time I've seen her stand at the top of the stairs. And she would not go down those stairs with me whatsoever.
Did the dog appear frightened?
Yeah, she was scared. She was scared of something.
Uh-huh.
That's the first time she had not tried to protect me, but she would not leave those stairs. And most generally, you let her out, because everything out here, she just runs.
Right.
And then it usually takes an hour or so before she comes back in. But that night, boy, she wouldn't. So anyway, I turned around, and that just kind of gave me the insight, I better kind of check things over. And everybody thinks I'm crazy, I know. But anyway, the next night, I saw this thing caught and pick a thing. And my husband works evenings, 3:30 to 11:30. By the time he got home, there was nothing. I thought, well, you just figure your imagination, You're just still thinking of that same thing, and that's all it is. And I tried to write it off my mind. Well, just night before last, let's see. Yeah, 2 nights ago. No, last night, Thursday night. We got home from bowling, my husband and I, and my geese started acting up out there. Well, I let my geese run loose. They're not pinned up. There's no sense to have them pinned up, because I'm the only trailer here on Power Road, and that is about a 2-mile road.
Yes.
And so anyway, my geese started acting up. Well, I just looked out the window. Well, they're doing the same cock-picking thing. Up in the sky towards Oak Harbor area was the same object. Well, I got my husband up, and I said, what is that? I said, what do you see? He looked up there, and he described the same thing I saw. So he saw it the other night, just Thursday night.
Was this object moving?
Real slowly.
Uh-huh.
It just kind of like a dipping motion, and then it go back up again. And then all of a sudden, it just looked like it's standing still, and all of a sudden, it just like kind of like a dart, and it'd shoot a little bit, and then it'd stop.
Now, this dipping motion, would that be like a rocking motion back and forth?
Just similar.
Like a pendulum?
Sort of. It just kind of looked like it dropped, let's see. Like if you took, this is a terrible way to describe this, but like if you took an egg yolk and you put it in cold water, and you know how the thing kind of bobbles?
Right.
This is about the way this was doing.
I see. Okay.
And, I don't know. I mean, now let's see. A year ago, and I didn't think nothing of it. I thought maybe it was other incidents that had brought forth on this deal, but I didn't go any further than that. But about a year ago, let's see, November 19th, I lost my mother. And we drove from Oak Harbor to La Grande, Oregon, down through Prosser in that area. And just top the hill into Yakima, I had a cousin with me, and this was driving nighttime. And so anyway, just at the top of the hill of Yakima, this great big blue ball thing, it looked kind of like a beacon light, was right in front of the car. Well, Harry Lynn, my cousin, had commented to me about this, and he wanted to know what it was, and I said, well, it kind of looks like a beacon light, Well, the dumb thing followed us. Prosser, I don't know if you know that area down there or not, but that desert between, out of Yakima, you get down to Ellenberg, and then you take a road and cut off on a 2-lane highway that goes down to Hermiston.
Yes.
That area. But anyway, this blue thing, whatever it was, followed us. And then when the fog would get so bad, and it was really, really bad because it was in November, you couldn't even see the hand in front of your face. Well, this blue, whatever it was, would get low enough where you could see the road just perfectly clear. We get to a gas station. This thing would hover over the gas station. We went in, got some donuts and coffee out of this one gas station down there. And this thing hovered. We get to a light. There's a stoplight on the main highway. I think it's down around, can't think where it's at. It's halfway between the Columbia Bridge and Ellensburg. But anyway, this thing at this red light would stop and it'd hover. Well, it started getting light out. And whatever this thing was, I turned around, I looked up, because I was watching it. It's just something to do, I guess, while you're driving. And I looked up, and this thing completely faded out. And then it come back, and I'm not kidding you. It gave it both Harry Lynn, because both of us saw it. The weirdest feeling, but that thing come back, the most beautiful blue cross you ever saw in your life.
Uh-huh.
It was kind of a powder blue color. And then it went right down to nothing. Completely faded out. And I don't know whether it was super being or whatever the heck it was, but I knew my mom was in critical list, so I turned around and I looked at Harry Lynn, and I said, my mom would be dead. It was about 7:30 tonight. And she was. She died at 7:30 exactly that night. But that same color blue was on the same color blue as what I saw out here.
Uh-huh.
It was kind of a powdery blue.
Now, getting back to that first night when those geese were concentrating on this particular outdoor building, did you check that building the next day?
Yes, I went all the way around it.
In the area around it, no marks of any kind on the ground?
Nothing.
Uh-huh. And the geese, did they appear normal from that point on?
Yeah, they were fine.
Uh-huh. Okay.
But the thing is, as well, I know as well probably it's what you do, the geese are watchdogs.
Right.
And like I said, I had 3 of them out there. I lost one just the other day. But I'm just beginning to wonder now because the geese acted up. Somehow I've had a couple of animals disappear from out here. Out of no dang apparent reason. I lost a couple of rabbits out here. They all of a sudden just... Next morning I got up, I had 1 dead rabbit.
Okay.
And there was no reason to have a dead rabbit. There were no physical marks on it, no nothing. The thing was just dead in the pen.
And you say you had similar loss, one of the geese?
One of the geese, it's real strange to that. I don't know exactly. It looked like kind of it ruptured itself.
Uh-huh.
But yet, there's no physical marks it could have been stepped on.
Uh-huh.
It was just kind of a weird... It was still living. It was definitely alive. In fact, we had to kill it.
Uh-huh.
I mean, we ate the thing last night, but, I mean, it was just the basic fact it had this rupture on the back end of it, and it was really strange because there's nothing, I mean, it didn't look like one of our cows had stepped on it. It had no physical marks, no broken bones, no nothing. Am I just imagining things, or what's going on? Or am I crazy?
Oh, I don't think you're imagining things, no. The things which you have described fit right into what we've been picking up for years.
What does that mean?
Well, something is in the area, something relating to UFOs is operating in the area.
Well, what exactly is a UFO, can I ask? What do you describe as UFO?
Well, anything which we classify as a UFO or an unknown would be a vehicle not manufactured on this planet.
Well, this thing was definitely, I mean, I've kind of watched it, and I know for a fact. Now, even when home, she called me next morning, and she saw it. She met back in this town that night. But I have definitely seen something out here that's got the same thing. But it just seemed like it'll just be the lights, and all of a sudden it just gets to a point. It seems like it can turn enough to where you get it just looks like a 4-pointed star on it.
Uh-huh.
I didn't know. I was kidding Lynn, like I told her. I said, I didn't really believe in the basic fact that these guys back east, you'd read about where these guys back east all of a sudden disappeared and said, well, I was picked up by the UFO, you know.
Uh-huh.
And I said, I didn't really believe, but now I'm beginning to wonder. And I turned around and I said, well, there's only one thing to do. She said, what's that? And I said, well, if I have anything like that show at my house, I guess I'll offer them a cup of coffee. I said, I don't know what else to do about it, you know. But they definitely been hovering over this field out here.
Okay, does anyone see them come and leave? Or are they just hovering?
They're just kind of hovering. I mean, my husband saw it. But I got him up and I showed it to him. My kids have seen something out here.
Okay, well, we sure appreciate your talking to us, and if we come up with any answers on this, we'll get back to you and let you know.
I'd appreciate it, because I'm really curious to know what thing he is.
Right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right, bye.
Yeah, this is down in the Red Springs Flight Service Station.
Yes, sir.
And we got a UFO down here reported, and just thought we'd call you and let you know.
Okay, you have the party's name?
The reporting party?
Yeah, do you have any names or telephone numbers?
It was reported by the Rock Springs Police Department twice.
Okay. That's all they gave you?
Well, I myself observed it through some binoculars, and they seemed to think that they wanted to know if it was a helicopter is what they wanted. They said they couldn't hear any noises, but it was observed approximately 3 to 4 miles west of the airport, and we were actually east of the town.
Right.
And I got a red and white flashing light. We didn't have any aircraft in the area at the time, and we advised the center in Salt Lake, and they said they didn't have any on their radar scope, but they did have some real tiny blips on their
Oh, I see.
And I thought it was about 10 miles west of the airport, and the police department reported it 500 feet to 1,000 feet in the air, and I think that was pretty accurate. And it appeared to me, like I said, we didn't have any aircraft in the area, and no helicopters that we knew of. It appeared to me that it was moving in a catty-corner type direction. It'd be stationary for a minute, like a helicopter. It would be hovering.
Right.
But then it would move more or less at a 45-degree slant, kind of an angle.
I see.
And, we got it about, like I say, 10 miles west of the airport.
Okay, if we find out what it is, we'll get back to you.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious about it myself.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right. Yes, this is a UFO reporting center in Washington. Could you give us any information on the objects that your personnel saw in the sky there tonight?
All they said was it had a really bright light on it, and it was shining a spotlight on the ground. And it was about 500 to 1,000 feet in the air.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we'd like to get a description of what you saw tonight.
How do you have the information?
We got it via FAA, and then we went through your department.
Uh-huh. Well, there was a highway patrolman. Do you have it? Have you called him?
No. We weren't aware of another gentleman.
Yeah. I'm going to be seeing him after a while. I can have him call you if you want.
Sure.
I don't know what we saw. I really don't.
Oh, could we get a description of just exactly what you observed?
Well, first of all, it looked like two big headlights.
Uh-huh.
In the sky. And it was probably 3 or 4 at that time, maybe 5 miles west of the Rock Springs Airport. And we were both traveling west on Interstate 80. We'd been on a call and we're traveling in separate cars, but, in close proximity of each other.
Yes.
And he called me on the radio and says, that's sure a strange-looking airplane over there. And yeah, I've been looking at it, so. We pulled over and parked, and the thing wasn't moving. And so, we figured, well, it isn't an airplane getting ready to land, so it must be a helicopter. And we watched it probably for, I'd say maybe a minute. And then it started to move again slowly, eastward. And there was also a spotlight under it, or the shot that went to the ground,
Yes.
We could see the ground lighting up under it. But it wasn't on all the time. And we were just under the impression it was some kind of a big helicopter or something. Then when the patrolman went home to eat supper, he called the airport just to verify, we wanted to know what it was, really, what kind of a helicopter it was, and they didn't have any report of it. Or said that they hadn't picked anything up in our radar screen.
Uh-huh.
I wish now that we'd have turned and followed the thing further, but because it was so close to the airport and everything, well, I still think it was probably a helicopter, but I don't know.
And all you could see was the lights, the two lights?
Well, there was two, yeah, like two large headlights.
Yes.
This looked like car or something up there, you know, with real bright headlights.
Okay, now that beam of light coming down from the bottom, how was that positioned in relation to those two white lights?
I cannot answer that question.
Okay.
The patrolman might be able to, because he called my attention to the fact that the ground was lighting up off and on under it. And then when I looked down on the ground, it was.
Uh-huh.
You know, this is quite hilly country here. And I distinctly recall on that one hill that the whole side of it was lit up.
Could you actually discern that shaft of light coming down from the sky?
No, I couldn't say that in all honesty either, other than I saw the ground lit up.
Okay. Do you have any estimate as how far apart those two white lights were?
You know, I've been thinking about that. Further than a car, probably, in retrospect.
Okay.
And bright.
Right.
They were bright.
And you didn't get any sound at all?
Yes, I could hear. I rolled my glass down. In fact, I told a patrolman on the radio I could hear the thing. Or I heard something.
Uh-huh.
Now, like I say, that we're on an interstate, and semis are, you know, travel it quite heavily. We were close to the airport. We're within 5 miles of the airport.
Okay.
And, but I heard something now. Whether it came from that or not, I don't know.
Now, was this object stationary?
It was when we first saw it.
Okay.
No. Let me correct that. It was moving slowly when we first saw it. Then it stopped. And that's when we pulled over and stopped, because at first I thought it was just an airplane going to come in, you know. Then when it stopped, why, well, obviously it wasn't any kind of an airplane that I ever saw, you know, because they have to keep moving. Then we thought it was a helicopter.
Could you discern any colored lights that you would see on a normal aircraft? Or a strobe light?
No.
Okay.
I don't.
Do you have any estimate as to how close to the ground that was?
Well, I'd say 500 to 1,000 feet.
Okay. Now, did you watch that until it moved away?
Not away. We watched it until it moved. And when it started to move again, why, we just figured, well, it's a helicopter and they're going to the airport.
Uh-huh.
And kind of put it out of our minds. And then when the patrolman called the airport and they didn't know anything about it, then I thought about it again, you know.
Okay, now did those two white lights at all times while you were observing it maintain the exact position? That is, I mean, the distance apart, as though they might be attached to an object which you could not observe?
Yes, they maintained the same position, I would say.
Okay. Any estimate on the size of the lights themselves? Can you compare it with anything?
They were big. They were big in relation to an automobile headlight.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I can't be more specific, but they were unusually bright. They were bright.
Okay. Did they maintain the same brightness at all times?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in the area where the ground was being lit up, is there any specific ground, man-made or natural feature in that area that you know of?
A railroad.
Just a railroad.
It would be just to the southeast of the Union Pacific Railroad track.
Okay.
Maybe a mile.
And did you see any other aircraft in the same area at the same time?
No, I didn't see any.
Okay. Well, I think that about does it. We sure appreciate you talking to us, Mr.
Yes, I'll have the patrolman call you tonight. I suppose you're there 24 hours, aren't you?
Right.
You know, what do you think we saw?
Well, the two white lights and the illumination of the ground under it is quite familiar in this field. Quite often when such a phenomenon will approach or come closer to a witness, why then they can usually see the outline of a vehicle of some kind with the two brilliant white lights positioned on the right and left outer perimeter. But apparently this wasn't close enough for you to see what they were attached to.
No, I tried to make it out too. I couldn't. Now whether he did or not, I don't know.
Uh-huh.
But I'm at home now for supper, and I'm just getting ready to leave. We're going back east, farther east, and out into the Red Desert there, and see if we can. We're kind of intrigued by this thing now.
Oh.
Because it was so close to the airport, we made an assumption that it was going to land there, you know.
Right. Okay, now you're associated with the Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I thank you again for talking to us, and if we come up with any answers regarding the identification of this thing, we'll get back to you and let you know.
Well, thank you very much.
Okay.
All right.
Good night.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
This is Patrol here in Wyoming.
Yes, sir.
And the deputy sheriff told me to call you.
Right.
Are you the same man he talked to?
Right.
Okay, what did you want?
Okay, what we'd like to do is get a detailed as possible description of what you saw this evening.
Well, it'll be about the same thing he told you. We were in different vehicles coming out of a McCall out around Point of Rocks, and just south of Interstate 80 we seen a couple of headlights up in the air in a stationary position. It looked like possibly like a car hanging up in the air.
Yes.
I know the terrain well enough. I knew that there was no hill up there for a motor vehicle to be on. I pulled over to the side of the road and watched it. It had very bright lights on it, bigger than car headlights, I guess you would say, and brighter. It appeared to be stationary, and I watched it for, probably less than 1 minute. And then it started to move in an easterly direction back toward the airport, right along the road that comes up to the airport.
Yes.
And I noticed that also these lights illuminated the ground. I would say it was 800 to 1,000 feet off the ground at that time. And then I just went on home and called the airport to see if they had a flight plan on some type of an aircraft that would do that.
Uh-huh.
I think it was a helicopter. But we're at the airport now trying to find out if there's a helicopter in the area, you know, that's landed by now.
Yes.
I have no report of one here.
Okay, now as that object was moving, did it continue to illuminate the ground under it?
Yes.
Okay.
That's like bright headlights shining down.
Okay. Did you watch it until it moved out of sight?
No. It just went up the hill toward the airport, so I assumed that it was a helicopter coming back up here to land, you know.
Uh-huh.
But the thing that was unusual about it was that time of day for it to be stationary. In other words, if people were out on a work detail, you'd think they'd just go right on the airport.
Right.
Instead of stopping up in the air like that and hovering or being in a stationary position with a light shining down.
Did you get out of the car to watch this?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Stayed right in it. I didn't hear any noise.
Uh-huh. Okay. About what time did you first spot that?
It was about 6:10, I would estimate.
Okay.
6:10 p.m. Mountain time.
Just about how long did the entire duration of the sighting last?
Oh, probably 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay.
2 minutes, it would be a pretty close guess.
Do you have any estimate of the distance between those two lights?
A little wider than car headlights. You take a big-sized passenger car like a Chrysler or Dodge,
Right. Uh-huh.
but possibly a little wider than that.
Okay. Did they hold their same position as it moved along?
Yes.
Okay. And you couldn't see any outline of a vehicle of any kind?
No, I couldn't. Also, on the back, when it finally started in the easterly direction, I seen a red and green light blinking on and off.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Is that typical of a helicopter lighting system, a large-size helicopter. They've got this Hoskins, this helicopter service out of Salt Lake that works in this area, you know. In fact, I went up in it one time and just looked at the terrain. And
it doesn't sound like a helicopter flight. You'd think that they'd come right on in. And, of course, the airport should know whether they were coming in or not.
Well, they should.
Yeah.
But they have no flight plan.
Right.
So, you know, we're interested. That it could be involved in some criminal activity. That's our main interest there.
Right. And you were alone?
I was alone in my car. The deputy sheriff was right behind me in his own unit.
Okay. What distance apart were you from him? Any idea? Or was it fairly close?
Back off a call, we probably, we were right in the same area.
Oh, okay, fine. All right, sir. Well, we sure appreciate your calling and talking to us. And
okay, we're going to do a little more checking on this, and I don't know, we can find a helicopter around here to probably answer the question. Pacific Power and Light has this line that goes through here, you know. They've got these big aluminum poles, and they use helicopters to move these things, replace them and repair them and so forth.
Right.
But who the company is that's working for them, I don't know. It's something that... So,
okay.
Thank you then.
Right, thank you, sir. Senator?
Yes, I was just here reading a newspaper. I live in Simi Valley.
Yes.
And I was reading about this UFO object that, occurred in the skies.
Yes.
And I didn't pay much attention to it at the time. I think it was last Wednesday. The day they had this supposed to be cloud in the sky, it looked like a UFO. And I leave home real early in the morning. I leave home about 4:30 in the morning.
Right.
And I drive over the Simi Freeway into San Fernando.
Right.
And I had a hell of a time trying to get my radio to stay on beam of the music that was playing. And this particular object that I was looking at, but as I was driving into San Fernando, it had all types of colors on it, and it looked like a flying ship to me. But I could get the wave sounds back like a beep sound from through my radio, and I just had that all the way to work that particular morning.
This was coming in quite clear?
This was coming in quite clear.
Okay, was this shoving the other reception right out?
It was just shoving them right out.
Okay, did this object have a defined shape?
Yes, it did. It had a shape of a shape of an egg-like, you know.
Okay.
Egg shape, more. And I don't know if you noticed. I don't know if you know where this Rocketdyne Test Center is up in the valley.
Yes.
Well, just as I got almost into that particular area, this emanating sound that I heard, it just took over the radio completely. And it was just like you were giving signals, beep sounds. And just after I passed through there a little bit, it got a little weaker, though. But from what I could see, it looked like it was just like something was beaming this direction towards that hill,
Okay, now how far was the object from there?
Oh, that object was way over into, I would say that object was way out into, I guess you would say that Glendale Mountain out there.
Okay.
Way over. I guess that's beyond Burbank out there, Looks like it's headed towards that Pasadena, I guess.
Now, would that be over that CD or Civilian Defense Center by any chance?
Right.
Right on top of the hill there, they got a very large radio center.
Right.
Be right in that area?
It would look like it was way behind that area.
Okay.
Like that,
And this was Friday?
No, it wasn't Friday. I think it was either Wednesday morning or Thursday morning.
Okay.
It was the next day. It was the day before when Simi had this picture in the paper about clouds looked like a spaceship.
Oh, okay. About what time?
Oh, this was about 4:45.
Okay.
Between 4:30 and 4:45 in the morning.
About how long was that in view now while you were watching it?
Oh, gee, it was in view for until I got down into, way down in the San Fernando there, but up by the Golden State Freeway going into Burbank.
Okay, now did it maintain its position at all times? Or was it on the move at all?
No, most of the time it maintained its position. It was real slow to fight, you know. It would go real fast.
Okay. Do you have any estimate of size?
No, I didn't think about it that way.
Compare it with another object.
I would say the size of a large automobile, I would say, really.
Okay.
You know.
How about altitude?
The altitude itself looked like it was just hanging next to a cloud, really. So say, for instance, a cloud in the sky, and it was laying right next to a cloud. In other words, if you would just really look at it as being a cloud, you say, oh, gee, there's another cloud in the sky. Because that particular morning, there was very, very few clouds in the sky. And it was just laying right next to a cloud. So maybe there's about, if you would look at it outward, there's about 5 feet difference between it and the cloud.
Okay.
But it could actually look like it had light behind it, you know. I figured, I said, well, maybe the sun is coming up. But then I looked at the clouds that was next to it, and I didn't see any difference in, you know. The color behind the clouds, you know, it didn't have any particular color, but this thing that was next to the clouds, it had a sort of a light behind it.
Now, which direction would you be looking when you're watching it?
If I was traveling the Simi Freeway, I would be looking out, say, San Bernardino way, I guess.
Okay.
Way out in that area.
Right. You figured this was about Thursday or Friday? Or Wednesday and Thursday? Wednesday or Thursday, okay.
Right. It was a day that was real clear, and then it got foggy the next day, I think it was. I'm pretty sure it was Wednesday.
Okay, because Thursday was Independence Day or Veterans Day or whatever they call it, right?
I'm pretty sure it was Wednesday, though, because it was real clear Wednesday.
Okay, and that was the day the article appeared in the paper?
Well, the article appeared in the paper the next day.
The next day, okay.
Right. Particular sound, though, you know, I've heard sounds before, you know, different beep sounds, because I worked for an aircraft company. And this particular sound, it just took over the radio completely. It just turned the music off when I got up by Rocketdyne area up there, and the music just went away completely, and all these little sounds came in, beep sounds, you know.
Beeping, straight beeping right through.
Right, straight beeping right through.
How about static?
That's the thing about it. It just wasn't no static.
No static, just the beeping. Okay. Now, did you have any other problems? Were there any problems with the car? Ignition, so forth?
I didn't notice it. No, I didn't pay much attention to it in that respect, you know, as far as, like you mean, something or the engine won't quit or something like that.
Right.
No, I didn't have that type of thing.
Okay, did you have any unusual physical sensations yourself?
Did I? I just had a weird feeling, I can tell you that.
Okay. No tingling? Any tingling in the body?
No, not really, but I just had a chill run across my body like, what's this out here, you know?
Yeah, okay.
Because there wasn't nobody on the freeway that time of morning, really.
Right.
You know, that's the kind of feeling that I got.
Okay. Well, I tell you what we'll do. We'll see if we can come up with more information on this, and if we do, we'll get back to you and let you know.
Okay, fine.
Thank you for calling.
Right.
Right. Bye.
I'm calling from Millbank, South Dakota.
Yes, sir.
We've got a UFO sighted over our farm place, and I work for the police department. My father's a retired state trooper.
Yes, sir.
And I work for the police department. I happen to see your number there and on a sheet of paper, and we just saw it. Oh, we saw it being in South Dakota, it was 5 minutes to 7 when I first sighted it. It's now 20 minutes after 7 here, and it's still in sight. It's moving back and forth, and it's one of the craziest things I've ever seen in my life.
Okay, does this thing have a shape of any kind?
We're watching it through the binoculars. Well, it appeared to be, it's flashing, it's alternating colors. It's not any known aircraft, because I just called the police department. My friend is working, and if it was one of the game wardens or something watching, we'd know that.
Right.
Because of the information he has. You'll have to excuse me, I'm a little rattled right now. It's red. And it rotates. It seems to be rotating, red and white. And what else, Dad? appears like balls of red flame or something fly out of the sides of it. I don't know just exactly how to describe it. Almost like a Roman candle or something at times, with red objects, red balls of fire flying out. It's almost out of view now, but we can still see it. It's headed in basically a south to southwest direction.
Okay, now does this thing have any kind of a shape to it?
Well, we have a pair of binoculars. What power are they, Dad? It seems like you can't really determine it because it is night here and we can't really see. We got a 6x15 pair of power binoculars and 360-foot field at 1,000 yards, and it appears that when you look at the object, the way I saw it when I first viewed it was that it was a round cylindrical object in the center, almost like two saucers put together, bottom to bottom. I mean, the flat surfaces placed together.
Uh-huh.
And then it's going down now, and then extending out from that, as I saw it, appeared to be two arms coming down at maybe a 15-degree or 15 or 25-degree angle, radiating out from the main body with two white orbs stationed on each one of those.
Uh-huh, okay. And this thing is flashing multiple colors?
Yes, it's kind of a red and white and then a blue through the binoculars. I don't know if I'm getting some kind of a prismatic effect or not through them. It appeared to sit down out in the field out here some miles away. I'd say maybe 5 miles away. Maybe even further.
Oh, you actually saw it descending?
Yeah, it's down now. My parents and I are watching.
Uh-huh. Okay. About what size is this? Can you compare it with anything?
It's close to Stockholm, South Dakota right now. What size to compare it to? Sir, I can't really give you an estimation on the size of it. I mean, it could be 2 feet across. It could be 150 because I really don't have any ability to gauge it against anything, against the black sky. It's kind of overcast tonight, and there's not too many stars out, so it's difficult to see.
Okay, you say this thing has descended out of sight again?
It's descended not out of sight. We can see a round red object or a red spot on the ground out there between two farm places.
Okay.
Be sitting on the ground.
And this is moving southeast from you, right?
Yes, sir, yeah. And I know we're not seeing things.
Okay, how many witnesses you got there?
3.
Okay.
My father being a retired state trooper, and my an airplane went over the top of it. My dad said I shouldn't fail to mention that.
Okay.
An airplane headed west, an airplane went over the top of it. That would have been about 10 minutes after 7 our time.
Okay, you feel there's a possibility that this thing was sitting on the ground before?
It still is.
Uh-huh.
It's
okay.
now.
Okay, we'll get on this right away, and if we come up with any additional information, we'll get back to you.
Okay.
And if we need anything new on this, can we call you back?
Oh, yeah, I would hope you would, because I'd sure like to know what the darn thing is.
Okay.
Where are you out of? Where's your headquarters at?
Washington.
Okay. Is this with the government?
No, it's a private scientific group.
Okay, real fine. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you for the call.
Oh, you're welcome.
Bye. What's the status on that object?
It's gone. It's gone. We don't see it anymore. It went out of sight at about 7:25, I'd say, just a few minutes after I hung up from talking to you. Funny part of it was my father and I sat down in different rooms, and my mother, well, we weren't in different rooms, but we were in different locations in the same room, and I said, draw it out. And my dad and I both drew the same thing.
Uh-huh.
My mother held the one that I drew, and we both had the same thing down.
Oh, great. Now, did you actually see this thing go?
You mean leave as far as...
Did it lift off and leave, or did it just go out?
No, it appeared to land west of us about 15 miles or 10 miles is a range of hills, so it may have gone behind them. We kind of thought maybe that's what happened rather than actually landing. It might have gone behind the hills.
Okay, now am I to understand that that thing had been sitting on the ground when you first saw it?
No, sir. It was off the ground, I'd say, about 600 feet.
Okay. Yeah. About how far away from you was it?
Oh, I'd say a mile to a mile and a half.
That's pretty close.
What did you say, Dad? If you have a map of South Dakota, it would be going on a direct line between Millbank, South Dakota, and Watertown, South Dakota.
Okay, I got it.
plot those two courses there.
Right.
I wouldn't know what the bearings are or anything of that particular locale, but that's the direction it seemed to be assuming.
Okay. Well, we'll keep working on it, and if we get anything, we'll get back to you.
Okay, I sure appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
I really do. Thank you for calling us back.
Right. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, this is Pierre Hart Police Department in Oregon.
Yes, sir.
Did you get any reports from UFOs here for day before yesterday?
No, sir.
You didn't? You want one?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I have both a sworn statement from one person and I taped another person. And I understand our neighboring city got 4 calls. I also had a third call without a caller refused to give a name, so I don't actually trace down people that don't give their name.
Right.
Okay, you interested in hearing the tape?
Is it quite lengthy?
No.
Okay.
All right.
Describe to me what you see. Well, I'm not sure. It's just looked outside and you can't really see the ocean from our place. So I looked over this bank and it's light. And it just went down the ocean. It looked like it came from the seaside. It was a couple minutes ago. Okay. And how fast do you think it's moving? I really wouldn't know how to guess. I really don't know. Okay. Does it have any particular shape to it? It seemed to be oblong. Thin and long. Cylindrical, maybe. Okay. And it travels from south to north, and then what direction it goes from there? Did it just continue on north, or? I lost sight of it because of it. I lost sight of it. It kept on going straight. Yeah. Okay. Now, does it have any particular color to it? Green and yellow, maybe. Green and yellow, greenish yellow. With a white constant, the sort of light. It's flickering, kind of. Flickering. Okay. Any other peculiarities that you can see about it? Peculiar in any manner, such as maybe the trail or anything of this nature? No, it didn't leave trail. I couldn't. For a minute, I thought maybe it slowed down or stopped even, but I can't be positive of that. Okay. What is your name again? I'll tell you what I'd like for you to do to help us out. If you would sit down on a piece of paper and write down what you saw, describe it thoroughly, describe the direction which is facing south, the north, seaside, of course, and write down everything you can about it.
Well, that's all of the reporting they give me about it. The sworn statement that I have has a brief to it. Says the night of Monday, the 11th of October, about 5 minutes to 9 p.m. I went outside to take a star reading for my physics class. I looked in the direction of my star, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw a yellowish-brown light from seaside moving up and down. I ran into the house, got a coat, and ran out to the beach. The light was steady, not blinking. When the craft was going up and down, but it started blinking when it was moving. The craft stopped over the condos at the condominiums we have here. The light again stopped, then blinking. The craft shot a beam of light toward the horizon above where the sun would set, then took off for Astoria. The light began to blink, and the craft moved out of sight. I'm a notary public, so I have him swear to this one.
Oh, great.
This guy, it's a young lad, a high school kid by the name of, interesting enough, his father is a teacher at one of our local colleges, and he too is an astronomer. I investigate these things with an open mind both ways to determine whether or not before I even called you.
Oh, that's great. Well, we sure appreciate this very much.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Bye.
Reporting Center in Washington.
Oh, yes.
We understand that you saw something in the sky the other night.
Yeah, would you like me to tell you about it?
Yes, please.
Okay, well, I don't know if you're familiar with this area at all, are you?
No, I'm not.
Okay, well, then I'll just use, like, north and south, right?
Right.
Okay, well, I went out to take a star reading for a class of mine, a physics class.
Right.
Right, and I noticed that over a town in Seaside, which is about 1.5 miles away, south, there was this flash, well, it wasn't flashing then, but it was a constant light that was over the town, more or less, out over the ocean, too.
Right.
That was going up and down. And so I ran into the house and got on a coat, and I decided to run down to the beach, see if I could see it any better.
Right.
And by this time, it had started going across the ocean from south going northward. Do you see what I mean?
Right.
Okay. And once it started moving, it's not up and down, but once it started moving northward, it started to blink. It was kind of a brownish yellow light.
Uh-huh.
Okay, then it went up and it stopped probably about 3/4 of a mile up by the condominiums. There's a big apartment complex up there. And it stopped about over there. And then when it stopped, the light stopped blinking too.
That is the whole light?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
It stopped blinking, but then it was steady light.
Right.
Okay, and then it shot out a kind of whitish light out towards the horizon, like where the sun would set.
Uh-huh.
And then in a few seconds, it just took off up northward, and then it went out of sight.
Okay, now when it took off, was that at fairly high speed?
It seemed to be. Yeah.
Okay, now this, when you originally spotted this object, was it the same color? I mean, it was maintained the same color during the entire observation?
Oh, yeah, it was kind of a brownish yellow, almost maybe even a little tinge of green in there, but I don't know about how greenish it was. It was really more brownish.
Now, you said it was moving up and down. Any idea of how many degrees this thing was moving?
I should have used my astrolabe and checked that out. But I'd say maybe 5 or 10 degrees, something like that.
Okay. And it was remaining over the same area at the time?
As far as I could tell.
Okay.
And that was probably about 2 miles away. Yeah, 1.5 miles or 2 miles. It seemed about down there that far.
Now, when it started to move from there, did it move at high rate of speed?
It was a constant speed. It was, I think it was faster than maybe an airplane would be.
Right. And then when it got into your area, it stopped again, right?
Yeah, when it got north of me.
Okay.
But there was no noise.
Okay, do you have any idea of how big that thing was? Can you compare it with anything?
Wow. Geez. It was much bigger than a plane would be.
Uh-huh.
And maybe, it's hard to say, because, you never see anything out there like that you could compare it to.
Right.
Well, it definitely was bigger than a plane.
Okay, how about altitude?
How high up was it?
Right.
It looked like it was maybe about 300 feet. I guess that's a good guess.
Okay, did it pass directly over you at any time?
No. It was always west of me.
Okay.
It looked like it was over the ocean the whole time.
Uh-huh. Well, here's a goodie. About how far away?
Well, initially when I see at my house, I'm maybe about 1/4 mile away from the ocean.
Uh-huh.
So, I moved that far, but it was still, from my house, it was still at least 1/4 mile away because it was still west. It looked like it was maybe another 1/8 to 1/4 of a mile, maybe.
Okay. And this thing, did you watch it as it went out of sight?
Yeah.
And it was heading north at the time?
Yeah, and I couldn't see it any longer because it got too small and over the...
Did it maintain the constant altitude?
As far as I could tell.
Okay.
Yeah.
How was the weather conditions that night?
Oh, that was good. You could see stars and stuff like that.
Okay. Any idea which direction the wind was coming from?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay.
I imagine it was probably coming in from maybe, usually it's, constant from the west.
Uh-huh.
But it's about that time of night, it was about almost 9. Sometimes the wind will stop then, and maybe even, and as the wind will even come back from the east again.
Okay. Could you pinpoint the time?
Yeah, I went out at 5 minutes till 9.
Okay.
So I could find the North Star so I could take my reading at 9.
Okay. Now, how long did this whole thing last? Any idea?
Probably about, let me see, maybe almost a minute.
1 minute, okay.
Yeah. I think I'd say that's a pretty good guess.
Any definite shape to this thing?
No, I couldn't see anything except just the light.
Okay. Was it fairly bright? Was it bright enough to light up the sky?
The only thing that it was brighter than, an average light out there.
Uh-huh.
But that ray that it shot out that was bright.
Okay, now, you say that went due west?
Yeah.
Okay, now, in comparison to the size of the object, how big a shaft of light was that?
It was, you mean like on a ratio or something?
Right.
It was maybe about 10th or a 20th of it, I'd say.
Okay, now
it was really pinpointing exactly if it spread out or anything.
Uh-huh. In other words, it's a very sharp shaft?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, almost like a pole.
Did that extend quite a ways?
Yeah. I couldn't see where it was going to. It didn't fade out. It just kept going out there.
Uh-huh. And then did it retract, or did it just shut off?
It just shut off.
Okay.
And when it turned on, I mean, it didn't go out there like maybe, like, what's an example? Like maybe your tongue doesn't come out slow. It just was on.
Uh-huh.
And then it was off.
Okay. Any other aircraft in the sky at the time?
Not that I noticed.
Okay. Okay, well, we sure appreciate you taking the time to talk to us, and if we get any more information on this thing, why, we'll get back to you and let you know.
Yeah, and officer told me that someone else had reported it also. Some guy in town has also seen the same thing.
Right. We weren't able to get his telephone number.
Oh.
And I guess there were a few people down at Seaside that saw something, too. We've been trying to contact them.
Oh, yeah?
Right. So maybe no doubt that they saw the same thing that you did.
Yeah. Oh, that's strange.
Okay, well, thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Talk to you again later, maybe.
Okay.
Okay. Bye. This is the UFO Reporting Center. We understand you saw something in the sky the other night.
Yeah, last night. I didn't really want my son to call, but I guess he took it upon himself to do it this morning.
We'd really like to hear about it.
Okay. I was sleeping, of course, and I woke up at about 10 to 4 because the kids had turned the heat up. It was about 75, and I got a heater right by my bed, so I know I was warm. I had to go to the bathroom, and then I decided I was hungry. So I got up and turned the heat off first, and then I went to the bathroom, and then I went out in the kitchen, and I just grabbed the refrigerator door, and I started hearing this loud noise. And I thought, oh, airplane, helicopter, didn't pay much attention. And it got louder and louder and just kind of hovered over the house, or just a vibrating sound, real loud. I looked out the window, and I didn't see anything. And it was to the point where I couldn't ignore it, because it wouldn't go away. Like airplanes or helicopters, they fade away or go away or do something, but it was just a loud sound, and it just stayed there. And so by this time I was a little bit upset, and still I wanted to see, but I was a little scared to look. And then finally I peeked out the kitchen, I turned the light off and looked out the kitchen light, and I couldn't see anything for a while. There's a big tree in the backyard here, and a big old house, and then after it had moved to the visible site where I could see it, and I was just amazed, because it just kind of seemed to be, it was either very low or else very large, but it seemed like it was low and more or less kind of staying in one place. I mean, like not going like an airplane, phew, and then it's gone.
Right.
And not way up high like that. But what really amazed me was the lights. The lights were bright. The sound of the thing hurt my ears.
Okay,
but the lights were bright. There was a big, big red light. Then there were some twinkly lights. Either it was the motion of the thing or else they did twinkle or turn or revolve or something. All sparkly. It was very pretty, very nice looking. The other lights were much smaller, and they were white or yellow or a mixture. Just the big red light. I just can't get over that. It was something like I've never seen or heard before. And what really amazed me was it disappeared just like that.
Just like
you didn't see it fade away. Yeah, just like turning off the lights and just the sound too. The whole works. It didn't go any. And
that's why you were standing there with your eye on it. It just snapped off.
Yeah, I couldn't see it anymore and I couldn't hear it. Just like that. It didn't fade away or disappear like a helicopter or an airplane or anything like that. But I was just amazed when I saw that, and I just knew that was just something I've never seen before.
Now, you could make out the object, right?
No, I could not tell the shape. It was dark, completely dark. All I could see was the light.
The lights,
I could not tell the shape of it.
Were those lights rotating around?
Yes, they seemed like they were rotating and twinkling or something, yeah.
Okay, now were they on what would possibly be the perimeter of this thing, whatever it was? Around the edge?
They could possibly be in the back of it or around the bottom or something, because they're all together. They were all together. The shape of the thing, it was dark, like you just couldn't see. I could not see the shape or the coloring, just the lights. And they were all together, not like an airplane would have some in front, some on the wings, and some in the back. These lights were all together. And they seemed to be rotating or twinkling, moving, sparkling. Hard to look at, really. It was bright. They were bright, the lights were.
Were they so bright that they hurt your eyes?
Yes, they almost hurt my eyes.
Did they seem to light up the sky at all?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't notice. I didn't see it that long. I was just, because the sound, this was 5 minutes to 4, and by 4 it was all over with. But I did most of what I heard it much longer than I thought, because by the time I finally got my eyes on it, like I said, it just was gone.
Right. Okay, now, while you were watching that object, did you, or even while you were in the process of picking up this sound, did you have any strange mental or physical sensations, unusual?
No.
Okay.
No, I felt really strange when I saw it.
Were there any dogs barking in the area?
No.
Okay.
Everything quiet, just that sound.
And this did hurt your ears?
Mm-hmm, it hurt my ears. I have sensitive hearing, but it was just kind of a humming. It didn't so much to begin with, but after a while, it got to me, Or was it that it was getting louder after a while?
And then all of this just stopped abruptly?
Yeah, like it didn't go anywhere. That was it. I didn't know where it went or what happened. I couldn't see it or hear it anymore.
Did you feel that this thing was hovering directly over your house before you saw it?
Yes, it felt like it was exactly above the house.
Okay.
It felt just like it was above me.
Okay. And have you had any problems since then?
No.
No bad dreams or anything?
No, and I didn't dream that night either.
Okay.
I'm sure I just woke up like I said, it was too hot. I had the heater right by the bed, and the kids turned the heat up. Obviously, before they went to bed because they were cold and nobody turned it on. It gets very, very warm that way, and being hungry, I was starting a new diet the first few days of that can really kill you, So if I wake up hungry, I can't go back to sleep. No, I just woke up and done my usual thing, had no dreams, heard nothing. Nothing woke me up. No noise.
Okay, now, we'd like to get the correct date on that. Was that yesterday?
Well, this morning.
This morning?
Yeah, 3:55.
Okay. And no one else in the neighborhood has heard that as far as you know?
No, not that I know of. I haven't talked to anyone.
Okay.
I don't really know anybody in the neighborhood.
Have you ever had this type of experience before?
Never. I've never seen anything like that before. This seems to be so close. It seems so close. And it seems like it's just above the house. You didn't have any other reports anywhere last night?
But that doesn't mean someone else didn't see it or hear it.
Yeah.
It's just a question of
Well, I wouldn't have called.
Well, that's our problem, getting people to call.
Yeah, I wouldn't have. I just forgot about it. But my son gets excited about things like that. I woke him up then afterwards, and I woke my daughter up, Rhonda. And neither one of them woke up enough to do anything or say anything.
Right.
So...
Okay, well, now, I wonder if we could stop by some evening and get a drawing of what you saw, just so we'll have an exact record of the position of those lights.
Yeah, I just wish that I could describe it better. It's just, God, you'll never know how shocked I was when I saw that. And it's just such a few. Oh, let's see, how long would I have been looking at that thing? I don't know how fast the seconds go. I would say no more than 20, 30 seconds, the longest that I was looking at it. And I tried to make it out, but the more I looked at it, the harder it was to make out because the lights were so bright.
Okay, while you were watching the object itself, or the lights, was it moving away from you?
Uh-huh, it was moving, but it seemed to be moving slow.
In which direction?
Northeast from my house, kitchen room. Mostly east, but a little bit north because it was kind of an angle.
Right.
You might even say east. I don't know. It was just... It didn't move like airplanes or helicopters.
Okay, well, we sure appreciate your talking to us, and we'll probably be getting back to you.
Wish that somebody else would have seen it or would say something about it or something, you know?
Well, we'll see if we get any more reports on it.
If you would, I would like to hear about it.
We'll get back to you, definitely.
Okay.
Thanks very much.
Uh-huh. Goodbye.
Department in Ventura County.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'd like to report a sighting.
Okay.
And he says that he just observed a silver saucer-shaped object that had no lights and appeared to come directly off of the ground and zoom down toward his car.
Okay, did you have his address by any chance?
Yeah, but he doesn't have an actual address. He's on a road on a farm.
Oh, I see.
So
Okay.
it's hard to describe.
Okay.
The sighting happened in the area of Sturgis Road and Las Posas Road in Camarillo area.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll get on it.
Okay, he said if you wanted to call him personally, he'll be there for the next he'll be there all night long.
Fine, we'll do.
Okay, fine.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye. I'm calling for the UFO Reporting Center in Washington.
Uh-huh.
We understand you had an experience tonight.
Yeah.
Would you like to describe it for us?
Yeah. We were coming home from, we have this, hamburger chain out here called Immerse.
Yes.
And we were coming home from it, and I live out in the country. And we were coming down the road before you get to my driveway, and like halfway down it, we were driving slow because I wanted to listen to a tape.
Right.
Before I got home. I was in a friend's car, and all of a sudden this, saucer type thing lifted off the ground and like zoomed right across the front of our car. I mean, we almost hit it.
How close do you think it came?
I swear, I just got goosebumps all over. Like 10 feet at the most.
Okay.
I mean, and we both saw it, and, it's not like, it's not like seeing a shooting star, one person seeing it. I mean, we saw this thing, and I mean, it was close.
Okay, now what shape did this thing have? Could you actually see the construction?
It happened so fast. It was like, it sort of looked like an egg shape, what I remember. The thing happened so fast.
Right.
It was like it's like the thing didn't expect us to be coming down the road or something. I don't know. And it was silver colored. It was metal, colored.
Right.
And like it didn't have any lights on it. And I mean, like when our car lights hit it, that's, when we saw it. And my friend, who is a very stable person, refused to drive me down my driveway. And I have a lot of dogs. And I said, I raise Afghan hounds, and I said, I have to go down there. I said, if, there is someone out there, I said, they could be doing something to them.
Right.
Or had done something, So I said, I have to go down there. Because I live there. It's like I live down a road that you have to drive down for like a mile. And she was just beside herself. And I mean,
she tore out of here. I got out of the car, and luckily my whole house was surrounded by chain linking fencing, and she just tore off.
Okay.
But we definitely saw something, and I mean, it wasn't someone throwing a trash can or a frisbee or any of that stuff. We saw something, and I have never believed, you know, in this. And, you know, God, I have, you know, this is really, I'm just a nervous wreck.
Okay. Now, did that object, I understand you only saw it just for, what was it, a few seconds?
Yeah.
Almost, okay. Was it carrying any kind of lights at all?
No. Well, you know, all
you could see was just a metal surface?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How about size? Any idea how big it was?
You know, it wasn't real big. It was about the size of, trying to think. It was, I would say, maybe 10 feet long.
Okay.
You know, somewhere in there. It wasn't a real big thing. You know, it's not like, you know,
right.
A huge ship.
Now, you definitely saw this thing as though it was lifting off of the ground?
It lifted off, and then, you know, it came like across. I mean, if they had been going faster, if we had been slower, we would have probably hit.
Uh-huh. This came right across the front of you, right?
Right
okay.
across the street.
If it was sitting in, wherever it was sitting,
see, it could have been visible if it had not lifted off.
Right, that's what I was going to ask.
See, what it is, see, my father owns all the fields around here. He's a rancher, and they had just planted celery there by seed, and it had just, the field was covered with just a light thing of weeds, you know, just maybe a couple inches tall because of that big rain we had out here. And so the thing would have been seen if it had not moved.
Okay, have you checked that spot yet?
No, God, I wouldn't go back there for my life depended on it.
Okay.
The police, I've called the police.
Okay.
And I told them exactly, you know, in the area where it is. And no, I would not go back there. I will, you know, tomorrow when it's light, but I'm, you know, this has really scared me.
Well, I can imagine. That's a close call.
No, it really, I have goosebumps all over my body. I've had them since this happened. And, you know, I'm freezing.
Okay, did you see or have any problems with your car when this thing went by? How was it? Did it interfere with the engine at all?
No, sir.
Okay. Hear any sound?
No, because we had the tape going.
Right, okay.
Because he said they're going to think we're crazy. And we have not been drinking. We had Coke, you know.
Okay. Okay. Would you talk to one of our investigators if he came by?
Yes, sir.
We have one right there in Oxnard.
Uh-huh.
He's a school teacher by profession.
Uh-huh.
And he's well versed in this subject.
Yeah, no, I'll speak to someone.
Okay, now, if anyone other than the police contacts you, I don't know, I don't know whether that got out on the air or not. The newspapers do a lot of monitoring.
Uh-huh.
But we would appreciate it if you would just remain mum until we get a chance to complete this investigation, because if it gets out that something landed out there, you're going to have half of the Oxnard population in there.
Yeah. No.
And I'll have him contact you right away.
Okay, fine.
And would it be okay if we get back to you if we need more information?
Yeah, oh, yes, sir.
Okay, we sure appreciate your calling us.
You're welcome.
Or talking to us.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Reporting Center?
Yes, sir. This is officers of Snyder, Nebraska.
Yes.
And I'd like to make a report.
Okay.
What we seem to have here is I had a report about 8 o'clock that a bright object moved from the western part of the sky to the eastern part.
Yes.
And I checked it with binoculars myself, and it seems to be holding now. And it starts, now it appears to be a triangular shape. And earlier it was a trapezoid shape. It was longer on one side, then it would narrow down into a sort of triangular shape, You know what I mean by a trapezoid?
Right. Yes.
And now it appears to be moving slightly to the west.
Okay. Did the people actually see this thing moving from west to east?
Yes, sir.
Okay. About what time did that occur?
It was approximately 8 o'clock.
Okay. Did you see this yourself?
I didn't see the movement, the larger movement. I saw it earlier, approximately 9:30, and that's when I observed the trapezoid shape. And now I've noticed that it has started moving west, but not at the speed that it was reported to me as having moved earlier.
Okay. Do you have any idea the altitude of this thing?
Oh,
Is it fairly high or low?
It seems to be fairly high now.
Okay.
Earlier, it seemed quite lower. I was convinced it could have been a weather balloon.
Uh-huh.
But now that it's this late at night, it really couldn't be, because it wouldn't be reflecting sunlight, I would think.
Do you have the name of anyone who saw the thing on the move?
Boy, his name is...
Okay. Could we have your name again, sir? Okay.
Now I have another law enforcement officer that has seen it also.
Okay.
His name is... He's with the Dodge County Sheriff's Department.
Okay, sir. We'll get on this thing and see if we can't come up with some kind of an ID.
Okay.
And if we get anything on it, why, we'll get back to you and let you know.
All right. I'd appreciate that.
Thanks much for the call.
Okay.
Bye.
Good night now.
I was given your number. I've been seeing something I'd like maybe you to explain to me.
Okay.
We live on the Washington side of the river and see into Oregon, and every night about 15 to 7, I see this light the last 3 nights, and it's above the ridge of the mountains and up in the sky, and it's real bright. At first I just thought it was a star, and anyway, it stays on for about a half an hour, and then it moves slightly to the west, and then it slowly disappears down the ridge of the mountain and back of it, and I wondered if you could give me any information on what you think I might be seeing.
You mean this actually descends and goes behind the mountain?
Right, and I called our neighbors last night, and they saw it too, and it looked just like a bright star to them, but they watched, and it just, in I'd say a half an hour or so, it just stayed behind the ridge of the mountain.
Okay, now about what time does this happen?
About 15 to 7, and I've noticed it all 3 evenings. And today now, I saw in the daylight a great big glowing object, and it looked like it was on the Oregon Highway, and it was flashing, like it was flicking, taking pictures. And I don't know if this had anything to do with it or not. But it's really strange, and it's just got my curiosity up.
Okay, now, you're looking west or east, right, when you see this, the first object?
I'm at Miles, so I'm looking straight across. It would be, let's see, more south.
South, okay.
Uh-huh.
Okay. And you don't see this object come up to start with?
No, it's just there in the sky shining real bright, just like a star, only it's so much brighter.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Pure white?
Yes.
And then after you watch it for a while, it just descends down behind a hill?
It slowly moves. There's a clump of trees there, and of course it's a lot higher than them, but I identify by that, and it slowly moves sort of northwest, and then all of a sudden it just goes behind the ridge of the mountain.
And then it doesn't come up?
No, I never see it again.
Okay, does this light have any defined shape of any kind?
No, it doesn't, except that it, as I say, looks identical to a star, only it's so much brighter.
Okay. No, I can't, that obviously would not be a star of any kind. No way.
Uh-huh. And have you ever had any reports on anything similar?
Well, yes, not in this area, but, I mean, this is nothing new, of having glowing objects hovering and then dropping down behind a hill out of sight.
Uh-huh.
And you've been watching that how long?
For 3 nights. And not only, I have seen it, but my kids and like today now, I saw this other thing that was glowing, and I got out the telescope, and it actually cast the light on the Columbia River, the river being real smooth today. And I could see this light on the river, but when I went to get it on the object, then I couldn't see it at times. Other times I couldn't. It was just bright, like a fireball.
Well, now, did that appear to be hovering just above the river?
It's right along the Oregon Highway.
Would that be Interstate 80?
Yes.
Uh-huh, okay.
Uh-huh.
And how long did you watch that?
Well, it lasted about an hour.
And when did you first spot it?
Oh, gee, I got so excited about it. It must have been about, it had to be about 11:30.
That was this morning?
Mm-hmm.
And this thing cast light in the broad daylight like that?
And it was so brilliant that it cast this light right on the river. And it looked like to me like it was taking pictures, like it was clicking, every time a truck or car passed.
Uh-huh.
And my husband looked, he thought it was just probably a road sign or something, but I studied it too long. There was no way it could have been a road sign.
Okay, could you give me an estimate in size of that? Could you compare it with anything?
A beach ball.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
And was that also, you say that was a fiery red?
No, it wasn't. It was white.
Brilliant white again, okay.
Brilliant white. There's been no color in it at all, other than it's just glowing white.
You watched that about an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see it leave?
In my eyes, I saw it disappear, but my husband thought it was still that road sign, but looking at it now, of course, the lighting's different. There's nothing.
Uh-huh.
So I just don't know. I just think I'm going crazy, but it's really exciting, but sort of frightening, too.
Okay. Was that one that was hovering on the river by the freeway, was that absolutely stationary?
Yeah, except that I saw this clicking. It looked
right.
like. Mm-hmm.
Right, okay.
And I wanted to ask you, is there a toll-free number to call in case you do see these things or not?
Well, no, this is the only such public number in...
Okay, where are you at?
We're in Seattle.
Oh, I see, Okay.
Well, we sure appreciate your call on this, and we'll get on this right away.
Okay, great.
I'm really interested in the one that you saw this morning.
I am, too. That, to me, was quite frightening.
Okay, where did you get our number?
Pardon?
Where did you get our number?
The airport, the Dallas airport.
Okay, thank you very much.
You bet, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hi, my husband would like to report a UFO he saw tonight.
Okay.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Was there any report of UFO in Hayward?
Not so far.
Not so far, huh?
You see something?
Yes, I did. I've called the Oakland airport and the Hayward airport, and there's been quite a few calls on the same thing.
Okay, we'd like to hear about it.
All right, well, I was coming from Fremont, and I noticed this object about 15 miles in front of me, and it was hard to tell how high up it was at the time. Well, I reached Hayward right around A Street, and it was still hovering there. And some people were pulling off the freeway and getting out of their cars and looking at it, so I did the same thing. And it hovered there for quite a few minutes, and with the lights going around the side, and it had a red dome on the top. And then all of a sudden, the lights started going faster, and the thing was on an angle, like, on a tilt. And all of a sudden, it took off like nothing I've ever seen before, and it stopped again. Looked like if the rate it was going, it probably ended up in Oakland within a matter of seconds. And it stopped again, and it was doing the same thing it was doing in Hayward. The lights stopped moving fast, and it started going slow again. I called the Oakland airport, and they said it was a Cessna towing a banner. And that doesn't seem too logical to me. And I also got the same story from the Hayward airport.
Towing Towing a banner.
Yeah, towing a banner. And I asked them what the reason would be for towing a banner at night, and they weren't sure. And I said, well, then why is it lighted? Because there isn't any letters or anything, because it was low enough to where everything was distinct.
Uh-huh.
And so they clicked us off right away and gave us a couple of numbers to call because they didn't want to answer any more questions. So I thought, well, you know, it was. They said they had a ton of calls in on it already.
Right. Okay. What time did you spot that?
Let's see. That was. I got home at 11:30, so and I watched it probably around 11 o'clock.
Okay. Now, just how close did this thing get to you? Do you have
Well,
any
it
idea?
was hovering over the freeway, and from everything I could tell, it was probably a half mile up.
Okay, now you say hovering. Do you mean just moving in a small area or stationary?
Stationary as far as I could tell, okay? And when it did decide to move, the lights around it, because there was no... At first I thought it might be a blimp.
Right.
And I got out, and the sky was lit very nicely behind it from the, I don't know, the moon or whatever it was, but it was a light night, and there was no silhouette of a blimp, but there was a distinct silhouette of what I've seen on TV to be, you know, a flying saucer, with a red dome on the top that was lighted and blinking. And there would be an interval of, like, the lights on the side were oblong, and there would be 3, then a gap, and then there would be like 4, because I counted them as they went around, and it repeated itself. Like when the 3 would come around, there would be a gap in there, and then there would be 4 following it, and it was, you know, that way every time it went around, I could count how many times it was going around. And then all of a sudden, when it decided to take off, it went fast enough to where you couldn't count them, and then it just took off.
Well, in other words, the spinning of these things increased before it took off?
Right.
I see. Then did the spinning slow down when the thing stopped?
Right. From what I could tell, it must have been in Oakland, because it was quite a ways. And then I saw it stop again, because the speed it was traveling, you could tell the thing was moving. And then all of a sudden it just, boom, it stopped, and it started doing the same thing it was doing in Hayward.
Okay, then in your opinion, would you say this thing moved from one stationary position to another position too fast for any kind of aircraft?
Oh, certainly.
Okay.
You know, I couldn't, there's, number one, if they would have said a helicopter or something, I would have heard it, okay? There was no sound of this that I could tell. With a helicopter, even though the traffic's still on the freeway, you could hear it. But this, you couldn't hear anything.
Okay. Now, these lights on this thing, did you say that they were oblong?
Yeah, they were oblong, and not horizontally, it was vertical.
Okay. Now, what were the colors?
Well, the lights were around the perimeter, it looked like. They were a brilliant white.
Uh-huh.
Now, at the top, it was a red dome, a distinct red dome. Bright, you know, and blinking periodically.
Okay. Now, could you make out the object itself that these lights were attached to?
Well, it looked like almost that it was like if it were a solid object, and then these lights were on a different unit, and it moved independently of the saucer or whatever it was.
Right.
Yeah, it looks like that was the means of its power or whatever.
Okay.
From what I could tell. Like I say, it was a nice night to see anything in the sky because it was light out.
Uh-huh.
And the only silhouette that I could see, you know, was exactly what I did see was the dome and the flatness to it, and also it was on a tilt.
Was that tilted towards you?
No, it was in such a way that I could see that it was, let's see, maybe about, say, 24, 25 degrees.
To you?
Well, no. As I was looking at it, I could tell that there was a 24 or 25 degree angle to it, and I was on the side, more or less.
Okay, fine.
So
okay, now, in your estimation, if there was an object, how big would it be?
Well, at first, like I said, I thought it was a Goodyear blimp, and you know how they'll have that neon sign that rotates around it.
Right.
Well, from Fremont, that's what I thought it was, and I was curious, so I kept my eyes on it all the way until I hit Hayward, and there wasn't anything legible about it. So I pulled over and I got out, and it was large. I would think the thing would have to be at least a couple hundred feet across.
Okay. And the altitude, any estimate on that?
Well, here again,
these visual estimates
anywhere from a half a mile to a mile.
Okay.
I think it was just too distinct to be any further than that. Of course, I could be wrong there, but I don't know.
But there was a very definite gap between these lights?
Yeah, right. And it moved in such a way that it repeated itself, and it was moving slowly, and it was moving counterclockwise and to where I was.
Right.
So I would think that, you know, see, the thing that brought more curiosity to this than what I've seen, because I've heard other people that I know have seen things like this, and so I was shocked, but I could believe it. But this thing calling the airports and having this Cessna pulling a banner
at 11 o'clock at night.
11 o'clock at night just didn't satisfy my curiosity. So I figured, well, we'll try and.
You say there were other people stopping on the freeway?
Yeah, well, about say a mile to a mile and a quarter before I actually pulled off on the off ramp, there was people actually pulling off the side of the freeway, and I pulled off on this off ramp A Street in Hayward, and I pulled down below and got out and looked at it, and it moved just entirely. There's just no possible way. Even these jets I've seen for the Air Force didn't compare to how quickly this thing got up and went. I mean, the speed from standing still to, you know, to where it finally ended up.
Right.
Man, it was just too quick. In fact, there's not a jet I've ever seen that can move that fast.
Okay, now on its second stationary stop, did you watch that until the thing took off again?
No. When I observed the thing take off, I saw this. Oh, it hit someplace in Oakland and then stopped again.
Okay.
And at that time, I went and called the Hayward Police Department and tried to get a hold of Hayward Airport, which I didn't at the time. When I got home, I finally did get a hold of Hayward Airport. They said there was a ton of calls on it, and Oakland said that they had received calls on it. But here again, they come back with a story with an assessment.
Okay, where did you finally get our number?
From the, I think the Hayward Airport.
Hayward, okay. All right, sir.
Here's another number in Washington, I think it was, but we didn't get any answer. But this is the first call on this?
That's the first one we've got so far, right?
Maybe evidently some of these people were pacified by the story they gave them on the assessment. I just can't buy it. No way.
Well, okay, we'll get on this thing, and if we come up with any answers, well, we'll get back to you and let you know.
I appreciate it.
Thanks much for calling.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
Bye.
Bye.
I was given this number by the Covina police station.
Uh-huh.
What city is this anyway? I don't even know. They just gave me the number. She didn't tell me where I was calling.
We're in Washington State.
Oh, okay. Well, I saw a UFO tonight.
Would you like to describe it?
Yeah, I'm not fooling around either because I didn't ever really believe this. You know, I was coming home from work, and we live in like a small town in California, you know.
Huh?
And I'm going down this one street, and at that time of night, there's not a whole lot of traffic on it until you get to this other street, which is about 3 blocks up, and then there's cross traffic, you know, because there's a lot of movie theaters and stuff there. So the block before that, I'm just riding home from work in the car, and I looked up in the sky, and this round, it was like a silver, it looked like a silver saucer, was exactly what it looked like. It was like no higher than 100 feet from my car. And it had gold lights all the way around it, and they were, you know, spaced a little bit.
Uh-huh.
And on top it had a red light, one red light on top. And it just like moved in from the right, and it was about 50 feet above the top of this bank, which is where I stopped for a red light. And when I stopped, there was one car in front of me who had just turned onto the same street I was on, and there were a few cars coming the other way waiting at the same light. And I wanted to get out of the car and tell everybody to look up there, you know, but I was like, you know, just so shook up. I was saying to myself, you know, I'm probably crazy or something because I'm not really seeing this, you know. I kept saying, must be a blimp or something like that.
Right.
Then when the light changed, the guy in front of me was going really slow, so I had to stay behind him and go slow. But the thing was still, it started moving ahead of me then, and it stayed ahead of me all the way down until about another 1.5 blocks where I had to make a left turn. And then it took off to the left, and it kind of went up higher, you know, and disappeared a little bit where you could only see lights then, you know.
Yes.
So I, like, raced around the corner as fast as I could, and I went in the house, and I called my husband outside so he would see it. So I wanted somebody else to see it so I would, you know, really know that I was seeing this thing, you know. So he saw it, too, but he didn't see it as closely as I did, but I really saw, you know, something that I've never seen before. It was not an airplane and not a helicopter, and it wasn't a blimp, so.
Okay, what time did that happen?
It was about 9 o'clock.
Okay.
You know, I'm sure some other people must have saw it, too, because it was really low. You know, it didn't act like it was trying to hide, you know, out of sight from anyone.
Okay, now, what would be your estimate of the lowest altitude?
I'd say 100 feet.
Okay.
For real, you know, and this is like a city, you know, a small city. I mean, it's not like Los Angeles or anything, but I was surprised that it would be in such a populated vicinity that low, you know.
Okay, now, how about size? Could you compare it with anything?
Well, my mother-in-law asked me that because I called her up and I had to tell somebody about it, you know. And, like, the bank, you know about the size of a bank?
Right.
Well, I'd say it was about half the size of the top of the bank because it was, like, hovering about 50 feet over the roof of the bank.
Okay, now, was this
And
picking up?
it looked like, I would say it could hold about, you know, 10 people or something. I mean, you know, it was a good size where some people could fit inside it.
Was this shaped like a disc?
Yeah, it was silver.
Okay, about how thick was it in the center?
Well, the center was where the lights were all the way around it. There were like gold lights there, and I'd say they were about, I don't know, the lights looked to me about as big as the lights on a lamppost.
Okay.
And there were gold lights, and they were all the way around it. Now, I don't know if it was, you know, moving around or anything. Like my mother-in-law said maybe it was, you know, and that's why I could see the lights, the gold lights were like flashing on and off, you know, in the middle of it.
But they were fixed to the object. They weren't
Right,
rotating.
yeah, they were like fixed into the object.
Okay, did you see any openings in that?
I didn't see any openings at all. I just saw a silver casing and the lights. I saw like no windows or anything like that.
In your opinion, would this object be picking up the light from the city and reflecting it?
Well, the silver part might,
Uh-huh.
you know, it might pick up reflections of, you know, street light that would kind of blind a person, you know, to look at it. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
It was kind of a shiny, you know.
Okay, then there was no doubt in your mind that it was metallic.
Right. It was definitely metallic.
Okay.
You know. And then there was like a red light on top, which kind of like, you know, went up a little bit from the silver thing. It wasn't like flat.
Yes.
It was like kind of sticking up, a red light.
Okay. And you never did get a chance to get out of the car?
Well, what happened was when I first saw it, you know, I said to myself I was crazy, and then I couldn't concentrate on the road, so I kept looking at it, you know. So I stopped the car right in the middle of the street, you know, and I just sat there for a minute and looked at it, and then I got scared. So I threw the car back into first gear, and I, you know, started going down the road, you know,
right.
and then the thing started going too, you know. And then when I came to the red light, you know, I just kept watching it. When the light changed, I just kept going. And it looked like it was like following the street, you know, but it was above the street.
Okay, now when this object left the area, which direction was it going?
It went left. It headed left, which would be out towards the San Bernardino Freeway, you know.
Okay.
And it was going very slow because it stayed there a good 10 minutes. You know, we stayed outside in the street, and the next door neighbor came out, and we were all just standing there watching it, you know. And it was like it would move sideways, kind of, not really jerky motions, but it would move, you know. It's hard to describe feet or yards or anything from the air, you know.
Right.
It would move a little to the left and then move a little to the right, you know, sideways kind of.
Would that be as it's moving away from you?
Yeah, it was moving away at the same time.
Okay, would you say then it might be in a zigzag course?
Yeah, kind of zigzag, you know, but
Okay.
it was really taking its time. It was in no hurry, you know, like a plane would be.
Did it maintain a low altitude as it moved away?
No, it was kind of, I think, going up a little bit, and it was heading towards L.A.
Okay.
You know, in that direction from where I live.
Okay.
And it kind of, well, I guess it was heading up. It's kind of hard to tell, like, when it moves away, all we could see was the lights, you know.
Right.
But, I think it was moving up because I had seen it pretty close to where I could see that it was silver and the shape of it, you know. So I had seen it up, I had a pretty good look at it where it was like, you know, not too far from me. God, I can't believe it. I'm still nervous about it, like I'm shaking, you know. I can't believe I really saw something like that. We're about 30 miles from L.A.
Uh-huh. Have you ever seen anything like this before?
I have never in my life, you know. I have heard stories and seen movies and all that kind of stuff, and I never thought of it one way or the other, but...
Did you have a feeling of being watched while all this was going on?
Well, you know, I don't know if I was being watched. I guess I did, but, you know, that was probably my own, you know, thing, because I was the only one on the road until I got up to Citrus Street where the cross traffic was, and I think it was more that I got scared, because I suddenly realized I was in the car all by myself, you know. And here I was going home from work, and I have a husband and 2 children here, and all I could think was, I want to get home before these people get to me, you know? It was like, I don't even know if they were aware that I was there, but it kind of seemed like they were there for a minute, because when I stopped, they stopped. And then when I started up again, that was when they proceeded down the road right ahead of me.
And all the time, these lights maintained the original activity?
Right. The gold lights in the middle just kept flashing, and the red light was constantly on the top.
Did you have your car radio on?
No, my radio doesn't work.
Okay. Did you have any problems with the engine or ignition in the car?
Nothing, no.
Okay. And you got our number from the police?
The Covina police.
Okay. Well, I tell you, we'll get on this right away. And
I asked them when I called if anyone else had called, you know, and they she said no, and then she said, well, I have a number where you can call, you know, and I said, well, okay, you know, I'll call them. But I was wondering, you know, has anyone else called?
Not yet.
Because I would be surprised. I mean, I would really think that somebody else must have seen this besides me, since it was so close, you know.
Right.
I mean, it was pretty close to the ground.
Well, we have a problem where maybe 2,000 or 3,000 people could see something and only one would step forward and talk about it.
Yeah, that's true. And then, you know, it's funny, like, after I came home, I went over to my in-laws' house because I had some pies that I bought, and they had to be in the freezer, you know. So, like, they have a big freezer, so I went over their house to put them in there. And when I got there, on the way back, I noticed, I kept looking up in the sky after this had happened, you know. I just couldn't help myself. I noticed there were a lot of planes in the area, you know. Like, we're not too far from the airport anyway, but I noticed, you know, then that there were a lot of planes, and I kept saying to myself, now I know that's a plane because I can tell, you know, the way it's maneuvering up there, you know, and I know this other thing I saw was not a plane.
Okay, were any of those helicopters that you could tell?
Well, there might have been one helicopter that I saw, because I saw one thing with a red light, and then there was a white light in the middle and a green light on the end, and it was just kind of going up and down and then kind of catty-cornered like a helicopter would, you know, and then I saw a couple of other planes, but they kind of go in and out of the picture fast because they're, you know, going fast, right? So they just kind of were gone, you know, in a minute. But I just, you know, like when I got out in the car, I said, I can't help myself from looking up at the sky, you know. Like, I'm kind of afraid to see this thing again, but yet I'm interested too, you know.
Okay, well, thanks again, and if we get any more information on this, we'll get back to you and let you know.
I'm interested in knowing if anybody else called, you know, because I don't, you know, I'm kind of nervous now about it, you know.
Well, if we get any other callers on this, we'll definitely let you know about it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for calling.
Okay, bye-bye.
UFO Reporting Center?
Yeah, down here in Caldwell.
Yes.
And I'm a police officer, and last night I observed an object. It was about, 2,500 meters from me on an angle of about, 45 degrees. Flying, at first I thought it was an aircraft, Piper Cub, but it was flying slower than an aircraft or a Piper Cub would at its stall speed.
Yes.
And it had two real bright landing lights. Now, we just put a new airport in out here. And it was, at first it looked to me like it was trying to find the approach pattern for it. But I don't think so. And the other thing that struck me about it is the running lights on it were reversed. There would be in other words, the red was to the left, or to the port side rather than the starboard side.
Mm-hmm.
And the green was just opposite. Now, this was about 0 to 100 hours. And I was going to hit it with my spotlight, and I backed off because about that time I started having some dogs howling, which indicated possibly some criminal activity, and I pulled off and went over to that area, which was, fairly close to where I was, and there, to see what was causing the dogs to howl, and I could find nothing, and I didn't even think about looking back, but the object wasn't there anymore.
Did you actually see the fuselage or outline of the object?
No, I couldn't make an outline out. But if it were an aircraft, it'd have to be one of the slowest aircrafts I've ever seen.
Okay. How about altitude and distance from you?
Okay, from my position, it was on an azimuth of about, I'd say north, it was at about 2,500 meters from me, at about a 45-degree angle.
Mm-hmm.
40 to 45-degree angle. I would say probably altitude would be somewhere around, 500 feet.
Okay. Any sound at all?
That's the other thing that kind of puzzles me. I didn't hear any sound at all.
Was this thing on the move?
Yes, it was moving.
Okay.
It was moving on a west to easterly pattern. I would say, basically west to east, possibly a little east to southeast direction.
Okay, now
primarily east.
Could you give us any estimate on the size?
Like I say, it would have been larger than a standard single-engine aircraft.
Okay.
But again, the main reason I'm reporting it was we had another report of it tonight. And the other person that was reporting it was probably 25 to 30 miles from my area.
Okay.
And again, like I say, it was odd, and I thought at the time, God, that's a slow-moving aircraft. And the fact that I didn't hear any sound was odd. And like I say, I almost hit it with a spotlight, threw the spotlight on it, but I didn't.
Now, those barking dogs, was that quite widespread?
No, because there's only one or two dogs. I was in what we call our industrial area.
I see.
And the dogs in our industrial area were barking. And there were a couple of them out there, and I could find no activity, no strange vehicles. You know, at 2 o'clock in the morning, you get to know what vehicles are supposed to be where.
Right.
And there were no vehicles in my area that weren't supposed to be there. There was no suspicious activity, no criminal activity that I could find.
Okay. And that other party that called in, did anyone record the name of the witness?
It should be on a CR at the Caldwell Police Department. I believe that information was left for you.
Okay.
I know our dispatcher called it in.
Okay. Well, we sure appreciate this report, and we'll get on this, and if we come up with any additional information.
Yeah, another thing now, I went over to our new airport shortly thereafter, in a routine patrol, and there was no activity there, so I don't think the plane was, whatever it was trying to land.
Okay.
Because that's one thing I got to thinking about, and I did go over to the new airport.
Now, that was 2 a.m. this morning.
It's about, 2 a.m. this date.
Okay. Okay, thanks again.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Right.
I'm calling for the UFO Reporting Center in Washington. And we talked to your wife earlier today. And wonder if we could get a rundown of the object that you saw on the night of the 22nd, or the morning of the 22nd.
UFO Reporting Center?
Right. What we'd like to do is just get your version of exactly what happened.
Okay, we're coming, you want the location?
Yes, please.
Okay, we were driving from Chico to Yuba City. We just passed through a town called Gridley. This would be we were approximately 13 miles from Yuba City. We were between two small towns, 5 miles apart, just leaving Gridley. And
what highway would that be on?
Okay.
What highway would that be on?
That would be Highway 99.
Okay.
Good. And above the trees, this was the route we usually travel, there appeared a bright light that had a little bit of an effect on my eyes. It didn't exactly blind me, but it was sort of that dimension.
Did you have a tendency to turn away from it?
A little bit, but it wasn't so blinding that I couldn't see oncoming traffic, but it was pretty bright.
Right.
And it looked like it was, I would say, whiter than yellow. And it was, it looked like sort of a giant frisbee shape, only it was all light. And it was above the trees, and I at first thought that somebody had mounted a light on a high tower. And I kept watching, and I said, oh, it must be an airplane. But I said, well, how come it isn't moving? And we drove along with our eyes fixed on it like that, and it didn't move. And it stayed in that location for, I guess I had estimated at, it didn't move for maybe a minute and a half. And as we got closer, like I say, we were going to drive up, and there would be a high tower with a light on it that somebody had put there, because we're used to traveling.
Yes.
Or else we would, the thing would turn or something, and we'd discover that it had been an airplane, and we were making we just had a little illusion. The light slowly moved across the highway, and
as we drove alongside, it sort of turned and was going parallel only in our direction. And I estimated, then the light went out, or I couldn't see the bright light anymore. There was this object up above us that was, I estimated initially at 500 feet, but I think it was lower than that, probably more like 250 feet.
Uh-huh.
It was close enough so I could make out that it wasn't an airplane. And I was trying to think that it must be some kind of a giant helicopter. Now, this is at 12:30 in the morning.
Right.
And I was in traffic, and on a 2-lane highway, and I was trying to pull over. And then it sort of changed, but I noticed that in other words, its appearance, because it turned sort of a slight curve back towards us or behind us, like it made a large arc. Only it was, I had the feeling that I was looking at the side of it, and then it sort of turned, went behind us, and crossed back over the highway. But while I was doing that, I could clearly see that it wasn't an airplane. It had several red lights in it, and I could see inside, and I had a feeling like I was looking at some kind of a platform, like a space platform or something. Only it wasn't that large. I'd say estimated being about as large as our living room.
You say you could see inside of it?
Yeah. In other words, I could see through something.
I see. Okay.
It wasn't. My wife.
I'll tell him.
My wife had a different vantage point. She saw something different, but it was pretty close to us, and I was still trying to make out it being some kind of a different kind of aerocraft, like a giant helicopter, because it was larger than an ordinary helicopter.
Yes.
And I had an impression of shadows in there and several lights, and it was sort of illuminated, and there were, I also felt like it was black or gray structures, and a bottom and a top flatter level. But it didn't make, there wasn't a loud roar like an airplane would have made. But there was a noise. There was, that I didn't notice until after it had gone. And it went behind us and seemed to roll quite a lot faster. And then it, I guess, went several miles away, and then the bright light appeared again, and it went parallel with us and along the distant horizon to the east.
Now, did that bright light seem to just engulf the whole object?
Yes.
Uh-huh. Like a corona of light that built up around it?
Well, I wouldn't say corona. I just said the whole thing became that light again.
Right.
A bright, the whole thing became that light. And then it moved along. It was pretty easy to follow, except it got smaller and smaller. I thought, well, whatever it is, it disappeared. And I presumed it was some kind of experimental aircraft from the Air Force Base, which is nearby.
Yes.
Then there seemed to be some strange activity over on that horizon. We thought we were picking up the same lights, and then periodically there were several airplanes that flew by, and then the same bright light appeared again on that horizon and looked like it was coming back toward us, only it never came that close again. And we thought we'd lost it. Meanwhile, we were stopping and starting and looking. The activity stayed quite a distance away on the horizon.
Okay.
Then we got into Yuba City. Now we've traveled about 8 miles, and we've seen this activity over on the horizon twice, and it fixed again on the second occasion. It fixed for a while and then moved, and again it seemed like the bright light would change, and there would be
the impression of several red lights, and at times I thought I saw a blue light, and again I thought, well, am I mixing up an airplane? But it was like 3 red lights and a blue light.
Yes.
Without a beam flashing back and forth or anything.
Okay, now what shape did this object have as you saw it?
Well, I didn't really make out the total shape. I had an impression of, it was sort of more like two circular platforms connected with struts with sort of appendages, but it was the dark part of it was sort of the part I saw was it was in the dark, and my impression of it was that it was like 2 platforms with connections, and there I could see into it, and there were lights inside and some shadowy things. And then there were, like, I had an impression, but not clearly seen, of some extensions, like something else going off on the sides and going up.
Okay.
So it wasn't smooth.
Right.
Now, my wife's picture is a little bit different than that. Now, when we got to Yuba City, which is 13 miles from where we first saw this, and we were on our way home, we again saw the bright light. And this time it was sort of near our airport. So I thought, well, now this will explain it. We'll drive down there, and we'll see that they've got some kind of experimental gadget, or there's a lot of people around there, and they're making flights with this thing. So we drove down, and again it was fixed. Not exactly over the airport, but to the left of the airport, and it was fixed, and she said, let's drive under it. And I kept driving, and it stayed fixed, and it seemed like we were again going to go under it, and again the light went out, and the red lights and things became apparent, and then it really moved fast again along the horizon, made a curve, and we stopped, and it rapidly got to be, I'd say, about 10 miles away from us, or 5 or 10 miles away, and then went along, again going in a circular arc, parallel with where we were sitting, and then went on, we lost it in some trees, and then we didn't see it again.
Okay, now getting back to the first part, when you saw that first bright white light, at which point did the light disappear and the colored lights come on?
After it crossed the highway.
After it crossed in front of you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, I got an impression, I mean, at the time, I thought I couldn't figure out why the lights went out, but I thought like maybe the light shone on a certain side of it, and as it turned, the light would be on the other side, but it just seemed kind of strange that it just went out.
Okay, now did you have the feeling that you were approaching the object, or the object was approaching you?
At first, well, it appeared out of nowhere. All of a sudden, it was just up there. And then, at first, I thought that it was staying still, and we were coming to the object. And then I thought, well, because I didn't think it was an object, I thought it was either some kind of a strange angle I had on the airplane, or else it was a light somebody had put up. And as I drove, God, that's strange. I'll tell you, towards the end, I had the feeling that it was sort of cat and mouse. If that makes any sense.
Did you have the feeling you were being watched?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that it was sort of cat and mouse.
Right. Okay.
That as we came closer, it moved away from us.
In your opinion, how big was that object? Could you compare it with anything?
Well, the thing we saw quite close to us, we tried to estimate it between ourselves, and I have a feeling it's about as big as our living room. How big is that, Evelyn?
Oh, 15. The part that I saw, I couldn't see the whole object at once, but I would estimate it to be about 18 feet. I have an entirely different angle on it, and I saw stuff you didn't see, so when you threw it in, like
varies as I try to estimate how high it was, but it was a lot closer than I've been to most aircraft.
Okay, now those struts that you saw, which you thought were separating the two circular platforms, how high would you say those struts were?
Well,
those were vertical struts?
Yeah.
Okay, how high would you say those were? Just, I know it's awful hard to make visual estimates.
I think I would say sort of like maybe like our living room ceiling, probably 8 feet.
Okay. Were they rotating by any chance?
The struts?
Right.
No, I couldn't tell.
Okay. And this object came directly over your vehicle?
It came
to my right.
Yeah, to the right of the vehicle, and I would guess it was like about 50 feet away, and then probably 250 feet above.
Okay. Okay, now I'd like to talk to your wife and get her.
Yeah. I think I got a better look at it. It must have, the way my husband described it must have turned around or something, but I was looking out the window. My window was rolled down, and we had stopped when it was finally just right out there. I saw it kind of coming in. I didn't see the bright light. It looked real dark. And yet, as it was coming, it looked like it had something jutting out which wasn't big enough to be a wing. And it was kind of making an angle, and it looked like the same thing on the other side, but it was dark. And it looked behind and to my right of the thing jutting out, like there was space, like I was seeing the sky, or else it could have been a darkened window, but there was something that gave me the impression that there was space on, and then I wasn't seeing the complete top of it, but I was seeing the top of it, as it was making an angle.
Right.
Then I was seeing from the face down, right, a very clear picture, and it was like a big barrel shape. I even saw the texture. I saw ridges standing like seams. I don't know how to describe them, like seams. I know I saw 2 seams and possibly more, but I could swear to 2 from the point beyond where I had seen the space, because I could no longer see the space. I was looking then from that on down, and it seemed like the shape of a big, bulky, round barrel. And it was, as the raised seams or ridges were together, it was very bumpy, different bumpy texture, very raised bumpy. And I can't swear that the whole body was bumpy, but it was a dull finish, and it was, it might have been pounded. I don't remember now if the whole thing was bumpy, but I distinctly remember the bumpy pattern on these 2 seams that seemed to be, from where I was looking at it, at least sticking out 2 feet. All the way, pardon me, Tom, all the way around. Then I could see the color of being instead of a black, it was like an antique copper, a dark copper color. Brass, I mean, not copper, brass. And then I was trying to get my door open, and I couldn't. I'm peeking out, and then I saw on this thing that jutted out a very distinct U, because I was thinking, well, maybe it's going to say U.S., Air Force or something, but I thought, well, there wouldn't even be room for an S. It was a U, a definite U, which was maybe 2 feet all the way around, like a double, wide. And
you're talking about the letter U?
The letter U.
On the side of this thing?
On the thing that was jutting out.
Okay.
It wasn't big enough to be a wing. But
now, that was a
U-shaped thing.
Well, it was shaped like a U. I thought at the time it was a U-shaped thing. I think what probably happened is it turned us, and it looked like there was more figures on the other side, more white. That white, like white paint is what I was thinking of at the time. And but I couldn't make out the figures. It was because of the angle that it was at. And in speculation, I think that was lights coming through a clear white translucent plastic, like lights coming. I mean, white something, lights coming through. Perhaps as it turned at that certain angle, it lit up the body of the craft, so I could distinguish the 2 definite ridges or seams or whatever, and the texture and the color.
Okay, now you spoke of the object being shaped like a barrel. Would this be a barrel on its side or upright?
It would be on its side.
Okay.
And then my husband seems to describe it upright, so perhaps it should.
No, not upright.
Oh.
It didn't. What I saw didn't look like a barrel at all to me.
Well, this I could.
But we were looking at it at slightly
And it was
different
to my
times.
right.
I couldn't really see an outline, you know. I just saw caught different glimpses of the stuff that was the outlines were different things. Because how did you see it? How was it illuminated that well?
Well, it must have been that must have been light instead of a big white paint. I don't
You
know.
didn't see any red lights, huh?
No, I didn't see any red. And he got out of the car and he saw the lights in front. I didn't see that at all.
Did you step out of the car?
Yeah, she saw it first.
Uh-huh.
I mean, she was looking out the side window, and she saw it, I guess, about
I thought it was
2 or 3
purposely
seconds.
circling our cars.
2 or 3 seconds before I saw it, and then I got out of the car and looked at it, and that's about the time it left us. And she was monkeying with her door at that time, so I saw it slightly different time than she did, but it was only a couple of seconds different, I think.
Okay.
Maybe 5 seconds.
Now, how long, in your estimate, would this entire operation last?
So from the time we first sighted it until the time...
Or the time we actually saw it right by our car.
Well,
you mean the whole event?
The duration of the whole event, yes.
We saw an hour. It took an hour.
1 hour, okay. And you stopped frequently during this period?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, we got home at 1:30, and it was about 12:35 when we saw it.
And I don't remember whether you said you heard any sound.
I couldn't describe the sound to you, but I know I heard a sound because my window was down, and I was listening for the sound. Tom said, "Oh, it must be a helicopter." So I was listening for the sound of a helicopter, and I remember thinking, "No, that's not the sound a helicopter makes." And then I thought, well, it's being so close, an airplane would about drown you out, and it wasn't. It was softer than an airplane, but I couldn't describe the sound to you.
Okay, now, you estimate that when it got to your wife's side of the car, the thing was about 50 feet away and about 250 feet altitude?
Yeah, I guess so. Maybe 100 feet away.
I think it was closer to the ground than I think in terms of telephone poles, I think it was no more than 4 telephone poles high.
Uh-huh.
Well, that's about 200 feet, I guess.
Okay. Well, these distances, everything, are hard to estimate visually. Okay, is there anything you can add to that? Have you had any strange experiences since then, such as dreams?
No, I'm just all keyed up. I've been keyed up. I can't get the picture out of my mind.
Well, one interesting thing is that...
that man, yeah.
Is that somebody, that she told up the street, was talking to somebody at work, he works, about it, and he lives in Oregon House, which is in the foothills to the east of us, which... and he said earlier that same night, around 9:30...
He wasn't sure if it was Monday or Tuesday.
Monday or Tuesday, and he had described seeing, independently, he had described to my wife over the phone, so I haven't talked to him yet, seeing this unusual white light and then strange red lights. And I hadn't talked to him at all. I heard her talking to him just before you called. In fact, it wasn't, it was about a minute, just as you called, I was getting ready to call him to get a better description, because I have been thinking that there must be some other explanation than outer space. There must be something like...
Not what I saw.
I'm trying to make it into experimental, some kind of a thing from Beale, and they don't want to tell us about it.
Yes.
And then, or that it was a giant helicopter of some sort that some guy was monkeying around. Then it seems unlikely at 12:30 in the morning this would be so, and why it would behave so strangely. And
also, what I saw looked like it'd cost an enormous amount of money to build, like no private person could put together something like that.
But he described, from his description to her, when she was talking about it, it seemed to fit a lot of the things I had seen.
Right.
And can you tell us anything?
Well, all I can say is that we're getting a lot of reports of unknown objects in the sky in your area of California in the last 3 weeks.
Have you ever had anyone see the top of it, the texture of the body like that?
Oh, yes.
Has it been described the same way?
Well, variously described as looking like the surface of a golf ball or pitted or...
Well, did they see the ridges on it? They were so pronounced.
We have had reports of ridges, yes.
Uh-huh.
But we would appreciate it very much if the both of you would fill out one of our questionnaires and get together and to fill out the one. It's important data that we need for our research program. It would take you just about 30 minutes.
Oh, I'd love to. I'd love to get to the bottom of it.
Well, how do we get what's going on with your research? That's sort of fascinating to me.
Well, we'll send you what data that we have, what printed matter that we have.
Do you have anything that fits my description?
Oh, yes, especially the behavior of that bright light.
Now, he saw the lights when I got out of the car. I didn't see the lights up close. I just saw them.
How about the red lights?
Oh, yes, the red lights are very common. Red lights, blue lights, and bright white lights.
Do they get...
We feel as part of the power system, control system of the object. They appear to be operating in complete defiance of gravity, and we feel that this has something to do with it.
Do they, has anybody seen inside the craft?
Yes. It's a very rare thing, but they have.
How do they describe? Because I felt like I was seeing inside something.
Well, the descriptions vary, of course, anywhere from seeing instrument panels and controls to actually seeing the occupants.
What do they say about the occupants? Do they actually see the occupants, or do they see
small,
shadows?
short people, both quite distinctly outlined and shadows.
I had a distinction, there being activity going on in there, and with some shadowy things going on, but I didn't see any little people. Well, gee whiz, is there any pattern to it yet?
No, not yet. Well, we sure appreciate...
What if they're monitoring our telephones?
Could be.
How long have you been into this?
Oh, we've been in it 21 years.
Where? Have you patterned sightings like this, so there's a sort of any pattern to the concentration of...
No, not really. It fluctuates from place to place. And, of course, what we usually try when we see a heavy concentration of activity, we try to find out why they're picking on that particular area.
Have you any reason, figure out any reason why they pick on an area?
No. Well, yes, we have, too. Sometimes defense installations, military bases, certain types of industrial areas.
What about daytime sightings?
Very rare.
Because several months ago, I was driving along the highway home, and I had to... I have about a 5-mile drive, and there was a very bright reflection it was off to the right of the car again, and it was very definite. I thought it was like light shining off a wing, and it was pretty bright, and it was in the daytime, and it lasted for about 15 seconds, and then it disappeared, and I looked to see what it was up there that had been making that light reflection, and I couldn't see anything. And I had something like that, similar to that, happen, maybe 5 years ago.
Has anyone seen that white U-shaped U-shape on that thing that jets out?
No.
The answers you've come up with in the past, have you usually found some natural reason to...
Oh, yes, for some, yes. We have, first we try to determine what these things are not. And then, if we can't explain them away, why, we put them into the unknown category. So, we've had, several thousand unknowns.
By the way, what auspice is this? Is this a government office or...
No, sir. It's a private, small group of scientists and laymen.
All right. Are you associated with APRO?
No, sir. We do cooperate, but we're not affiliated in any way.
All right. Well, I was in Tucson here about 3 weeks ago, and I talked to L.E. Doherty. He's the office man with APRO.
Yes.
And I told him of the situation that I had made observations on some duck in a meadow in a duck lake property that I'm trying to bring back, and I'm a manager of a group of men that are interested in this. And we had not a landing, but evidently a hovering here around the middle of May. And it was just as if you took a donut cutter and punched down on it.
Uh-huh.
The about 4.5 feet in the center, a little fuzzy on the far side, was standing upright. This is very fragile grass, swamp grass, what they call sweet grass. It's about 4.5 feet high, and even the beard stayed up. But everything from that edge, in a rim out about 10 feet, or a diameter of, it would be 10 and 10 plus 4 or 5, would be about a diameter of about, outside diameter of about 25 feet.
Uh-huh.
That 10-foot ring outside the donut hole, outside the standing grass of 4.5 feet, was punched down, flattened, completely flat in a clockwise motion. And about 70 feet from there was another one, further out in the out in the meadow. But it was round, but it wasn't as clearly delineated as the one right up next to the embankment where I was making my sighting.
Yes.
And I went down there without taking my Polaroid, so therefore I didn't take the important picture. But before I left on my vacation, I went down there and took a look at it. And this is the phenomena that I reported to Doherty when I was in Tucson. I went up to the office and talked to him for about an hour. From the inner circle, inner portion that was left standing, the grass, even with its beards of seeds, was left standing. From that edge outward, the growth progressively, there was no growth right next to new grass growth right next to the perimeter, the inner core, but the growth of grass constantly got higher away from that inner cut.
Uh-huh.
The 10 feet out, it was just as if you took a slant line there. You could see the new grass going up higher and higher until it finally got to the edge. Now, when I saw it yesterday, I took a picture of it yesterday because Doherty asked me to get some grass in different places, which I have a plot marked out where I picked this grass up, and I got 3 grasses at each pluck, 5 different positions, 1 in the center, 3 on the going out through the 10-foot swath, and 1 on the outside of it. He said they have a botanist who would like to run some checks on it. So I'm sending that down to him tomorrow. But in between times of working at the Duck Lake, I went down to the Wayside Tavern and had a cooling beer, and the fellow that came in runs a mobile station down there on the highway next to the dike. This, by the way, is just on the county line between Multnomah County and Columbia County on the land. And he told me that a fellow by the name, talked an awful lot about observations he's been seeing. Now, I looked him up, and it took a little while to get him to talk in his confidence, see, because everybody looks at him like he's crazy. But he tells me that he has practically nightly observations there right now. He saw what he thought was a phenomenon last night with the revolving red light standing still. And he got on his CB and he talked from Scappoose to Woodland, Washington, to another CBer, and they both were on the CB and observed the same object. They had a triangulation. I don't know who the guy was in Washington. But both he and his wife have seen him. Both his wife and he have seen him separately, and also the youth, their boy, who was about 24 or 25, has seen him. And, of course, what I was interested in is, had anybody seen anything down there where our hovering was?
Uh-huh.
And, of course, this is the only thing I could dig up. But he says that you can come over there almost any night and see him. As a matter of fact, he invited me back tonight to take a look if I wanted to.
Now, are these moving objects?
Yes, he says he's run the whole gauntlet. He's got the one where the tube comes down, and he says it retracts. When they turn that light off, it's a light tube. But he said when they turn it off, he says you can see it retract into the object. And he's also got the one about big enough that he's seen 10 of them dislodge from it. They go out, some of them fly back in and fly back out, but he's counted as many as 10 has come all out of it. And then he's got with glasses, he's seen them as close that he's seen he's given us, everything that he told me is what has always been reported. Interesting about the strobe light, or the light that went down, he claims it went down into the river, Columbia River, or thereabouts. But he said that you could actually see the light being retracted. It's just like a tube.
Right, that's quite common.
He says you can see it being retracted.
Right.
But anyway, they're having a hustle-bustle down in that area, so I stopped at, when I was in Scappoose, I went on into St. Helens, went into the county sheriff's office, and asked one of the deputy sheriffs a direct question if any UFOs been reported, and he says no, and I said thank you, and I walked out. So I stopped at the state police, and I asked the girls there in the office, and they said no, nothing has been reported. And then I was telling them about my grass situation. Of course, I'm interested in the fact that if something's going to be around there, am I going to have any ducks to shoot at this year?
Yes.
And they said nothing had been reported. But they pulled out a card out of their circular file and wrote down your name in their UFO reporting center, gave me your phone number and your post-off box and stuff like that.
Oh, great.
So I have that, and I tried to get a hold of Carol Watson, who I know is associated with APRO here in Oregon someplace. He's down in Medford. So I can't call APRO here in Oregon, so I did the next best thing, called you.
Well, I'm sure glad you did. It sounds like it would be worth the trip down there.
Well, it sounds to me like they're flapping around quite a bit. He says, well, come on back tonight. He says, bring a good pair of glasses. He says, you'll see them.
Oh, that's great. We're going to have to contact that gentleman.
Well, you've got all the dope on him.
Yes, sir.
And he's at the point right now where what he has said, nobody believes him, so he's trying to keep his mouth shut. And I told him that Mr. will probably get in touch with him, probably even tonight. And because I thought of Shady Cove, Oregon, I'd never heard of it. I lived, born and raised in Oregon. I thought, well, if that's in Salem like I thought it was, why Watson would be coming up tonight to make an investigation. But she's all on your hands now. Are you the bunch that started up here a few years ago and was published in a paper?
Yes, we were.
Yeah, I read of you.
Yeah, we originally started out with the name Aerial Phenomena Research Group.
I know of you.
And then
you put out a very fine publication at one time, if I remember right.
Right. We were pretty proud of that.
Yeah. Well, I went the other way. I joined Carol and Jim Lorenz's group.
It's a fine organization.
I'm a member of APRO.
Yes, we've met both of those people, and they're doing a beautiful job.
Yeah. She put out a nice, very, very fine, objective book here not so long ago. I suppose you read it by now.
Yes, I think I have read all of their books.
This is just published, I think, in February. Well, that's about all I can give you.
Well, sir, we sure appreciate it very much.
Carry on from here. Evidently, they're flapping quite a bit down here now.
Okay, can we feel free to get back to you anytime?
Oh, yeah, anytime.
Great.
If I have, if there's any report on this grass that I'm sending down, why, and I get anything, I'll be glad to hand it over to you.
Now, we get a lot of calls from the greater Portland area. Do you follow up on any investigations?
No, I'm not a trained investigator. I have knowledge. I have a considerable amount of knowledge, but it's probably best that I don't, because I've never reported, and I don't think basically I could be as objective as I should be. So,
okay.
But in something like this, I feel I can certainly get something started.
Okay, well, I want to thank you once again for letting us know about this.
Righto.
And we'll probably be talking to you later.
Anytime.
Thank you very much.
Right.
Bye.
Hi, I'm calling long distance from California.
Yes.
I have never seen anything pertaining to any UFO or anything until 2 days ago. And I saw something, and I've been looking in the paper to see if anyone else had seen it, and I haven't found anything.
Okay, could we have a description?
Okay, this was Tuesday, October the 5th, at approximately 5 a.m. in Pacifica, California, and what I saw was something very bright orange, and it was sort of square-shaped. But it reminded me of like when the sun comes up in the east. This looked like it was going down, like by the ocean.
Uh-huh.
And it wasn't completely square. The corners were a little bit raised up. And I drove about a mile down to I saw this coming down a hill. And I drove about a mile down farther to look right at the ocean. And when I had gone down to the bottom where the ocean is, it had completely disappeared. Another something that happened I thought was strange. I had only driven about 8 blocks when I had seen it, and all of a sudden there was an awful lot of fog, like, in my car, but there was no fog outside. I mean, it was very clear outside.
Could you feel anything unusual physically?
No, in a little while I was very tired, though. I mean, I was really exhausted. I was driving across the Bay Bridge,
Uh-huh.
and I was so tired I felt like I was going to have to stop and sleep.
Huh.
And, but I mean, I'm sure of what I don't know what I saw, but I know that I saw something.
Now, when you first spotted this object, was it on the move?
No, it was just
It was stationary.
station, right.
And then you took off after it, right?
Well, I drove down the bottom of the hill,
Uh-huh.
and I went to the ocean. I thought I'd get a better look of it, and it had completely vanished. And then I turned around to come back up the hill because I thought, well, maybe I could only see it from one position, and I couldn't find it at all. Then that was it.
Okay. Was there other traffic on the road?
No, not another car.
Oh my God.
Not one more thing. And I've been reading the papers the last 2 days, and I haven't seen a thing about it.
Wouldn't that lack of traffic be a little unusual down there?
Oh no, not where I'm coming from.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, it's before you get to the freeway.
Oh, okay.
And I was on my way up to Sacramento. But it's just a small road, probably 2 miles long, that I was on.
I see. Okay.
And when I had turned around to come back up the hill, then 2 cars went down. But I don't know if anything was said. I called the police, and they said they didn't have any reports of anything here.
Okay. Now, was this a very brilliant type
Very
object?
bright orange. Very bright.
Now, how was it in relation to altitude? Was it very low?
It was very low. It was like right at sea level.
Uh-huh.
It looked like, when I say a square, it's like part of it was cut off, and part was below, and then part was above the sea level.
I see.
I just lived 2 miles from the ocean. And like I said, it reminded me. And then, as I traveled towards Sacramento that day, I saw the sun come up. And it reminded me of that, only when the sun comes up, it's quite bright around the sun.
Uh-huh.
But there was no brightness around it at all. It was just orange, very orange.
And was the brightness confined to the object? It
Yes.
didn't illuminate anything around it?
No, not at all.
Okay.
No. But like I said, the sides of it had gone up a little bit to make it not exactly square. But I don't know. That's my first experience.
Okay, now, in your estimation, can you give me an example of how big that was? Could you compare it with anything?
Oh, Lord. I really, just big. I'd really say it would be like the size of the sun coming up.
Okay.
Only square.
Okay.
And just very orange.
Okay. Do you feel that it was quite a ways away from you, or?
No, it didn't seem to be that far away.
Uh-huh.
That's why I went down to the bottom of the hill to go to the ocean. Because I thought, I'll get a really good look at it. I mean, I had no idea, of course, what it was. And I thought, well, if I go down the bottom of the hill, I'll be much closer and I'll see it. And that was it. I never saw another thing.
Okay, have you had any problems since that experience?
Like what?
Any strange dreams or any unusual physical or mental sensations of any kind?
No.
Okay.
Just the thing with being so very tired. And I just gotten up. I mean, I hadn't just got up. I'd been up since about 4. But when I was driving across the bridge, which was probably 5:30, I was just so tired, I thought, my gosh, I'm going to have to stop on the bridge and sleep.
Any problems with the car?
No.
Okay.
Well, how could I have possibly steamed it up that much in just such, I mean, like in 3 seconds?
Right.
And it's still, we have quite a bit of fog here, close to the ocean. But it was very clear that night. Well, 5 in the morning, but it was still very clear outside. And it just struck me as, gee, how can it be so foggy inside? Or steamed up, or I didn't have my defroster on, but I didn't need it, until that point.
Right. And no problems with the car?
No.
Okay, engine, everything is running okay. Okay, well, we sure appreciate this call, and if we get any additional information on this incident or come up with any other witnesses, well, we'll get back to you and let you know.
Yeah, okay. That's it. I thought it was funny calling, but I didn't know, like I said, I've been reading the papers and haven't seen a thing, and other people have got to see it, don't they?
Yes, and that's our big problem, getting other people to call, see?
Really? Yeah.
They're still afraid of ridicule and so forth.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to have to get some books and start reading up, I think. You don't get interested until you have an experience like this.
Right.
Now I want to find out all I can. I told one fellow, and he said that can happen, though, that sometimes only one person might see it. Does that sound right? Something could
We've heard this, but in our research we haven't found that this is so.
Yeah. Okay, well, fine. Thank you very much.
Thanks again.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Reporting center?
Yeah, hey, I'm here in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Yes, sir.
I just called the police department, and they gave me your number to call.
Okay.
We just spotted, about half an hour ago, our time, 3 discus-shaped, very bright yellow color. We don't know what they are either, but they were in the southwest of town. We tried to run them down, and evidently they grouped together and disappeared below the horizon.
Oh, they were that low?
Yes. We saw them. Well, Albuquerque's pretty high altitude.
Right.
And the area around southwest of it's low. That's how come we saw them. And so when we drove out towards the southwest sea, we went down, and evidently if they were headed west, they were headed in a southwesterly direction, they would have dropped below the horizon pretty fast.
Right.
So by the time we got to the other side of town, they had disappeared. And my wife is a firm disbeliever in UFOs, and she even thinks that we're...
Okay, now, do you have any estimate on size in those?
Size? No, maybe distance. I'd say about 4 miles away.
Okay.
Southwest of the airport.
All right. And they were definitely silver?
No, they were, they looked like they had their own illumination.
I see.
The sun was going down, just breaking the horizon, so that might have done it off the bottom of something. But they're flying balloons in the area, but we knew definitely they weren't the balloons. They're flying a hot air balloon contest here this week.
You could definitely make out this discus shape?
Yes, definitely. They were discus-shaped objects. Matter of fact, one of them was sitting on about a 45-degree angle for a while.
Okay, about how long did you watch those?
Oh, I'd say about 15 minutes before they disappeared.
Okay. Any estimate of exact altitude when you spotted them?
Ooh, it'd be kind of hard to say without knowing the size. I'd say, they were about...
How many degrees above the horizon?
That's what I was going to say, 20 degrees above the horizon line when we first saw them. They moved down towards the horizon as we moved towards them. And the traffic kind of held us up from getting out there.
Did you ever have time to get out of the car and watch them?
No. We were in the one of the shopping center parking lots when my son first spotted them.
Oh, I see.
He's a UFO dude from way back, too. And he spotted them, and at the time, we only saw 2. When we started driving out to see if we couldn't get closer to them, we saw a third one.
Okay, now did these things just stick together, or were they any kind of a pattern?
Well, there were 2 together, and then one looked like it might have been, 700-800 yards, half a mile from the other 2. But the 2 did kind of stick together, and 2 of them looked like they were fairly large, and one kind of small.
Okay, were they stationary or on the move when you first sighted them?
When we first saw them, they were just sitting there. They were moving slightly, just barely, because I kept the line on them with the telephone line. And they moved below the line, which means they were heading southwest at the time.
Okay.
At a very low rate of speed, if any at all. like they were just drifting.
Right. Did they seem to increase at any time? Increase the speed?
Not noticeably, no. Other than the fact that they, when we turned, let's see, we were headed down a block and we had our eye on them. When we turned the corner, they had disappeared.
Okay.
You know, there was a house on the corner, and when we came around the corner, they weren't there anymore.
Okay.
And these hot air balloons they fly around here ain't that fast.
Okay. How's the sky conditions?
Perfectly clear.
Okay.
Unlimited visibility.
Are you in the military?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm an aircraft mechanic. Somebody tried to tell me they were aircraft landing lights. I know better.
Yeah.
They weren't even the right color.
Okay. How many witnesses in the group?
Let's see. All 5 of us saw it.
5. Okay.
And there were 3 or 4 other people in the parking lot that saw it. As a matter of fact, one guy ran a grocery cart into a car, not looking where he was going.
Uh-oh. Okay. Any aircraft in the sky at the time?
Yes, there was one small aircraft. It was a Piper Comanche or Cherokee dual engine job.
Did it seem to be paying any attention to these objects?
No, it was flying due north.
Okay. Okay, well, we'll get on this, and if we come up with anything on our investigation, we'll get back to you and let you know.
Yeah, I'd appreciate it. Hey, and I got on the radio on the CB, and it was so jammed up that I couldn't get anything through. I was going to try to find out if anybody else had them spotted.
You mean it was jammed up with radio chatter or static?
Yeah, and static, both. Kind of terrible for, usually it's nice and crisp around here because of the atmosphere here. We're so high up and everything. We can get out 7-8 miles on a CB here.
Do you have any did the static seem to clear up after these things disappeared?
Yeah, it's a lot better now.
Okay. Well, we sure appreciate this report, and like I say, if we get any more on it, we'll definitely get back to you and let you know.
Well, I sure appreciate it.
Where did you get our number?
The Albuquerque Police Department.
Great. Thanks again.
Okay.
Bye. UFO Reporting Center?
Yeah, this is, where's this located?
Washington.
Washington, D.C.?
Oh, state.
Oh, I was going to say, whoa. You're not going to believe this, or maybe you are. This is Deputy from the Sheriff's Office in San Diego, California.
Yes.
And if I'd have seen it myself, I think I was just flipping out and I would have quit. But I had 2 witnesses with me, and we just saw a couple of things that none of us can explain. And our business office heard us talking about it on the radio, and they said we ought to call you.
Okay, I'd like to hear about it.
Well...
Can you talk from that phone?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
They were kind of cylindrical in shape. I mean, they look kind of like maybe a cigar that was fat in the middle.
Yes.
That's how you kind of tapered at each end. And it had a real bright, extremely bright, white light right in the middle of it. And it had rings on each end. It looked like black ring, like the rings around the planet Saturn or whatever that is. It has rings. Okay, it looked like it had a couple of them on the end. And then the first one I saw, I thought a plane was crashing. We were in a remote area on top of a mountain, and it was dark all around us. There's no other lights or obstructions or anything. And we were out there checking a stolen car, and I looked at this thing, and I thought a plane was. I almost called the business office and said there's a plane crashing because it had extremely bright, just bright, red, flashing. I don't know what it was, if it was lights or it was letting out gaseous fumes or what, but it looked like it was on fire. It was just bright, and it wasn't that far away from us, just stood there. And then I realized it was hovering. It was just hovering there. And that continued for, 2 or 3 minutes, and then the extremely red stuff died down, and then we saw all sorts of flashing red, blue, green, and what other color? Red, blue, green, and white and orange. But the white was just a steady white coming right out of the middle, just a continuous glow, and all these other lights were flashing around it. And we got the binoculars out, and we're looking at the thing through that, and it just continued to hover there for about 5 minutes. And then all at once, it just shut everything down except this continuous glowing white, and it just took off. And I mean, took off. I'd never seen anything disappear so fast in my life. And
Which direction?
It went west.
Okay.
Toward the ocean, and it continued to gain altitude, And I was watching it through the binoculars, and I could see it extremely well when we first observed it. And I'd say probably the complete time it took it to disappear from sight through a pair of 8x50 binoculars was a total of maybe 12 seconds at the most. I mean, it just was gone. It just took off and it was gone. So I called, this other guy we were talking about it, we called my beat partner on the radio, and I asked him if he happened to see it, and he didn't. And approximately 5 minutes later, I observed a second one doing the same thing. This one was quite a bit further away. It was over what we call Mount Woodson area. And he could observe this one, and this one continued to hover at quite an extreme altitude, but the same thing, bright red, green, blue, orange, and yellow flashing light with a continuous white glow out of the middle for approximately 15 minutes. And then all at once it did the same thing, shut everything down and just took off like a bat out of hell. And it only took it about 5 seconds to disappear from view. Now, it was at such an altitude that I could not detect any sort of shape like on this other one, you know?
Yes.
And could not see the rings, except for once it looked like both rings were on one side of it. But, I mean, it was at such a distance away, it was kind of, I'm eating lunch, hazy through the binoculars even. The only thing you could really tell for sure was that the extremely bright red, blue, and all these other lights. And, I mean, it just hovered in one spot. We had a good point of reference. It was a bright star directly adjacent to it, and it never wavered an inch. And then all of a sudden, boy, she just was gone.
Okay, do you have any estimate in size on those?
Oh, man, I couldn't tell you. The first one we saw, I would say, was extremely large. But due to the altitude, I really couldn't get a reference point to tell, how close the thing was to it.
Right.
It could have been clear out over the ocean, for all I know. But it looked like it was maybe a mile away and about the size of a football field, wouldn't you say? Yeah. My partner agreed. He says it was extremely big. But like I said, there's no telling how far away from us it was. And with all those flashing lights, I really couldn't tell. But I think what we saw at first was some sort of fuel burn-off or something, because it really looked, there was flames, and it looked like a plane was on fire and was going down is what it looked like. I mean, it just hovered dead still for a good 5 minutes at least. And we saw the first one at 7:45, and the second one, after that one disappeared, about 5 minutes later, would have made it about 5 minutes to 8.
Okay.
Still don't really believe it. I mean, it's kind of like I'm trying to talk myself out of I saw it, it's weird.
Right, were these fairly low?
The first one was very low. I mean, it looked like it was extremely low. The second one was a pretty high altitude.
Okay.
Where the first one, man, it looked like it was all maybe, what would you say? It was lower than Mount Woodson. It was lower than the field of Mount Woodson. That would have made it, our elevation here is about 1,300 feet, and Mount Woodson's about, 26, ain't it? So it looked like it was below the peak of Mount Woodson, so I'd guess maybe 2,000 feet. But there was also a third officer that saw the second one, and he was on his way to take a runaway report.
And about, that was 7:45 for the first one, about 7:55 on the second one.
Right.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah. What are you going to do, send the guys in the white suits to pick me up?
No way.
Tomorrow. I ain't kidding you. If there hadn't been somebody with me and I'd seen that first one, I'd really thought I'd flipped out.
Okay, if we send you a questionnaire, would you take a little time to fill it out?
You bet.
It takes about 30 minutes. It's
I've
quite
heard
technical.
people tell me about seeing things before, and I always thought, But, I've seen a lot of civilian aircraft and military aircraft and Navy aircraft, and as far as I know, we ain't got nothing that can do that. And is equipped with that kind of lighting devices.
Was that light such, the brilliant white light, such that it did any illumination of the sky?
No, I wouldn't say it actually illuminated the sky. It was just a steady, continuous, bright glow. And it didn't illuminate the ground or anything like that.
And that light stayed on?
That light was continuous. And the other ones just kind of flashed and came on and would stay on for a bit and die down. And kind of hard to explain, really.
Okay.
Yeah, right. That's a good description. Like, have you ever seen one of these handheld, what they call sparklers? These kids hold these sparklers.
Sure.
That's what it looked like. A real continuous glow out of the middle, and then all these other colors going around it.
Okay. Well, we sure appreciate this, and if we get any additional information on this case, why, we'll get back to you and let you know.
Okay.
In the meantime, we'll get that questionnaire off.
All right. I'd be happy to fill it out for you.
Thank you very much.
See you later.
Bye.
Bye.
UFO Reporting Center?
Yes, this is Officer Gravy with the Colusa Police Department in Colusa, California.
Yes, sir.
And we've just received 2 reports of UFOs, and we're with one subject now, and we figured it would be easier if he could describe it to you, or we've never called your number before, so we really don't know what the procedure is on it. But we just had a complete power outage in the county, and when this fellow walked outside, when he spotted it, and that's when another lady who was a reserve on our department also spotted it.
Now, you say one party's with you?
Right, I'm calling from his home now.
Okay, do you have the name to the other party also?
Okay, the other party is Elaine McGowan, and you can usually reach her via the Colusa County Sheriff's Office.
Okay.
He's a reserve there, part-time dispatcher.
Okay, you're with the other party now?
Right, would you like to talk to him?
Yes.
Okay, hold on.
Hello?
Good evening, or good morning, I should say.
Yeah, I'm very sorry to have to bother you.
No problem at all. We'd like to hear about what you saw.
Well, I never used to believe in it, but I do now. Around 1 o'clock, the power went off. And I have power running from my shop to my house, and I figured maybe it blew a fuse in there. I've been watching television. And I went outside, very dark, with no lights anywhere, and had this funny feeling like static electricity around me or something. I don't know. I couldn't figure out what was wrong. I looked up behind the barn, which is right behind my house, and this giant object like an upside-down cup was just there, hovering, not making a sound, but weird-looking lights. And I ran back in the house to get my wife, and it was already about like 5 or 10 miles away. And it was coming back this time with 3 giant beams on the ground, lighting up the whole surface of the ground.
Uh-huh.
And my neighbor has a crop dusting outfit behind my field, and it lit their house up, and it was shining these weird lights out, like spotlights. They wasn't going out too far, but they were far apart, and it would come right for the house again, so I grabbed my kids out of bed, and we ran to the car and got in a pickup. And the damn thing followed us until we got to the cemetery, and then I had to hit my brake lights, because I was driving no lights, to get over the hump. And when I did that, it took off like a flash off to the right and went off towards the Sacramento area. And there was more than one, but I didn't have a chance to look at the other one. This one's too damn close, you know.
Yes.
But it was hanging over the barn, and it had this funny electricity stuff bothering you. I mean, it's like you get a tingle, you know.
You could feel that in your body then?
All the way through.
Okay.
And I'm still shaking.
Uh-huh. Okay, now going back to when you first saw this, how close to the ground was it?
He was about 50 feet and counting the barn. He was right above the barn.
And how far away from you would you say?
Well, I would say within 100 feet from my house to the barn.
100 feet, okay. And it was shaped like an upside-down cup?
Right.
Is that all you could see? Now, could you see?
I couldn't see above it because at that point, it was too many weird-looking lights drawing your attention. I just couldn't take time to look the whole thing. It just scared me, you know.
Uh-huh.
But I did look at it for a good 2 minutes. I mean, I stood there, I was froze. And it doesn't make a sound.
Okay, could you see a surface?
Yes, when it took off, it looks like an upside-down, well, I hate to say this, but do you know the movie they have on TV called The Invaders?
Yes.
Okay, it looks identical to that.
Okay, were there any openings?
I can't see. There's too much bright light.
Too much light, too much outside glow.
Light.
Okay, right, okay.
An neon color.
Right. Now, did this light up the ground under it?
But it didn't light the ground up on the barn until it took off over there, and it stopped, and it had 3 lights. It lit up the ground under it in a huge, big circle.
Now, were these shafts of light that came down from the bottom of the object?
Well, this center one was a huge light that went straight down.
Uh-huh.
and then it had one out in front that went down on the ground, and then it had one on left and right of it that showed on there were power poles with the power poles on the 2047, and it looked like it was shining lights right on those electrical transformers.
Right on the transformers.
And the lights was already out all over the whole valley, but it came, when I called the wife to the window, it was coming right at us again. And it had these giant lights, but this time it only had one light. There was a beam, a huge big beam, I'd say a couple 300 feet in diameter on the ground, coming right at us. And I panicked and grabbed the kids, and we took off with no lights.
Okay, but did you have any trouble with the car or anything while you were driving?
No, I just fired it up, and it's a Chevrolet, you know, it takes a little bit, and I put it in reverse and backed out, and after the backup lights come on, and that scared me because I figured it's going to see us, you know.
Uh-huh.
And it came right over Bailey's trees, which is the next door neighbor to us, and they're eucalyptus pretty tall, and it just seems to know how to act to manipulate it, you know, on the ground maneuver. And it doesn't make a sound. That's what's weird.
And this followed you into town?
It followed me right along the side of us, within about 100 yards from us, and I made the turn on the main road and hit it towards town as fast as I could with no light. It was right there, and I was getting pretty panicked, and my wife was too. But when I hit the railroad track, there was quite a little hump over it, and I put the brakes, and the brake lights came on bright red, and I figured, oh, Christ, he's really going to find us now, you know.
Uh-huh.
And it took off behind us on the right of us and took off towards the Sacramento area. And it just went all that way so fast, you can't believe it.
Did it change in appearance at all when it took off at high rate of speed?
It can make any turns it wants.
I mean, did the glow around it increase?
It turns soft blue. I mean, kind of a purplish blue.
When it took off?
When it takes off, yeah.
Okay. Now, then, during this whole experience, at no time you saw any kind of a surface, right?
Just an outline of a shadow, you know.
Oh, okay.
Like I say, I seen a good look of it there at the barn.
Right.
But the underneath's got some weird-looking things on it. That's what startled me. You know?
Did it have any colored lights on it?
Yes. It's kind of a frosty light. You know, it's not they're just like a neon light.
Right.
And there's a series of little teeny things that go through the light, like little neon tubes.
Did any member of your family have this feeling also?
No, I woke them out of sound sleep.
Okay, then the only time you had this tingling sensation would be outside. Okay.
But it looked like to me it was drawing electricity out of the power poles or something, because it had these beams on these transformers.
Okay, now were these just high voltage lines, or were they the large transmission lines?
Well, see, we have irrigation pumps on the canal.
Oh, yes.
And they're quite, I don't know how many voltage, but they're quite a bit. And they're big, huge transformers, so I don't know if it was just looking at them or if it's drawing energy from them, but it looked like to me it was drawing something from them.
Uh-huh, okay. Now, how big was this object? Is there any estimates?
No, beg your pardon?
How large was the object?
I don't want to, I hate to guess.
Could you compare it with...
I would say it was as big as around as my whole barn. And the barn is pretty old, but it covered the whole top of it.
Uh-huh.
And the barn is probably like 75 by maybe 50, and it goes up pretty tall.
Okay. Do you have any livestock on the farm?
No, I just got two animals, a cat and a dog. It's in the shop.
Okay. Can we have your name, sir?
Yes, sir. Mr. Bill Pecha. P-E-C-H-A. It's actually Billy Benson, but I don't like Billy, so I can say Bill.
And your wife saw this?
My wife seen it right out the window.
And what was your wife's first name?
Linda Pecha.
And your children saw it?
My children sees the light, but they were scared and asleep.
Okay.
Woke them out of it.
All right. Did the police department get any additional reports on that?
Yes. I called my neighbors because I was very worried about them when I got to town because it had this huge light over their house. And they own the airport. And I called her and she said that they were asleep. They didn't hear anything or nothing. I told her it didn't make a sound. And I didn't want to tell her that I was waking her up, scaring her. And she said she kind of believes in it too, but she would keep an eye out.
Okay. How long did the power outage last?
Well, I'd say within about, well, I can't tell you everything going on. It wasn't
I didn't want to stay in the dark because I didn't want to be seen.
Uh-huh.
I think about maybe 15 minutes or 20 minutes.
And this covered the whole county?
Yes, it did. Everything was black around here. I didn't know until they told me that the whole county was knocked down.
You said that there was more than one object.
Yes, there were three. I'm pretty sure there were three because there was the other two things going away. Is it coming towards us? And that's when I figured holy hell's going to break loose. I didn't, I just was worried sick after it was there once that it's going to come back and get it.
Okay, now these other two, were they similar to the one by the barn?
See, they just had lights.
I see.
They looked like two small ones.
Okay, what color were the lights on those?
They were they're a neon light.
Same.
Only they didn't have anything under them I couldn't see. They looked like smaller ones.
I see, okay.
But they went away fast.
Uh-huh.
But they don't make no noise. I can't see why a machine that big can't at least make something.
Now this was handled by the Colusa Police Department?
I called the Sheriff's Department because I couldn't stand it any longer. I had to know somebody else seen it.
Uh-huh.
And they said they had one other call or a couple, I don't remember. But the police department came here and I told them what I saw. And they're the ones that called you.
This is the police or the sheriff?
This is the police here in town.
Okay, fine.
Call the Sheriff's Department. I guess they sent you guys here. Oh, they dispatched out to the police here.
Okay.
Not a fib, sir.
Well,
I really believe it now. I used to think a little bit, they had me wondered. That's all it ever went to. But I believe it.
Okay, other than this tingling sensation now, did you have any other physical or strange mental feelings while all this was going on?
Well, I don't really know. I couldn't get in the house. I was all frustrated. I hit the walls going down because we had no lights in there. I couldn't, and I've always walked through that hall before without running into everything. But I guess I was scared too.
Okay.
It's like electricity. I mean, it's like your hairs and you take some kind of a dicon or coats, you wear, and you get this static electricity when you pull it off.
Right.
That's the way your hair stands up.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Genetic to it or something.
Could I talk to the officer again, please?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I sure appreciate this call.
Okay, we'll have a report in our file.
Okay.
Do you need our address or anything?
We have it, yeah. Now, this Elaine McGowan, does she work in night shift or off?
Well, she's a technician for the ambulance service, so we can call her out any time of the night.
Uh-huh.
It'd be best to get a hold of her in the daytime.
Okay, then she's right there at the main office?
Well, no, but they can get a hold of her.
Oh, okay.
And that would be at the sheriff's office.
Right.
And the police department took the report.
Right.
The sheriff's department dispatches for us at night because we don't have a dispatcher on.
Oh, I see. Very good. And we thank you again very much for this. And if we get any more information on it, why, we'll get back to you people and let you know.
Okay, and also the power was out for 3 or 4 surrounding counties, too, that we monitor on the radio at the same time.
Okay, how long was that out, you know?
I was out at my house for about 5 minutes, went out 5 to 1, and came on about 2 minutes after because I was just getting ready to go to work. I was out for about 7 minutes at my house.
Okay, now, I forgot to ask this gentleman what time he first saw this object.
Okay, Bill, what time did you first see this? As soon as the power went off, it'd be right around 1. 5 minutes to 1 by my watch.
Okay.
Okay, hold on a second. Oh, yeah, always done. 3 lights? Yeah, it's a reduced reach. Okay, if you need anything else, you can get hold of us, I guess.
Yes, sir, we'll do.
Okay.
And we thank you again.
Okay.
Right. Elaine McGowan?
Yes.
I'm calling for the UFO Reporting Center in Washington.
Yes, sir.
And we understand that you saw something in the sky last night.
Yes, sir.
I wonder if we could get a description of that.
There was no shape to it that we could see. It happened about, I guess maybe 25 minutes to 1. All the lights had gone out in town, the street lights as well as house lights, and we walked out to the street to look up the street to see if we could see any lights further down.
Uh-huh.
And there was one big bright light. It looked like a street light was mounted up in the sky. We watched it for approximately 10 to 15 minutes. It was southwest of Colusa. It was stationary for about 10 to 15 minutes, and then went in a northwesterly direction, pardon me.
for maybe, a minute, and then switched directions and went southeast towards Sacramento. The lights at that time came back on. They were on for maybe a minute and a half, and the object just disappeared.
Uh-huh. It just snapped off like turning off the light?
And there was a very, very high-powered motor would run, a very fine precision motor that would just have a hum to it.
Yes.
You could hear this very, very distinctly.
Okay, now, do you have any idea of how close that object got to you?
Oh, it was quite a ways away from us. With the lights out and stuff, it's hard to tell distance.
Right.
It was south of town, I would say maybe a half a mile away from us would be at the closest point. And it was still a very bright, kind of a orangish shade of light.
Uh-huh.
We could detect no shape except this, one circle of bright light.
Yes. Now, you say this was definitely circular, then?
The light that we saw.
Yes.
It was just like somebody it would be like an airplane landing in your yard, the headlight of an airplane.
I see.
Brilliant,
okay.
But there was no rays coming off of it.
I see. Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, really, it does. How about altitude?
When we first saw it, it seemed to be, maybe 200 feet in the air.
Okay.
When we first see it. Then, as it was going in the northwest pattern, it went up. As it was, in other words, it didn't go straight across the horizon. It went up on an angle.
Yes.
And then when it finally shot the closest to us, it was a lot higher, maybe close to a half a mile up from us, straight up in the sky. And then it was going at a very rapid rate of speed.
Okay, now, could you hear this humming sound at all times while you had it in sight?
When we first spied it, no. But when it started in motion and started from the northeast and went to from the northwest to the southeast, then it was very, very pronounced.
Okay.
We could hear it over the motor of a pickup truck that had just driven by us.
Did this seem to fluctuate in any way with regards to the object's speed or starting or stopping?
Well, it did not stop after we heard the noise. Once we heard the noise, it was a steady, it was like almost like an airplane motor going, but at a much higher rate of speed even than what a jet would sound like.
Okay, now what about size? Can you compare that with anything?
All right, standing on the ground and looking at it at a distance, it looked like maybe 5 street lights flopped together, only in one.
Those amber lights?
It wasn't amber. It was kind of it was a white, but it had like a pinkish, orangish cast to it.
Oh, yes. Okay. Did this cast seem to surround the white part of the object?
No, not that I can remember.
Okay.
I'm on the Sheriff's Department reserves, and I sat there and looked at it. If I tell them, they'll think I'm an idiot. Because I have 5 sons that are always reading about them,
Uh-huh.
And they've been telling me, I saw this light and I saw that light. Well, the one where we're standing out there, and yesterday was his 17th birthday, and he was out of his mind. Look what I seen on my 17th birthday, So as far as it seemed to I can't say that the light got any brighter or any dimmer. It just kind of stayed at one intensity.
Okay, now in your opinion, was this thing under intelligent control?
Definitely.
Okay. And your son also saw this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was the extent of the witnesses?
In our area.
Right.
We sat there and watched it. We didn't, there was no one else around that time of the morning. One pickup went by. And then we were told today, one of the police officers stopped by and visited with us, and he said that there was 4 separate sightings or 4 other individuals had reported it.
Uh-huh.
Which made me feel better.
Right. Okay. And that's all you saw, was just light, nothing else?
Just light. It was just a round light. I couldn't give it a shape, to say that it was long or any particular type of a shape. It was just a bright light.
Okay. Well, we sure appreciate your time, and if we need additional information, could we get back to you?
You certainly can anytime.
Thank you very much.
Thank you kindly for calling.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I can't really understand how I would be the only one who saw it, because there were lots of people out there yesterday.
Well, we have, by our experience, there could be 100 people see things and only one person would call and say anything about it.
I see. Well, the thing about it was not, to me, I never saw a flying saucer or any sort of object in the sky as flying, or even, at all. All I saw was light, shooting sort of light in many different directions, widespread. And it was there, I didn't even know it was there. I thought it was my imagination. But I saw it out of the corner of my eye, then directly focused on it. It was just in the sky, watched it happen for about 3 seconds, which is quite a long time, and then wrote it off as my imagination because I didn't see anything, any source, no UFO, no nothing, just the light shooting in the sky. And then my friend told me that they had UFO reports somewhere in Deming, I think it was yesterday, was shooting star-type light, which that would sort of have a description similar to what I saw.
Now, was this during the daytime?
At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, approximately 2 o'clock, give or take, 15 minutes either way.
Now, when you say shooting light, do you mean streaking across the sky?
Exactly.
Yeah. And what part of the sky would this be in?
I was on Lake Alki Beach, and just noticed it out of the corner of my eye, and then watched it directly. It was just above, it was like over the water, but I didn't see any flying saucer or anything. But it was in every direction. It wasn't simply, in one central direction. It was all over the place. I mean, it was crazy.
Would this be right out over the Elliott Bay?
I don't know where Elliott Bay is. I'm really not a native.
In other words, you weren't facing Vashon Island, which is across the water, were you?
Excuse me?
You weren't facing west. You were facing more to the north?
I was on the beach, and it was, well, I suppose I was, facing sort of north, right?
Okay, that'd be out over Elliott Bay.
Right. You didn't have any sightings over there yesterday, then?
No, we didn't.
What about this thing in Deming?
Where?
In Deming, Washington. Did you hear about a UFO thing yesterday?
Deming,
I think it is.
No, that's new to us.
You didn't hear? Did you have any reports yesterday?
No, not a thing.
But my friend said that she heard it on the radio, a UFO report, and described it as what I saw, as shooting light.
I'll be darned. No, we didn't. We haven't had a darn thing here.
Well, see, this to me, when I was very young, and this was back in the 60s, I had seen flying saucers, but it was simple. I mean, it was nothing. It was silver, and it was moving across the sky. Now I can relate to that, Right. But as far as flashing light in many directions, very far stretched, that's a little different.
Was this a white light?
Yeah, very white. Now it was a bright day yesterday.
Right.
And, sunshine out, blue sky, and it was bright, and this light was extremely illuminate, even during the brightness of the day.
Now, this was a streak of light, or you couldn't see any source?
Not one streak. Many streaks at one time, and all over the sky.
Directions.
Exactly. And in very different directions, and widespread. And they would simply streak, and they wouldn't last 1 second in streaking, but the whole thing took place for a period probably around 3 seconds. And then it was over. And 3 seconds is a long time to sit there and watch something like that.
Now, would this be high up in the sky? Or
now, for me to give any sort of dimensions or measurement would be almost impossible. I would think that it was pretty high. But it was so bright that it seems near. However, it could have been, since it was light, it was very hard to tell any sort of distance.
Right.
And it's very surprising to me that no one else on the beach has reported it, because something like that is not simply just a UFO. It was much more than that.
Reporting center?
Yes. I'm calling from Kalispell, Montana.
Yes.
And my husband and I and our 4 kids just saw one of those, whatever you want to call them, and they're in circular shape, and they've got 2 big round lights, and then there's a green light, and then there's 2 more great big round white lights. They're white, and then it's a red light. And we just saw it
I can tell you where. It was right up here. It's on the old Whitefish Highway, and there's a power plant that it was right over, and it was, I would say, maybe as high as the house up in the air. And it's just really enormous. I could not tell you how big it is.
Now, this was hovering over the power plant?
It was over the power plant, and we were coming into Kalispell from out towards Whitefish, and we were driving there, and as we came closer to it, it seemed to come towards us, and then it kind of tipped. It didn't, tip on its side or anything. It just kind of slanted.
Uh-huh.
And my husband was driving about 60 or 70 miles an hour at that time, and it just didn't seem like it was, we weren't even leaving it. And then he turned into a farmhouse, and all of a sudden it was just gone. It just left, period. I don't know how it left, but it just disappeared.
Mm-hmm. How close would you say that object was to you at the closest point? Yes.
I would say that it was probably maybe, I'm not very good at feet, but I would say it was maybe as far away as maybe a block.
That's about 300 feet.
Okay.
Now, you say that the object was round or circular?
It was circular in shape, and there was 2 circular white lights, big ones. And then it separated it with a green light, and then it separated, and then there was 2 more great big white lights, and then it separated again with a red light. And that's just exactly what it looked like.
Okay, now did you see any other features besides the lights?
I'll tell you, mister, I was too scared. I really was. So I'll let my husband talk to you if you want to.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yes, sir. Did you notice any other features on the object besides those lights?
No, I'll tell you what. We was on the old Whitefish Highway, and there was no other cars, nowhere around, from no place on the road.
Right.
And I told the wife, I said, there's the jet coming in, from Kalispell.
Right.
And the light was real bright. From a long ways off, we kept getting closer. And it seemed to stay exactly in the same spot. So, the closer we got, I kind of, wondered, hey, what is this, And pretty soon, we kept getting closer and closer and closer, and then it was right smack beside us, like the wife was saying, and all of a sudden I just couldn't believe what it looked like, because it was so bright. And I looked the other way, and about the same time the wife started yelling and screaming to get out of here, so I looked over her way, and I seen one of the white deals, and it kind of tipped a little bit, and I took off as fast as I could go, and I wouldn't even look towards it, and I was just scared to death. And the nearest farmhouse I could find, I went to, and I ran, and the minute I drove in their driveway, I didn't even look back, but the wife said it took off.
Uh-huh.
I didn't even look. I didn't even want to look, and I ran up to the farmhouse as fast as I could.
Did you feel that you were approaching the object, or the object was approaching you?
I would say that we was approaching the object.
The object appeared to be stationary?
Stationary, right.
Okay, now do you feel that it was hovering over this power plant?
Yes.
Okay.
It was just right, there's that power plant there, and it was right up above that power plant. But when we got beside it, then it come beside us. It looked like it come a little closer and followed us for just a little bitty ways, and I was going just as fast as I could make that Mercury go.
Okay, now what, other than those colored lights, did the object itself have a particular color?
All I noticed, like I say, as I was coming up on it, it was just like a jet coming in the land, like the jet around here.
Right.
The big light. It was just like that until I got beside it, and I glanced over and I seen a greenish light along, right kind of a little bit behind maybe. And then I turned my head. I couldn't look no more. I didn't even want to look. I was just shaking.
Uh-huh.
And I didn't want to look, I didn't want to get no more shook up than what I was.
Okay, did this object appear to be flat, on the flattish side?
It could have been, but it looked like the sides, it looked
like kind of like a little bit oblong lights to me, but like I say, I just glanced and I didn't want to look no more. They're around. Rita said they were around.
Right.
But I just glanced. Like I say, I just turned that way and I turned back as fast as I could because I didn't want to get no more shook up than I was.
Okay, then all these colored lights, just everything moved away simultaneously, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, do you have any estimate on the size of the object? Can you compare it with anything?
I would say roughly the size of a jet. Roughly, or half. Maybe half the size of a jet.
Okay. Now, did you have any problem with your car while all this was going on?
No, none.
Okay.
No problem with the car.
How about any heat or odor or sound?
Well, I'll tell you, I was too shook up to know. I looked at it, and I couldn't. Could you hear any sound read or anything? I didn't. We had the radio on. And all I could think of was getting out of there.
No static on the radio?
I was so scared. I'm not kidding. I was so scared that I didn't notice nothing.
Okay.
Because it was on the right side. And, you know, when I looked over her way, and there it was, bang, right, you know, just like you're looking straight out the window.
Right.
It was low, real low. And then that was it. I didn't want to look no more. I just turned my head and just thought about the 4 kids we had in the car and getting out of there.
Okay, now, about what time did that happen?
Oh, I'd say 20 minutes ago.
Okay, and just about how long did this whole thing take? What was the time lapse?
Well, when we was coming up on it, it was, I'd say 10 minutes coming up on it and stayed right there.
Okay.
So we got beside it. Or maybe could have been, I'd say 10 or 15, roughly, when I first spotted the light.
Uh-huh.
And I was wondering what the jet was doing, you know, roughly that, you know, low.
Right. And there was your wife and 2 children?
No, there was 4.
4 children, okay. Did they see it?
Yes.
Did this upset them, or were they a little bit on the
They were quiet.
Uh-huh.
There was no sound. Nothing. They were just complete silent. They were like me, scared to death.
What was the name of this highway or road that you were traveling?
Whitefish Highway.
Whitefish, okay. All right, sir, where did you get our number?
From the sheriff's office.
Sheriff, okay.
Okay, and the wife wanted to talk to me again.
Fine.
It was right beside her. She's the one, you know, like I say. I just don't want to ever see nothing like that again.
Okay.
That's all I want to say.
Thank you.
I'll tell you, if you're thinking it's a jet, I've seen jets come in before with their landing lights.
Yes.
They're on the bottom. Jets have got landing lights on the bottom. This is no jet because they're all on the side. It's all on the side, and it's in a circle. And it didn't move except for whenever we got up beside it, it just kind of tipped a little.
Okay.
And it seemed like it was getting a little closer to us.
Now, was this on your side of the car?
It was.
Okay, now you got a good look at those colored lights. Did they change in brightness at all?
They never changed. The lights never changed. It just that whenever it was going in a circle.
Uh-huh.
And there was 2 great big round lights. And then the green one was round, and then there was 2 more great big round white lights, and then a red one.
Now, you say they were going in a circle. Do you mean that they were rotating around the object?
It rotated, yes.
Okay.
No, the lights didn't rotate, but they the whole thing.
The whole thing rotated around. Okay.
It did not. It didn't move like a helicopter would, because I've seen them too. I've seen airplanes. I've seen all of them, and the lights didn't blink. It just rotated.
Just a steady light all the time.
All the time.
Okay. Well, you did a good job of observing that.
Oh, I couldn't keep my eyes off of it. It was just more or less fixed to it. I couldn't move, and I was so scared to death. I just screamed. I told my husband to get out of there, because I told him, I said, "There's no airplane. Let's get out of here."
Now, I imagine it was quite dark out there. Could you see anything in the way of a dome or anything on this object?
All I can tell you is the lights were in the circle,
right,
and underneath it, I don't know what it had on top, like I say, because I don't know if it had any dome or whatever, but it just looked like there was a smaller circle with no lights or anything on it. And I'm not even sure. I couldn't even honestly tell you that. All I can tell you is I saw those lights, and they all were in a circle, and it was going around. It was rotating. And then whenever we got closer to it, it just tipped kind of to, to an angle.
Right.
And not a real sharp degree angle, but it just kind of tipped.
Okay.
And it was all circular. It wasn't oblong. It wasn't nothing. It was just plain circular.
Okay. Would you fill out a questionnaire if we sent it to you?
Yes, I certainly would.
It'll take about 30 minutes of your time, but we would really like to have that.
I would be glad to. And I'll tell you, I don't want to see another one.
It's quite an experience. I know we've talked to hundreds of people. Well, we sure appreciate this call, and if we get any more information on this, why, we'll get back to you, and in the meantime, we'll get the questionnaire in the mail.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Sure did.
Uh-huh.
And yet we keep trying to trash it over, thinking, oh well, it's probably Forest Service or what would be. I wonder what that would be. That would be such a bright orange and great big headlights at the top of a mountain that's 7,000 feet high.
Was this appear to be sitting on top of the mountain?
It came up over a mountain range. Are you familiar with the Kalispell area?
Yes.
Uh-huh. Well, that is the Rocky Mountain range right there. And she saw this about 2 o'clock in the morning. And so we keep, like I say, keep talking it over, thinking, oh, well, it's nothing, just, but it was, she said it's so huge. It was so huge, wouldn't likely be night maneuvers, and I thought, well, I'll ask you, do they have that in the Forest Service? Night maneuvers that you know?
No, the Forest Service wouldn't have anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
When did this happen?
Well, it was, let's see, last week, a week ago yesterday, a week ago last night.
Is the party who saw it available?
Yes, she's available. I don't know if she wants to.
I'd like to talk to her.
Okay. Hello.
Hello. Would you like to describe what you saw?
Yes. Do you get many calls on UFOs?
Yes, ma'am.
The right department?
A lot of calls.
Yeah. Well, this was, like she said, 2 o'clock it would have been Saturday morning. And I saw it from Summers, which is about 10 or 15 miles from the mountain range. And it was a big orange glow up on top of the highest peak. And there was a separate orange glow on this side of which would have been on the west side of the mountain.
Uh-huh.
And, I probably watched that for maybe 10 minutes, 5 or 10 minutes, I don't know. And then from the east side came 2 great big headlights in the middle of this big orange glow coming up over the mountains from the east side.
Now, they came out of the glow?
It was like this orange glow was one big light ray.
Okay.
And then these 2 huge headlights right in the center.
Okay.
Come up over the mountain towards me. And this smaller orange blob on this side of the mountains moved up and joined forces with this other whatever that was coming over the mountain.
You mean they merged?
Yes.
Okay.
And then it was kind of a thinner ray, which I assume it was turning around when these 2 joined. And then it went back east, back over on the other side of the mountain. And then I could see the black silhouette of the mountain against this light ray, this orange glow. And then it started moving to the south and up high.
Okay.
And I watched it for probably a half hour, all told.
Okay, now the largest glow, the highest one, did that have any particular shape?
No, it didn't. No.
Just a large glob of light?
Right.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Now, how about the smaller one?
The smaller one, they laugh at me. The only way I can describe it is one of these canvas wine containers that they squirt wine into their mouth, you know?
Yes.
That's the only thing I can think of.
Okay.
With that sort of shape.
Uh-huh.
It was kind of a pear shape, yes. And
Okay.
I don't remember whether the peak of that pear-shaped object was connected to the other or not. I don't know. I can't say that it was, and I can't say that it wasn't.
Okay, now in comparison, how much smaller was the small object compared to the large one?
Oh, the smaller one was, it's so hard for me to describe size from that distance. It was very small compared to the big orange glow.
Okay, do you have any estimate of how big the other one was? Could you compare it with any object?
Well, let me see. If you can imagine a big orange light on the other side of the peak of Mount Rainier, something like that. I mean, it lit up the sky to a certain extent. You could see streaks of white clouds, and then dark, and then white clouds.
Okay.
And but the sky was just light. It wasn't an orange reflection that far up to see the clouds. The orange was pretty well centered around the top of the mountain.
Did the intensity of that light remain the same at all times?
Yes, it did.
Did it reflect itself off the surface of the ground at all that you could see?
Not that I could see.
Okay. But how long did you watch that?
Well, like I say, it must have been close to a half hour.
Okay. And were you the only witness to this?
During the biggest part of the light, I was. I finally went in and woke up my sister, because there has been a lot of talk in that area of seeing these objects. In fact, I have a sister coming in tonight that has seen one. And she finally got up, and her first thought was the moon, but it definitely wasn't the moon, and it wasn't in the right location for moon. And then she watched it with me for another 15, 20 minutes as it moved south and up. But she could see the light reflection and so on in the back.
Did you see any aircraft in the sky at the time?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Well, we sure appreciate this report, and if your sister would be in the mood, we'd like to hear from her tomorrow if she would like to talk about that sighting.
Well, fine. I'm sure she'd be glad to, because we were vacationing back there, and I talked to her in the morning and described what I had seen. This was Saturday morning, early, and she said, well, that's very similar to what she had seen just not too long before that. And it seems to be quite a common occurrence back there.
Well, we've been getting quite a few calls from northwestern Montana.
Is that right?
Up around Libby and Kalispell and Missoula and so forth.
No idea as to what it could be. Any logical explanation for it?
Not for what you have seen, no. Sometimes when we get objects that have some kind of a shape, well, we can come up with some kind of an answer, but when it involves just a large mass of light, why, we must assume that it's an energy field of some kind surrounding a very unconventional object.
Well, it definitely was, and when I first looked at it and just saw the orange reflection, naturally you're curious and wonder. But when these two headlights come up over the mountain, then that kind of sent chills up your back, because it was definitely round light, you know.
Okay, now that was 2 a.m., that was last Saturday morning, right?
Yeah.
That would be the 18th. Okay. Well, we sure appreciate your call.
All right, fine.
And we'll be looking forward to hearing from your sister.
All right, just a moment. Oh, she was wondering if that was an east number or if you were in the south end.
No, we're in the south end.
South end. All right, fine. Well, we'll have they're due to drive in here just any moment, so we'll. Can they call you? Are you there 24 hours a day?
Yes.
All
but
right.
Specifically tomorrow, if you can make it.
Okay. Would you like for us to ask for you, or?
No, anyone that's on duty.
Okay.
Thank you.
Fine.
Bye.
Yeah, bye.
Reporting center.
Yes, sir. I'd like to report there's 4 people here, and we've all believed them to be UFOs. We're in Boulder City, Nevada.
Oh, okay, we'd like to hear about it.
Okay, I don't know how to explain it. There's 2, they are not airplanes. We know they're not airplanes.
They are flying maybe side by side, but are they still there? They're going towards Searchlight. There's two of them.
Okay.
And there's one over Hoover Dam.
Stationary?
Is the one over Hoover Dam stationary, or was it going? It's stationary, yes.
Okay, what's the approximate altitude of the one over the dam?
What would you say for approximate altitude over one over the dam? Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's fly as high as an airplane.
Okay.
But the two that we saw first were flying, side by side. I thought they were two airplanes.
Yes.
But they're not. But they were three, they had like three flashing lights.
What color were those lights?
But yes, there's two on the ends, and the middle light was flashing on off. What color? Two red lights on the end. And the middle light is like a light white.
Okay, can you see any fuselage that these lights are attached to?
No. Yeah, they stopped, like over the dam, and then they went. But the one is out of sight that was over Hoover Dam, was hovering over Hoover Dam.
That's still there?
No, it's gone now.
Oh, it's gone now.
It stayed there while the other two were, moving.
Okay, now which direction did the two that disappeared move to?
What direction was that? What direction were them two going? West.
West, okay. Now, did anyone see the one leave from the dam?
Emma, did you see the one leave from the dam, or was she? Yeah, she watched it blink off and off until it was out of sight.
And did it move in the same direction?
Did it go in the same direction as those other two? No.
No. Okay, any estimate of size on these things, these groups of lights?
It went about an estimate of size. Think it was bigger than an airplane? They weren't as big as an airplane.
Okay.
Yeah, a small commercial aircraft.
Okay, fine. Did you hear any sound at all?
No.
Okay.
No, we were just sitting outside, and I just happened to look.
Did you actually watch these objects come into view?
Yes.
Were these objects traveling in a straight line at all times? Were there any motions or maneuvers involved?
No, they were just going in a straight line.
Okay.
And the two were even.
Any idea of altitude?
No, they were just about, as high as an airplane would fly. That's why I thought they were airplanes when I first seen them.
I see. Would you mean the small aircraft?
Uh-huh.
Right, okay. And how many witnesses do you have there?
4.
Okay. And no one heard any sound?
No, I didn't. Did you guys hear anything? No sound? Nope.
About what time did you spot those?
Well, it's 25 to 9. It must be 8:30.
8:30.
I know, but I have the call-free number to give them.
Okay, who did you get our number from?
Oh, I called 911 here, and it was a emergency police department number.
Is that the city or the county?
Boulder City.
Okay.
Nevada.
Okay, well, we'll get on this, and if we come up with any idea on these things, we'll get back to you and let you know.
Yeah, I'd appreciate it. I never, we know what airplanes look like,
Right.
And my sister that lives here in Boulder, she said that a couple times this last week there's been UFOs reported over the dam.
I see. Okay, now how's the weather down there, the sky conditions?
Oh, it's clear. It is clear, but when I saw these, when I first saw them, it looked like maybe they were in clouds, I just seen the lights barely blinking off and on, and they were flying side by side.
Uh-huh.
The two, and it was cloudy, and then, I don't know, because I came in the house to phone, I said, look at those things in the sky, and my sister said, those are the UFOs that's been reported over the dam, so I come in to call.
Now, did each one of these objects have these colored lights?
Yes.
And they were both identical, more or less?
Yes.
Okay. And they moved together at all times?
Yes.
Okay.
Just a minute. My husband just come in and said that an airplane, a jet plane just went over, and they were nothing like the plane looked.
Oh, fine. Okay, swell. Okay, well, we'll get on this, and if we get anything on it, we'll get back to you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
I'm calling for the UFO Reporting Center in Washington.
Yes?
We understand you saw something in the sky early this morning.
Yes, I did.
I wonder if we could get a description of that. Everything exactly what happened right from the beginning.
Well, I was driving home from Boise.
Uh-huh.
I've been out with a friend, and it was kind of late. It was probably about 1:45, and I had my window down because I was trying to stay awake. I was not drunk. I had not been partying, and there is virtually no traffic on that back road early at night. I mean, late at night like that.
Uh-huh.
And I was not particularly aware of anything bizarre, you know, jumping around in the sky or anything like that. I actually thought it was an airplane until it seemed to get lower and lower and lower. And I thought, gee, the sky's kind of low. That's crazy. You know, I know what an airplane's supposed to be doing, and it's certainly not supposed to be doing that out in farm country. And I thought, well, he's going to try to land on the road. He must be in trouble. And I thought, man, his landing lights are really pretty light, or pretty, you know, bright for being on a small airplane.
Yes.
Because it was small. My father flies private planes, so I know what a private plane looks like when it's trying to land. And I know that every private plane has a landing beacon on it, a red and white flashing beacon. It didn't have that. I thought, wow, this guy must be in real trouble. And I kept driving. The craft was coming towards me, and I was going towards it. And I got pretty concerned that he was going to try to land on that road, so I started to pull off to the side while keeping moving, of course, stay out of his way. And I thought, gee, this guy is nuts, until it flew over my car, and I knew it wasn't an airplane. It's going to sound totally insane, but it looked just like the flying sub from Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. Honest to God.
Just kind of torpedo shape?
Excuse me?
Kind of torpedo shape?
Well...
Or cigar?
No, it was flat with a bump in the middle. Do you remember the series Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea?
Yes, now I do.
The flying sub, that's exactly what it looked like. It had a green light on the left tip and a red light on the right tip, and the landing lights were situated just below the bump, and the windows were right above that.
Now this rounded top, did that appear as a dome of some kind?
Well, there's a definite bump. There was not exactly wings on the creature or whatever it was, but like flat spaces and a hump in the middle.
Right, okay. Did you see any other openings, any openings at all?
Excuse me?
Did you see any openings in the object?
Yes, the windows directly above the bright white lights.
There were windows?
Yes.
Okay, were these round?
No, they were vertical.
Okay, how many were there?
4.
Do you remember? 4?
4.
Okay. And were these lighted windows?
Yes, they were like backlit, you know, like...
Interior lighting?
Yes, like interior lighting.
Okay, which color was that?
Well, I would say pale colored, not green like would be from an aircraft panels type thing. Because I've flown with my father quite a few times at night, and the panel lighting is pale green or pale blue. I've never seen it pale yellow or like indoor lights would be.
Yes.
Anything like that. They're always pale green or pale blue to minimize the strain on eyes, I suppose. But it was so strange because I know what an aircraft looks like, and I know what planes look like. And the only thing that really threw me was when it flew over my car, you know, passed over, and I passed under it, was that as it passed over, it tilted so I could see those windows. And I swear it didn't look like an airplane. I swear it didn't. And I thought, good God, you know, it was just like a split-second thing. I realized that I had not seen just an airplane, but it was something else. And I was too scared to stop, so I kept going a little ways, and then I did stop my car and looked back, and it had continued to go out over the fields. And the two things that really, you know, make me question in my mind whether it was a regulation aircraft was that, one, I had my window halfway down, and an aircraft that's that close off the ground that you can see the landing lights on it it's going to have some sound. You will be able to see the movement of the prop even though it's at night because the prop is in front of those landing lights.
Right.
And you can see that going around. There was not on this one, and there was no sound.
Okay, now did this approach you directly? Did it come down over the road?
Yeah.
And then it came directly over the top of your car, right?
And it continued on behind me.
Okay, now.
And that's the other thing. It was going in the wrong direction. Boise Airport is out more towards the west, and this craft was flying directly east, or probably southeast, in a direction opposite of the airport. And to my knowledge, there's no Air Force base out that way.
Okay, can you give me an estimate as to how high that was above you as it passed overhead?
Well, let's see. How tall is a regulation telephone pole?
Oh, wow. I'd say about probably 75 feet.
Okay, it was probably about four or five telephone poles above me.
Okay.
It was close enough that it looked like it was an aircraft settling down when it was still far away, when all I could see was the landing lights, bright white lights, you know.
Okay. Was there any other lighting effect around the object itself other than those lights that you saw?
You mean a glowing effect?
Right.
Not at all. But there was like a quarter moon out last night, so there was some moonlight, and that's the only way I was able to determine the shape. And, I mean, I was completely lucid at the time. I had not been partying, and it was so strange that I should even, think of that. Because, like I said, I know aircraft. My parents fly aircraft. And the only thing, I've been trying to talk myself out of it all day. I told my boyfriend, and he told me I was nuts. And I've been trying to talk myself out of it, except the two things. It was flying in the wrong direction, and there was no sound. And that is freaky.
Okay. Would you say that this was a solid metallic object?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you give us any estimate of size?
It was a little larger than, say, a Cessna 150.
Okay.
It had a broader wingspan. Maybe it looked like it was broader because it seemed so flat in between. Whereas a Cessna is tall. It has fixed gear. Maybe it seemed wider, but it definitely seemed wider to me than, say, a Cessna 150.
Okay. Now, as this object went over you and then started moving away from you, did you watch it until it actually just disappeared in the distance? Yes. Okay. Was there any change in those lights at all at any time that you were watching it? Brightness or color?
Well, once the craft had passed over me, I couldn't see the landing lights anymore, but I could see the red and green lights as they went past. And, well, now that I think about it, and that's the other strange thing, is that if it were an aircraft, it would have the red and white blinker beacon on the tail, and it didn't. Or a yellow and white anyway, and it didn't have that.
Okay.
So I watched the red and green lights as far as I could, but, after a while you lose color and depth perception on the green, and red is all you can see, and once it blended in with the city lights, I couldn't see it anymore.
Okay, when you pulled over and the object came overhead, did you have any problems with your car? Did the lights dim or the engine break up at all?
Not that I remember or noticed or anything.
Okay.
I was just concerned that the guy was trying to land. Like I said, up until the last, few seconds that it passed over me, I thought it was an aircraft trying to land on the roadway out of, emergency. Because they've had a real rash of private planes not being able to find airports around here, and so they've been landing on the highways right and left, and the newsmen have been making quite much fun of it, But it's not too funny, because I've been up there when they couldn't find an airplane, or airport, I mean. So I was just trying to help the guy out, and then when it passed overhead, I knew it wasn't an aircraft.
About what would you say would be the duration of the time you observed that object?
Well, I didn't notice that it appeared, or anything weird like that. I just became aware of it because it was so bright. The lights were so bright.
Right.
And I watched it for a while, and it seemed to curve. All right, from my right-hand side, going towards Caldwell, Idaho, it would probably have come out of the northeast if I have my directions correct. Okay, and it curved southwards towards Boise, and came over the road and seemed to follow the road for a while, and then it veered off towards Boise, which would have carried it off into the southeastern direction.
Okay. Now...
And it seemed so slow. That's what caught my attention first off was the bright lights, and then how low he seemed to be getting and how slow he was going. I thought that's why it made me think that there was an aircraft trying to land on the roadway.
Okay. Do you feel that you were actually singled out or picked for this close approach that this thing took toward you?
No, because there was another car approaching me at the same time.
I see.
And if he was singling me out, he would have turned around and followed me back to Caldwell, and he didn't. He didn't follow the other car either. He just keep going across the field.
Okay. You didn't have any feeling of being watched?
Not particularly.
Okay. But this thing did tilt just about the time it came over you?
Yeah, like he was trying to observe our two cars passing, because our two cars passing, the car had passed me just about the time the craft tilted. I mean, the car had passed me, so there was no reflection of his lights into my eyes, you know.
Okay. And then that other car just proceeded down the road out of sight?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, which road were you traveling, actually?
I think it's Highway 25. It's out of the backside of Boise.
And that goes directly into Caldwell?
Yes.
Okay.
Interstate 80 runs around the west side of Boise, and I think it's 25 that comes out of the east side of Boise. I feel kind of silly now, but I'm curious, you know. Just really curious to find out if anybody else saw something the same type of thing.
I did. A Caldwell police officer did.
He did?
Yes.
Really?
I dig out the report here. Saw it at about 2 a.m. He didn't actually see as good a description of the fuselage as you did, but he did see the lights very distinctly, and he said that they were obviously attached to a very solid body of some kind, but it was much too dark for him to see the fuselage.
Oh, my God.
And he called here direct to report it.
Oh, my God.
2 bright white lights, 1 red light, 1 green light, apparently attached to an NVO, which is non-visible object.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Oh, wow.
And we're getting a rash of these reports of similar objects all over the western United States.
Oh, my goodness.
So, okay, is there anything else you can add to this? Have you had any problems since this experience? Did you have any dreams after you got back?
Not really. I've been terribly upset today, but it's been a rash of other things, I think. I don't think that would have anything to do with it. I was frightened, but once I got over my fright, I was very curious, more than anything else.
Okay. What was your opinion of the UFO mystery before this happened?
Well, intellectually, I could admit to myself that there's got to be life other than on, good old Mother Earth.
Yes.
Because, well, just by, you're getting into a whole philosophy type trip that way, but I believe that there was life on other planets besides ours, for crying out loud, for sure. But I had questioned a lot of the, quote, sightings, because people get very excited, and unfortunately in this good old U.S. survey of ours, not a whole lot of people are really well educated. I mean, not every kid in 9 out of 10 has a college education and is not taught to, accurately question things that go on in this world.
Right.
And so I questioned quite a few of them, but I did, admit to myself the possibility that there might be life on other planets, yeah.
Okay.
But I didn't know how many would have the technology or anything like that to, check out our planet. What would they want with ours? Really, we got enough problems of our own.
That we have.
Really.
Well, we sure appreciate your talking to us, and if we get any more information on this, we'll get back to you and let you know.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All righty.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
I'm calling from Medford, Oregon.
Yes, sir.
And I talked to the tower here at the airport, and they gave me your number. And this morning I had a pretty good sighting of one UFO.
Okay, I'd like to hear about it.
Okay, I would put the time at about 7:20, between 7:20 and 7:30.
Okay.
And it was south of the town of Medford, between 2 smaller towns of Phoenix and Talent. And this morning, there's about a valley, and I live about 300 feet above. So I had a pretty good view of the valley in the fog, and I could see both sides of the valley, so I could estimate where this thing was. And it emerged kind of like a fish swimming in milk. I mean, it never really got out of the fog area completely, but it looked to me like a flattened football flying on its edge, and also seemed to have slight striations on the side like a sunflower seed, and was doing what I would consider, I used to be a pilot, and it was like doing procedure lazy eights, just kind of coming out and then rotating and going back into the fog, and pretty much at the top surface of the fog. And the sun had not come up yet. It was up and it was light, but it wasn't shining on the fog. We live in a valley here.
Yes.
And I called 3 of my children over, and they all saw what I was looking at. At first, it looked like a small, like the Goodyear blimp or something, but it seemed to be flatter, you know. And it was flying at what I would consider very leisurely speed, like 80 miles an hour or something like that.
Yes.
And, of course, was actually flying just, I'd say, 100 or 150 feet above the ground at that time. And it was coming out of the fog approximately 1.5 miles away from me, because it was coming out of the middle of the valley. And it was also then rotating around in a clockwise, as I recall, general clockwise kind of a rotation around in the fog. Around the perimeter of the valley, it never got up any closer to us, but it looked like it would be somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 to 60 feet long, I would guess, at that distance. It wasn't real large.
Yes.
And it wasn't illuminated at all. It was kind of like kind of grayish in its tonality, mostly because it was still in some of the drifting fog.
Right. Did this thing carry any colored lights?
None at all.
Okay.
And just reminded me of a fish or something swimming in milk. I mean, I could just kind of see it and then not, and it would go along and then come out and emerge and be darker as it was more clearly visible, but it was generally grayish. It had no bright colors at all.
Okay, as it made the tour of the valley, did it at all come fairly close to the ground?
I would say it was darn close to the ground, because the fog must have been, the top of the fog must have been between 150 and 200 feet above the ground, valley floor. So it was moving pretty much in an area of the old 99 highway, which goes between Medford and Ashland, Oregon. But it was, there's another highway, I-5, which goes through the valley also, but is further away from our house.
Okay. Do you have any estimate on the distance from you?
Yeah, I'd say 1.5 miles.
Okay. Did you observe this from out of doors at any time?
No, I didn't. I was out of doors afterwards when I was on my way to work, and I looked down there, and it just wasn't visible at that time.
Okay.
But usually the sound carries, I mean, if this had an engine on it or anything, we would have heard it. But as far as I know this morning, I work in a fairly large company here, and I've mouthed this around a little bit, and nobody, and people who even live down there didn't hear anything odd.
Okay, how did this object disappear?
Just in the haze.
Just moved on. Okay.
It didn't speed up and leave the scene or anything that I know of.
Right. About how long did you watch that?
I would say we were in contact with it for a good 5 minutes anyway.
And you feel that the object was definitely solid?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I looked at first for things like the shadow of something else that would make that shape on the surface at the top of the cloud. But it didn't have that quality of being a shadow. It actually changed in its tonality from being very light to coming out of the fog and being relatively dark.
Okay.
And there was no sunshine falling directly on the cloud anyway, so there couldn't have been a shadow.
Right. And how many witnesses on that?
Including myself, 4.
4, okay. And you got our number from Midford Tower?
Yeah, right. Yeah, I checked here to find out. I know the fellow here who has a flying service, and I thought there could have been a possibility of some guy out practicing instruments, but not at that level, because that would have been really
super dangerous.
Yeah.
Right.
So he said nothing was in the air, and the tower, of course, the radar here is about 6,000 feet. I don't think they can pick up anything down in the valley.
Okay, we'll get on this, and if we come up with any more information on it, we'll get back to you and let you know.
Yeah, I'd like to know if what I saw is a general description of what is reported as being seen.
Uh-huh.
Is it?
Yes, I would say that it is. I just from your description, I would kind of picture something oval-shaped.
Yeah.
Seeing that you would describe something like a football flattened.
Slightly pointed ends.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Not completely a disc.
Right.
Or not an ellipse. Very strange. And proceeding rather leisurely. That's what amazed me. It was like at first it was like a Goodyear blimp coming out of the fog. I mean, about that fast. But it was moving much more athletically than a blimp would. The blimp would just, kind of hover there and move very sluggishly.
Right.
This thing moved almost like a fish would move if it were swimming in a pool.
You say that it was definitely under intelligent control.
Well, I don't know, I mean, yes, I would guess so, some kind of control.
Right.
It was actually staying within the boundary of the fog. It never seemed to want to get out of it.
All right, sir, we'll see what we can do about this.
Good. Okay.
Thanks a lot.
You bet.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Well, Tony Senate?
Yes. Has anyone reported a UFO from the Gresham, Oregon area?
No, sir.
Well, I seen a strange light in the sky tonight.
Uh-huh.
And the whole family was with me. And so it wasn't by myself. And I never seen nothing like this, but I called the police, and they said I might call you if I wanted to report it.
Okay, would you like to describe it?
Well, we was at the intersection of the old Loop Highway and Highway 212. And we was heading due west, and the light came from about a 45-degree angle. I could see it from the windshield. It was like a streak of lightning, but it went straight across the sky, straight east. And it came from an object that it looked like a star, but it was different colored than a star. It was the object that it came from was like, when I look at the stars, they look kind of blue, Well, this here looked more like a white object.
Mm-hmm.
Looked like it gave out more of a white light. And the light that it gave out was a blue flash that held for about 2 seconds. And it went, I stopped the car. I was stopped when I seen the light. And the light held for about 2 seconds and went to about a 45-degree angle behind the car. And I stuck my head out the window. And the light lasted for about 2 seconds. And it was a blue light like lightning that lit up the whole sky. And it went out, and then it left a smoke trail, a kind of a reddish brown smoke trail. But it wasn't like the light was burning as it went. The light went all of a sudden, then it held, then it went out, and the smoke trail was there.
Okay.
And I know that there must have been more people seen it because it was a bright light, like a flash of lightning, and it's real clear down here tonight.
Okay, now about how long did that whole incident last?
Well, the light itself, the blue light, lasted for maybe about 2 seconds. And when it went out, the smoke trailed back to this object for about 30 seconds. You could see the smoke trail, and then you could see the smoke trail moving away from the object that it came from.
Okay, now did the other light remain in the area?
No. It just seemed like it was gone.
Just gone, okay. About what time did that happen?
It happened at 12:25.
And you were in Gresham at the time?
Yes, I was just coming home from a friend's house.
Okay.
And the whole family seen it, so it was there. I never believed in flying objects, or I didn't disbelieve in them, but I just never seen one.
Okay.
But this was the real thing, and it was no falling star.
Okay, how many witnesses were there to that?
There was myself and my wife and my 2 children.
Okay. And then nothing else appeared in the sky after that?
That was it.
Okay.
And it just, I've seen falling stars. I've seen a lot of things. This was something unbelievable. Until you see it, you don't believe it.
Right.
This just it looked like something you see on Star Trek or something. It's just unbelievable.
Right.
And I know it was the falling star, but I can't explain the smoke trail that it left. I talked it over with the family. If it was a beam of light, it wouldn't have left a smoke trail.
Right.
But it wasn't something that was burning as it went. It was something that was there, went off, and then left a smoke trail.
Right.
So I couldn't explain it. But I know you'll get some calls because it was too bright a light to miss.
Okay, and where did you get our number?
I called Multnomah County Sheriff.
Okay. All right, sir, we'll see if we can't come up with some information on this, and if we do come up with any kind of identification or additional information as to what actually went on, we'll get back to you and let you know.
Okay. If you don't, I know you're bound to get some more calls. There just got to be some more calls because it was just too obvious to miss.
Right.
And of course, I guess if you get more calls, you'll find out what it was.
Right. Well, if we do come up with any definite information, we'll get back to you and let you know.
I would really appreciate it. I really would.
Well, thank you very much for calling.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Hello, Mr. Gribble?
Yes.
Yeah, this is calling again. I won't take much of your time. Sorry to call collect. My budget couldn't stand anymore.
Okay.
Listen, that thing keeps coming back. It's been back 3 times. Now the chief of police has seen it. One of the policemen has seen it. A friend of mine has seen it. One of the farm neighbors has seen it. My parents have seen it. And the other night it was right between the barn and the hog house again, and it was the same big ball of light. And it's something else.
What the devil you got out there in the way of surface features that would attract that?
I don't know, sir. We have a big barn out here. My father was just trying to consider some different things. We have a big barn out here. It's 40 by 80, and it's got an all-steel silo inside of it. You can't see it from the outside, but it's an all-steel silo on the interior of it. We also have a huge big stone power plant, and if you guys wanted to see UFOs, all you'd have to do is come over here to the big stone power plant. It's one of the largest in the nation. And
is that atomic?
No, it's just coal burning.
Uh-huh.
But you can sit out there on the hill, and my buddy and I sit up there on the hill, and I know airplanes. I worked with Delta Airlines for a long time, and we sat up on the hill up there. It's always clear, and you can see the stars virtually every night. And the sky above that thing is just swarming with them.
Okay, Okay, do you have cattle on your farm?
None at all. No cattle whatsoever.
No livestock in it anyway?
None at all. No, sir.
I'll be darned.
But it's always between the last night, the thing looked like it was 40 feet. Did you get my letter?
Yes.
Okay. Last night, that object, I didn't stand around, or night before last, I didn't stand around to really look at it, but it was about 40 feet in diameter, and it was right between our outhouse, and I ran back in the house and called the police department. We have a police scanner here, and by the time I called and went back to look at the window, it had dropped down to about an inch across, I mean, visually.
Uh-huh.
But it keeps coming back, and it's, you know, it's getting to the point where it's ridiculous.
Is this thing getting any closer to you?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Okay, what was the last time you saw it?
The last time we saw it was last night.
Last night?
Uh-huh. And it was back the night before that. The police came out here twice to see it. Saturday night, it was back.
You getting any electronic problems around there?
Yes, sir. We're getting quite a bit of interference on our TV set and a lot of static on the police scanner. We thought perhaps it was our lead-in for our antenna on the television set, but the police scanner started acting up at the same time the television set did.
Okay. Any of the other law enforcement agencies getting anything?
No, sir, just the police department. That's it. Now, the man that works down there, you know, as I stated in my letter, the man that works that shift, he's not very diligent about writing on the log, but the police chief...
And he saw it also?
Yes, sir. Yeah, he just saw the ball of light because by the time that he saw it from the city over our place, that's how big it was. We're 5 miles away from the city, and he saw this big, huge ball of light in the sky. And not only that, he was a licensed airplane pilot, too, you know, and he said it's not an airplane.
Is anyone looking at this thing through a telescope or a spotting scope?
Yes, sir. We've looked at it through binoculars on several different occasions, and it's always the same changing of colors, from red to orange to white to blue to green and back again, the same sequence.
And constantly on the move?
Oh, well, no, it sits in hoovers. The damn thing will sit there and hoover and sit there, but it seems like it knows this object. I don't know. I'm kind of giving it personal features, you know, but it seems like it knows if somebody's, you know, coming out to look at it or going to see it. I got in the car and tried to follow it the other night, but it was just too quick for me. It was gone.
Did it leave when you took off to follow it?
Well, no, it left, and then I came in the house to make a long-distance phone call, or make a phone call to the police department. It was gone when I came back. It wasn't gone, but I mean, it was out of good, clear visual range.
Okay.
And I'll tell you something. I'm scared of it.
Has anyone tried any pictures?
No, I've got a professional photographer, but he was out of town that night that it was here, and he's planning on trying to get some pictures of it if it comes back. But we're stymied. My folks are scared. My dad has a heart problem. He's a little upset about it. And
well, it hasn't made any threatening moves, has it?
No, sir. No,
I don't think so. None of them usually do.
I just wish it would. Whatever it is, I wish it would land and come up and have a cup of coffee with me.
How far away is that power station?
The power station is about 8 miles away, 8 to 10 miles away from here.
Okay.
It's a huge power station. In fact, it burns something like 40,000 tons of coal a day, or some tremendous amount. It serves this whole area through here.
Do you have any of the high transmission lines close by?
I don't know if we have any transmission lines, high-powered transmission lines close by or not. I think there are. As a matter of fact, it usually comes from the direction of the radio station, right over the top of the radio station. KMSD radio.
Okay. Have they had any problems that you know of?
No, sir. I haven't spoke to any of the engineers out there at all with reference to it. So I don't know if they're having any transmission problems or not.
Okay, no doubt then the power station is the thing that's attracting this thing.
Right. I think that's what it is. And I'm convinced it's nothing from our global, you know, engineering. Nothing that we've designed or anything. I'm assuming a lot of things, but I've never seen anything like it before in my life.
Yeah.
And it keeps coming back to between our barn and our hog house. I don't know what it finds so interesting there, but...
Okay, now how far is this away from the house?
About 50 feet.
Well, that's pretty darn close.
Yeah.
Okay, at that distance, what estimate do you give in size?
I would said last night it was for the light, or the night I saw it, which was the night before last, the light itself was 40 feet across.
Uh-huh.
About 40 feet across.
You still can't see any vehicle of any kind?
Well,
The only time we've seen last night or the night before last, again when I sighted it, I didn't stand around. I was nonchalantly walking out to my car. I spotted it and immediately came back in the house. So I didn't really look for any structure outside of the structure that my father and I viewed in the diagram that I sent.
Any mining in that area?
No mining whatsoever. No.
Gas wells, oil wells?
No wells or any energy sources that would be around in this area at all.
How far is the closest neighbor?
The closest neighbor, I would say, is 1 mile directly north, or a mile and a half north, and then we have another neighbor in that general direction about 2 miles away.
Have you ever seen anything in their area?
No, sir. I haven't even visited with them, but I know that there's another farmer who's right. In fact, I was talking with him tonight, and he's seen it himself, but he's seen it from some distance and was curious to know what it is. Another man, he has a police scanner, and of course he always comes out and whenever he hears a police call, and tries to see what's going on. And he came out, he saw it himself. So all in all, there's probably 12 or 14 people that have viewed this, and several of them are pretty knowledgeable about, aircraft. And 2 or 3 of them are pilots, as a matter of fact.
Okay, then the only close approaches would be around your place.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm sorry, this is costing you a pretty penny. It's going to look like a Korean War debt, your phone bill.
Important information. How about physical or mental experiences and sensations when these things are in the area? Anyone get anything?
When it's in the area, I wouldn't say that anybody has any physical or mental experiences, although that I know since it started coming, I have a heart problem. And I don't know if it's because of what's going on or what it is, but I know both my father and I have really been feeling bad. As a matter of fact, our dog had a heart attack and a stroke just the other night, and we had to put it to sleep. I don't know if that means anything or not, but that did happen just the other night, and the dog was only 7 years old. It was a German
Shepherd. Was the object in the area that night?
I believe so, yes.
What night was it?
That was last Friday night.
Last Friday, okay, that'd be the
No, a week ago tonight, I'm sorry.
That'd be the 13th.
Yes.
Okay.
And we had to put the dog to sleep, and the vet said he hadn't, really seen anything like that before, that he'd apparently had a heart attack and a stroke both.
Well, had that dog shown any particular disturbance when the objects were in the area?
And all his veins were collapsed. Oh, no, none that I noticed. I don't know if the dog was upset or anything at that time. We were concentrating so on what was going on that we really didn't pay any attention to him, Mr. Gribble.
Okay.
And I know that, like I say, both my father and myself have been feeling rather poorly. And again, it might be stress or nerves or wondering what the devil it is,
Any dreams of any kind?
Yes, sir. I'm telling you, I've had some dreams that have knocked you since that thing has come. It's put a lot of, and I have a creepy feeling. I can't understand it, but I have a feeling like, if I can explain it to you, and you won't think I'm insane.
Go ahead.
I have a feeling like it's coming back for somebody. That's just the feeling I have, and the dream. And I told my folks that one night. I said, I know it's coming back, and it did come back. And it's just I have dreams a lot. Have you had any dreams, Mom? I had dreams about UFOs and things. It might just because it's the shock of the whole thing, but I have had about 3 or 4, in fact, waking up in the night sweating from them because they're so frightening and so very real and vivid.
Okay. Do you get the feeling that somebody's trying to communicate with you?
Yes, sir, I do.
Mentally?
Well, I don't know if it's I don't know. It's an experience like I've never had before, and I'm trying to decipher the real feelings from the superficial things. I wish they'd land and come in and have a cup of coffee with us,
Well, there's a few technical problems involved there.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Oh, I can assure you there's no hostility. I doubt very much if there's any hostility intended. It's observation. In the past, we have seen a very marked pattern from all over the world where they pick certain individuals or certain families or certain groups where they make close approaches and appear to be either studying the individual or presenting themselves so that they can, what they are doing is acting as a conditioning program to condition the individual or groups that here I am, I want you to believe, that we exist. No hostility meant and all this.
Yes, sir.
We've seen this happen all over the world. And people have had multiple experiences, but of course they get slightly frightened, in some cases scared half out of their britches.
Yeah.
But nothing ever really happens to them in the way of physical harm or hostility or anything.
As far as your experience of seeing the various individuals who might be controlling whatever this craft may be, assuming it is people, are they frightening to look at?
No, in all the cases where we have had landings with the occupants, they have been humanoids like ourselves, none of this two-head, four-arm, four-leg business, but very much like ourselves, only varying in size and a few physical discrepancies of various different eyes, different ears, different shaped head or size head, but the general physical structure is the same. But there is a communication problem because of what we call a time gap between various civilizations. This is the theory that's going around now.
And an advancement in physical structure.
Right, physical and mental advancement. They might be thousands of years ahead of us, and this presents a problem in the field of biomagnetics, which our own science is just starting to learn a lot about. And
well, my belief is that we as human beings we don't reach a complete cycle in life. I feel that it is kind of a metamorphosis thing, and we never have been able to transform ourselves into a structure that's really compatible with our existence.
This is just about what it amounts to, Has anyone in your family ever been bent towards having psychic type experiences?
I have, sir.
Okay. What type? Anything particular?
I'm able to locate things that are lost. I sound like I'm out in left field someplace, but these are things most people don't ask, and I don't usually tell about.
Well, these
My
are
mother
things.
can vouch for it, and she's listening to this conversation at the present moment. And I'm able to locate things that are lost just through psychic sensations and being able to find them. And I've always felt that I've had some psychic power, but I haven't been able to tap what it is exactly outside of that.
Okay, then you see what you're dealing with is a mind with highly advanced cells. That once again we're getting into technical bit, and people who have this ability quite often put themselves very much on the same plane mentally. I'm speaking of the mind and the brain as a higher advanced civilization.
Yes, sir.
And this is, we feel, a necessity before the people on this planet or on our level of advancement can communicate with anybody higher. There's a big a wall there that keeps. This is the problem that I'm talking about. Okay.
I might mention, sir, that in our son's IQ test, he has an extremely high IQ when the tests have been taken.
Okay, I'm glad you mentioned that.
And he normally doesn't like to tell it, so I will say it.
Has your IQ increased any since the sightings have started, even above which your usual count?
I don't know that, whether it has or not. I don't think he would know.
Okay.
On that, he went up on the other phone now, so. But when he has had IQ tests, I know they say that he's just a borderline genius, is what the doctors have told us. I mean,
my God, I don't know if it's flattering.
I don't know if it means anything, but being mentioned it,
It definitely has a lot to do with it. We had a recent case in the Seattle area where a woman had a close approach, and her IQ almost tripled for nearly a week.
Oh, is that right?
And we know that science, there's several universities in the country today working on this, where they have found where the human being, when they suddenly become in contact with a electromagnetic or straight magnetic field, which is, I'm speaking of those, the regular well, I won't get into it too technical, but a magnetic field which is different or stronger, that it causes the biomagnetic clock within the human body to spurt forward. And
their manner of propulsion, then, probably.
we feel that the propulsion systems on these vehicles have something very close to electromagnetic drive, and when an individual comes or gets fairly close, why many strange things start to happen, including an increase of IQ or even sudden healing of physical wounds. And again, our own science is getting into this and coming up with some very mind-boggling discoveries. But I tell you what we would like to do, there's another UFO organization in the country much bigger than ours, and they have some very crackerjack investigators, and if possible, if we can get one in there, why, we'd like to send them up and talk to you.
Absolutely.
Really, it's getting a little frightening.
Have you tried light signals?
No, sir. None at all. The availability, the access to the light signal is not there at the time it's needed. I mean, we haven't kept it handy, and I guess it's because we perhaps know they're coming back but haven't really expected them to.
Right.
What I'm saying. And I have a feeling that if we make, again, it's a strange statement, but I have a feeling that if we make any effort or overt attempt at contacting them, that they won't come back. And personally, I'd like for them to come back.
Well, we have found that if they want to establish contact, they will do it. I mean, it won't be necessary for you to step forward, but if they want, as they feel that they can communicate with you without any problems, technical problems between you and them, then they will do it without any problem. And I think that possibly their continuous presence in your area would indicate that they are more or less conditioning you for something in the future.
I have, like I say, I absolutely haven't any fear of what's on board. Several people have suggested shooting it.
Oh, heavens no, don't do that.
And that's not feasible. And another part of my philosophy is that I won't even kill an ant or a fly. I don't believe in it. And I won't do it.
Well, I see you and I think much alike. But, no, there are a lot of people, especially law enforcement officers, have been frightened by these things and taken shots at them. Of course, there hasn't been any repercussion, only they just move away is all. But we'll try to get these people up there. I'll give them a call tomorrow morning, and I'm sure that they must have someone in your area, and see if we can't get somebody down there to talk to you and maybe stand by and watch for these things too.
It was here tonight, but not close. I can see it over here in the southwest again. I mean, from the house here in the southwestern direction.
Yes.
In the night, but it was. Well, if you didn't know if you hadn't seen it up close, you'd probably think it was a star or something like this. But you watch it and it starts moving and you know it is.
Yes. Okay, we'll see what we can do about that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
It's been a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you. It's been our pleasure.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Yes, sir. How would I go about reporting a UFO incident?
Okay, let's hear about it.
Okay, my husband saw it. He's at work right now, but he asked me to find out, how he would go about reporting it. I can tell you what he's told me.
Fine.
Okay, this happened the 18th of November, outside of on a White Mountain outside of Tucumcari, New Mexico. He was lost deer hunting in that area. He got lost. He was several miles from camp, and it got dark on him before he get back to camp. He saw him come in. There was 8 of them on the ground. I'm sorry if my voice gets shaky, but I get shaky every time I talk about it.
It's okay.
One in the sky. He said they were about 2 stories high. He said they were saucer shaped. They had the top and the bottom were ridged like he told me, like
the edge of a paper plate, a bridge.
Okay.
Just that's the way they were on the top and on the bottom. In the middle, there was a band of lights. They were white, but they had some red lights that were in the shape of N's on the side. Okay, they had and he observed these for 7 to 8 hours, and they observed him. They had an antenna about 50 feet over his head. One of them did. Okay, he was about 200 yards from the one ship that he could see.
Yes.
But there was one ship that was closer to him. He knew because the ones that had the antenna over his head. Okay, they had a square light on the top ship that produced kind of like a spotlight, but it was very bright, and he said it was foggy looking. Toward the tail light, they had a revolving light that went 180 degrees, and it flashed red, green, and blue. Now this fog light, as it went around, my husband would duck behind the hill because he said, I didn't know what that thing would do. But every time it would pass over his head, he would get down. And he says, as it passed, he says, as it hit the bushes and the grass, he says, it sounded like wind blowing, but he said the grass did not lay down like it was being blown. He said all it did was shimmer. And it had, the spaceship had landing lights on the bottom. He did not see any landing gear. So it came down, but he did not see any landing gear. He says there was 8 of them on the ground. They're all about, I think he said, a half mile apart. I'm not sure of this. I forget. He can tell you exactly. He can describe them real well.
Yes.
Okay, and he saw each one of them had a minimum of 4 antennas. Now, he was watching these through the scope on his gun. He said when he first came in, it scared him to death. He was more frightened than he knew what to do. He didn't have any ammunition in his gun because he had shot some wolves earlier that were tracking him. And he said also there were coyotes in the area. And finally, after he got over the initial shock of seeing these things come in, he lit a fire. He said, well, they're not going to bother me after this time, He just went and lit a fire to keep the coyotes off of him. And he said this antenna from this one ship would come over his head about 50 feet, watch him for a little while, and then disappear. A few minutes later, it'd come back again. And he figured then they weren't going to bother him. But he said the antennas were rectangle. He says they did not have a boundary, though. He could see, and they didn't see anything attaching them to the ship. He said they looked like little twinkly lights. He said they were red and I think he said white, blue, green. He said all they did was flash and twinkle. He said it looked like a neon light ready to go out. And he said when he looked at these antennas, or whatever they were, through his gun scope, he said you didn't see the twinkly lights. He said you saw a thing that looked like a car flare in the shape of a V on its side. And he said there was one in the sky, and he said they would flash a light beam up to the one in the sky, and then the one in the sky would flash one down to the one on the ground that he was watching. And he said also when they came in, they did not make any noise. And he said they would, he said he thought they would communicate from ship to ship because they did make a noise from, there's a real sharp, high blip noise back and forth to the other ship.
A beeping sound?
Yeah.
Okay.
And, and he said also occasionally during the night, they would flash an image in the sky. He said it was a white light. He said the image was like a triangle upside down. Then it had 2 slants, like where an eyes would be, and a long slant where a nose would be. And that's the only way I describe it. He said, I don't know if it was a face or not, but that's just where the lights were.
Yes.
and they would flash that in the sky every once in a while. He says just before dawn, and some tell you that it's going to be hard to believe because he don't even believe it. Or just before dawn, my husband was scared to death at him, and he screamed at him, told him to leave him alone, he's out of ammunition, and he couldn't hurt them. You know, that's how frightened he was. And he said just before dawn, one of the ships flashed these screens. He flashed two of them up, and my husband watched the flare-type thing in the middle of it.
Yes.
And they pointed at him to the direction to get off that mountain. Erie didn't know what they were doing anyway, but, you know, there was one going one way, one going the other way. He says, what the heck, I'm lost anyway. And so when dawn came, he followed the directions that he saw of arrow. He came within 50 feet of his camp. But anyway, as they came on, just before dawn, he said they started taking off. He says what they would do is they would go up on their end. They would not, you know, lay flat like a saucer. He says they would go up on their end and go a few feet up in the sky. He says then they would start gyrating or vibrating or something, you know, and it would start fogging. And he said this fog would turn to pale blue and to pale green, and all of a sudden it was white. He said it just looked like a fog. And he says then they took off and they were gone in just a few minutes. They looked like a star in the sky. And he said he watched them all take off that way. He says they looked like a falling star.
Okay, now, which day was it that they took off?
Okay, so you got lost Thursday night, the 18th, so that would make it Friday morning, the 19th.
Okay.
He got home, he left. As soon as he got back to camp, he slept and ate, and he came home. And he's been afraid to talk about it. He's afraid that, you know, people would think that he's a little off.
Yes.
And I finally told him that I think that it should be reported. And I called the Air Force, and they didn't know, you know, weren't interested in it.
Did he see any openings in these objects?
Not to my knowledge. He didn't see any people. He told me he didn't see any people at all. He didn't see any landing gear. He did see the landing lights on the bottom.
Okay.
So he watched them for 7 to 8 hours through the scope in his gun. He has a Leopold scope. And he said they were, I guess, a couple hundred yards. I think that's what he told me.
Okay, now I want to get a confirmation on this date. He got lost on Thursday the 18th.
Right.
And he got out on Friday the 19th.
Right.
Okay.
He had, when it was getting dusk and he knew he was lost, he heard a Jeep going across the mesa in there. And he had saw the Jeep coming, and he says they were going across that mesa lickety-split. So he fired 3 warning shots in the air, hoping they would stop for him. They turned the spotlight on him, and those people wouldn't even stop for him. They just took off, so apparently they saw him too, coming in.
And he was at Tucumcari at the time?
He was out of Tucumcari, I think he said somewhere around White Mountain, the other side of White Mountain.
Okay.
But he's at work, and we didn't know who to call, what to call, if we should call, you know, and he just asked me if I'd find out about it today.
Okay. Did he give any estimate of size on those objects?
He said they were about 2 stories high.
Wow.
But I don't know how long. I don't remember him saying how long they were.
Okay. And has he told this to anyone else besides you?
His friends. Close friends of people that we wouldn't think we were crazy. He hasn't told that many people.
Okay, now would he be willing to talk to someone if they came down there to see him?
I'm sure he would.
Okay.
I'm sure he would now. He's gotten over the fright now and over the things that, you know, we have found out that people won't think we're crazy now because other people have seen them and so forth. That, you know, the first couple of weeks he was home, he was afraid to tell anybody that they'd think he was crazy or something. Because my husband did not believe in UFOs before that time.
Okay.
And I was skeptical, but I believe him now.
Well, he's had a very rare experience, and obviously he has knowledge of some very important scientific data.
Well, he was scared to death. I mean, he said, I was so scared. He said, in that beginning, he said, I screamed at him. And not only that, he had shot a couple of wolves. He used the last of it. He had used some of his ammunition to try to get those other hunters to stop for him, and they wouldn't stop. And then he had...
Did he give any estimate as to how far away the objects were that were on the ground?
The one he was watching, I think he said was about 200 yards from him. He said he thought that there was one closer than that to him, but he didn't see it because he figured that the antennas or whatever it was that was over his head. Now that's what he's calling because he don't know what else to call.
Yes.
That was over his head. He said there's about 50 feet over his head. He said he thought that they were coming from a ship that was closer than that to him. He said, I think he said they were half mile, 3/4 of a mile apart, each one of these that were on the ground. And he didn't know how high the one in the sky was, but he counted 8.
Okay.
And then the one in the sky.
He didn't see any occupants at all?
No, he didn't see any occupants at all. He said, I didn't even see any landing gear down. He said, I saw the landing lights, and he, described that fog light, and he described this other little light on the tail that, it only went 180 degrees, he said. It flashed blue, green, and red.
Okay, what time does your husband get home from work?
Well, he's in business for himself, and right now he's working a lot, so I don't know exactly when he's going to be in.
Okay.
In and out during the time. He's self-employed. He's in and out during the daytime. That's why he asked me to call, because he figured he wouldn't get in until after dark, and can't call anybody after dark.
Right. Okay. Well, we sure appreciate this report, and we'll see if we can't get somebody down there to talk to him.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
where did you get our number?
From the police department. We called the Air Force, and they didn't know who to call or if we should report it or what, and they suggested we call the police department. So I called the police department, and they gave me the number.
That's the Mesquite Police?
Mesquite Police.
Right. Okay, thanks again.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.